Have you ever felt a chill down your spine when walking through an empty house late at night? Or found yourself instinctively looking over your shoulder in a dark forest, sensing something just beyond your vision? That primal feeling, that whisper of something beyond our understanding, is something humans have experienced for thousands of years, across continents and cultures, spanning every era of human history. We've told stories of beings and forces that exist just beyond the veil of our ordinary reality. These aren't just casual tales told around campfires. They're profound narratives that have shaped religions, inspired art, guided moral codes, and sometimes even altered the course of history itself. Today, we embark on an extraordinary journey through 35 of the most powerful, mysterious, and enduring myths from spiritual traditions around the world, stories that have captivated human imagination for millennia. From the moment our earliest ancestors gathered around fires beneath star-filled skies, we've sought to explain the unexplainable. Why do we dream? What happens after death? Why do storms rage and crops fail? These questions birthed legends of gods, spirits, demons, and creatures that inhabit the spaces between what we can see and what we can only feel. Every culture, from the ancient Egyptians to the indigenous tribes of the Americas, from the mystical traditions of Asia to the folk beliefs of rural Europe, has developed its own rich tapestry of supernatural lore. These stories aren't merely entertainment. They're windows into how different peoples understood their world, their place in the cosmos, and the mysterious forces that govern life and death. They represent humanity's collective attempt to grapple with the great unknowns of existence. What you're about to experience is more than just a list of myths. It's a voyage into the deepest corners of human belief and imagination. We'll explore both famous tales you might recognize and obscure legends that have remained hidden treasures of specific cultures. Together, we'll uncover stories of divine beings who shaped worlds, terrifying entities that haunted the night, benevolent spirits that guided the lost, and profound mysteries that continue to puzzle scholars to this day. Each myth carries not just a narrative but a piece of human soul, our fears, our hopes, our awe at the vast, mysterious universe we inhabit. So settle in, open your mind, and prepare to journey through the 35 most legendary myths of the spiritual world, a collection of stories that have, in their own way, helped shape what it means to be human. Our journey through these timeless legends begins at the very start of everything, with a concept so fundamental it echoes across nearly every culture on Earth. The belief that our ordered universe was born from a formless, primordial nothingness. Before mountains, before oceans, even before time itself, there was chaos. This wasn't chaos in the modern sense of mere disorder, but a vast, swirling void, a profound emptiness brimming with unformed potential. It's a concept that feels almost instinctual, a shared human intuition about how existence must have begun. In ancient Greece, this void was personified as chaos, a gaping abyss that existed before all else. From this nothingness emerged the first deities, Gaia, the solid, life-giving earth, and Eros, the irresistible force of love and attraction that would bring order to the universe. Far to the north, the Norse poets sang of Ginnungagap, a great yawning void that lay between the land of fire, Muspelheim, and the land of ice, Niflheim. When the scorching winds from one met the freezing rime of the other in that empty gap, they coalesced into the first giant, Ymir, and the great cow Audhumla, from whose milk the world would eventually be formed. Travel across the world to ancient China, and we find another version of this cosmic beginning. Here, the universe started as a giant black egg, containing within it all the substance of creation, thoroughly mixed together in a state called Hundan, or undifferentiated chaos. Inside this egg slept the giant Pangu for 18,000 years. When he finally awoke, he stretched, cracking the eggshell in two. The lighter, purer parts rose to become the sky, while the heavier, murkier parts sank to form the earth. Pangu himself stood between them, pushing sky and earth apart for millennia until they were permanently fixed in place, his own body then transforming into the sun, moon, mountains, and rivers. Even the isolated islands of Hawaii developed a remarkably similar creation story. They spoke of Po, a deep, eternal, and generative night. From this endless darkness known as Cumulipo, a chain of creation unfolded where life progressively emerged from the dark, beginning with the simplest sea creatures and culminating in humans. This isn't a story of a deity building the world with tools, but of the world spontaneously emerging and differentiating itself from the dark, fertile potential of the night. What is truly astonishing is how these cultures, separated by vast oceans and impossible distances, with no means of communication, all arrived at this same core idea. They all felt that before the world we know, there was a state of potential, a blank canvas of existence. This shared myth suggests a deep, universal human understanding that order doesn't just appear. It is carved out of and must constantly be maintained against a backdrop of formless chaos. It tells us that our ancestors looked at the stable ground beneath their feet and the predictable cycles of the sun and seasons, and instinctively understood that this beautiful order was hard-won, born from an immense and tumultuous beginning. If the emergence of order from chaos is one of humanity's most universal origin stories, then the near-total destruction of that order by a cataclysmic flood is perhaps our most shared narrative of divine judgment and rebirth. From the arid plains of Mesopotamia to the lush coast of Australia, an astonishing number of the world's cultures preserve a hauntingly similar story. A time when the gods grew displeased with humanity and chose to wipe the slate clean with a deluge of unimaginable power, sparing only a handful of worthy souls to begin the world anew. This isn't just a curious coincidence found in a few places. Scholars have identified over 200 distinct flood myths from every corner of the globe, suggesting this story touches on something profoundly deep within the human psyche. One of the oldest recorded versions comes from the Mesopotamian epic of Gilgamesh, inscribed on clay tablets over 4,000 years ago. In this story, the hero Utnapishtim is secretly warned by the sympathetic god E that the Council of Gods, angered by the noise and clamor of humanity, has decided to send a great flood. E instructs Utnapishtim to build a giant boat to take aboard his family and the seed of all living creatures. For 6 days and nights, a storm so terrible that even the gods themselves cower in fear rages, destroying all of mankind. When the waters finally recede, Utnapishtim offers a sacrifice to the gods, who swarm around the sweet smell like flies, now regretful of their impulsive decision to destroy their own creation. This Mesopotamian account bears a striking resemblance to the far more familiar story of Noah and his ark from the book of Genesis. Here, Yahweh sees that the wickedness of man on earth is great and that every imagination of his heart is only evil continually. He decides to blot out man, beast, and creeping thing from the face of the ground, but finds favor in the righteous Noah. The details are incredibly specific. A massive ark of gopher wood, sealed with pitch, built to precise dimensions to house Noah's family and pairs of every animal. The floodwaters burst forth from both the fountains of the great deep and the windows of the heavens for 40 days and nights until even the highest mountains are submerged. The story culminates with a rainbow set in the clouds as a divine promise, a covenant that such a total annihilation will never happen again. Travel east to the Indian subcontinent, and we find a different god but a very similar narrative in the Hindu scriptures. Here, the first man, Manu, is performing his morning ablutions when he gently rescues a small fish from the river. The fish, revealed to be the first avatar of the god Vishnu, warns Manu of a coming flood that will destroy all corrupt civilization. Instructed to build a massive ship, Manu does so, and when the deluge comes, the fish, now grown colossal, appears and tethers the vessel to its horn, towing it safely through the raging waters until it comes to rest on a mountaintop, with Manu becoming the progenitor of a new, purified human race. Even the ancient Greeks had their flood survivor in Deucalion, son of the titan Prometheus, warned by his father of Zeus's plan to punish the hubris and impiety of the Bronze Age race. Deucalion and his wife Pyrrha build a chest, fill it with provisions, and ride out the 9-day storm that drowns the world. When their boat grounds on Mount Parnassus, a lonely and bereft Deucalion receives an oracle from the goddess Themis. He and Pyrrha are told to throw the bones of their great mother behind them. Interpreting this to mean the stones of the earth, the rocks Deucalion throws become men, and those thrown by Pyrrha become women, thus repopulating the world not by biology, but by a symbolic act of casting the very foundations of a new society. Perhaps most fascinating are the flood narratives from cultures that were completely isolated from these Eurasian traditions, like the Aboriginal peoples of Australia. In numerous Dreamtime stories, a great flood is often not a punishment, but a consequence of a broken taboo or a transformative act in the shaping of the landscape. One story from the Kimberley region tells of a giant frog who swallowed all the world's water, causing a terrible drought. The other animals banded together to make the frog laugh, and when it finally did, it released all the water in a great flood that carved out the rivers and valleys before the water eventually receded, returning balance to the world. So why does this story of a global deluge appear with such relentless consistency? Geologists point to real events like the catastrophic filling of the Black Sea around 5,600 years ago, or the frequent, devastating flooding of the Tigris and Euphrates rivers as potential historical kernels that grew into these epic myths. But the true power of the flood narrative is psychological and moral. It serves as a potent reminder of the precariousness of human civilization in the face of nature's immense power, and more importantly, of divine expectation. It is a story about the consequences of moral failure, of hubris, and of chaos returning if humanity breaks its covenant with the gods and the natural order. Ultimately, it is a story of hope and resilience, a terrifying cleansing that always contains the promise of a second chance, a new beginning built upon the lessons of the past. It tells us that even after the most complete destruction, life, and with it responsibility, begins again. Yet if the flood myths represent a collective fear of total annihilation from without, humanity has also long been fascinated with a far more personal and inevitable journey, the one we must all take inward, downward, into the realm of the dead. This brings us to our third legendary myth, a motif so universal it forms the bedrock of our spiritual imagination, the harrowing descent into the underworld. From the frozen halls of the Norse hell to the shadowy plains of the Greek Hades, from the complex bureaucratic chambers of the Egyptian Juwat to the 9 treacherous layers of the Aztec Mictlan, cultures across the globe have mapped this ultimate frontier with astonishing detail. These are not merely stories about death, they are profound explorations of what it means to love, to lose, and to confront the final, great unknown. Perhaps the most poignant and heart-wrenching of these tales comes from ancient Greece, the story of Orpheus and Eurydice. Orpheus, the greatest musician ever born, whose lyre could make trees dance and rivers stand still, found a love in Eurydice that was as perfect as his music. But their happiness was brutally short-lived. On their wedding day, Eurydice was bitten by a viper and died. Overcome with a grief so powerful it became a new kind of music, a song of pure loss. Orpheus did the unthinkable. He used his art as his passport and descended into the underworld itself. His music was so sorrowfully beautiful that it softened the hearts of the dead and charmed the ferryman Charon to carry him across the river Styx. He played for Hades and Persephone, the stern king and queen of the dead, and his melody was so moving that even they, who were unmoved by the prayers of gods and men, wept black tears. They agreed to release Eurydice on one terrible condition. Orpheus must walk ahead of her and not look back until they had both reached the world of the living. It was a test of faith, a battle between doubt and trust, but as he neared the surface, stepping back into the light, the silence behind him became unbearable. Had she fallen? Was she still there, driven by a love that was also a fear? He turned, and in that instant he saw her, not as a walking woman, but as a shade already being pulled back into the darkness, her form dissolving with a final, faint farewell he could barely hear. His one glance of doubt had condemned her to death a second time, and him to a life of endless mourning. This story cuts to the very core of the human condition, our desperate desire to cheat death, the power of love to challenge the impossible, and the tragic weakness that often causes us to fail at the final moment. 1,000 years before Orpheus, in ancient Sumer, a goddess embarked on a descent for reasons of raw power, not love. This is the story of Inanna, the Queen of Heaven, who decided to visit the underworld realm of her bitter sister, Ereshkigal. Inanna's motives were opaque, perhaps a desire to expand her domain or simply to witness the seat of ultimate power. Knowing the journey was perilous, she instructed her vizier to rally the gods to rescue her if she did not return. Then she approached the 7 gates of the underworld. At each gate, the gatekeeper, following Ereshkigal's orders, stripped a piece of her regalia from her crown, her jewelry, her robes, until she stood naked and humble before her sister's throne. Ereshkigal, the embodiment of grief and rage, fixed the eye of death upon her, and Inanna was killed, her corpse hung on a hook. For 3 days and nights, the world above fell into chaos as fertility and love ceased with Inanna's absence. Only through the clever intervention of the god Enki was a plan devised to revive her. But the underworld had its ancient, unbreakable laws. No one may leave without providing a substitute. As Inanna ascended back through the gates, reclaiming her power with each step, she was followed by a host of relentless demons, demanding a soul to take her place. They found her husband, Dumuzi, not mourning her disappearance but celebrating on her throne. In her wrath, Inanna allowed the demons to take him, thus establishing the cyclical pattern of the seasons, where he must spend half the year in the underworld and his compassionate sister the other half. Inanna's story is one of transformation through humiliation and confrontation with the darkest aspects of existence. She does not conquer death through art or love, but by facing its raw, terrifying reality and being fundamentally changed by it. For the ancient Egyptians, the journey to the afterlife was not a mythical story about gods, but a detailed, practical guide for every human soul. This was the purpose of the Book of the Dead, a collection of spells and maps placed in tombs to ensure a safe passage. The Egyptian underworld, known as the Juwat, was a terrifying landscape filled with lakes of fire, gates guarded by knife-wielding demons, and serpents that could swallow the sun. The soul's goal was not to rescue another or gain power, but to reach the Hall of Two Truths and stand before the god Osiris for the weighing of the heart ceremony. Here, the deceased's heart was placed on a scale against the feather of Maat, representing truth and cosmic order. If the heart was heavy with sin and lies, it would be devoured by the monstrous Ammit, the devourer of the dead, resulting in a second, final death. But if the heart was as light as the feather, the soul was declared true of voice and granted access to the blissful field of reeds, a perfect mirror of Egypt where one lived forever in abundance. This was a moral and bureaucratic journey, emphasizing that a successful afterlife depended on one's actions in life and the knowledge of the correct magical passwords to navigate the dangers ahead. In the cold north, the Norse god Odin, the All-Father, undertook his own underworld journey not for love or power but for forbidden knowledge. He desperately sought to understand his own fate and the fate of the gods at Ragnarok, the apocalyptic end of the world. His destination was Hell, the misty, cheerless realm ruled by the goddess of the same name, where those who did not die in battle spent their afterlife. To get there, Odin rode his 8-legged horse Sleipnir down the long, dark road to Hell's gates. He went to consult a dead Volva or Ceres whose prophecies were infallible. He raised her from the grave and she reluctantly revealed the grim future. the death of his son Balder, the treachery of Loki, and the inevitable destruction of the gods in a great battle. Odin's journey is one of sacrifice for wisdom, a theme central to his character. He willingly faced the horror and gloom of the afterlife to gain a clarity that was itself a form of torment, knowing that some knowledge once acquired cannot be forgotten and only reveals an inescapable doom. Finally, across the Atlantic, the Aztecs envisioned the afterlife not as a single destination, but a variety of realms determined by one's manner of death. For most, the end of the road was Mictlan, the lowermost layer of the underworld, ruled by the skeletal lord and lady of the dead, Mictlantecuhtli and Mictlantecuhtli. Getting there was a trial in itself, a 4-year journey through 9 incredibly challenging layers. The soul had to pass between 2 clashing mountains, cross a range guarded by a giant serpent, navigate a field of obsidian winds, and even face the dead's own personal demons, all while carrying the grave offerings buried with them to use as tools and bribes. This was not a judgment of morality, but a test of endurance and preparedness. Only after successfully navigating all 9 layers could the soul find eternal rest in the silent, dark expanse of Mictlan, achieving complete oblivion. The Aztec journey reflects a worldview where death was not a punishment, but a final, grueling challenge that every soul had to overcome through sheer perseverance. What do these diverse journeys tell us? Collectively, they represent humanity's attempt to give geography to the unseeable, to create a roadmap for the soul's final trip. They transform the terrifying void of death into a landscape that can, with enough courage, love, wisdom, or ritual, be navigated. These myths assure us that death is not a blank nothingness, but a place with rules, challenges, and even inhabitants. They explore our deepest anxieties about what awaits us and offer a form of comfort, not by promising an easy afterlife, but by making it knowable. In mapping the underworld, we are ultimately mapping the contours of our own hopes, fears, and the enduring human spirit that insists on looking into the darkness and telling a story about what it sees. While the descent into the underworld explores our relationship with death and the afterlife, another powerful and pervasive myth confronts the most fundamental cycle of our existence, the rhythm of life, death, and renewal that governs the natural world. This brings us to our 4th legendary archetype, the story of the dying and rising god. Found throughout the ancient Mediterranean and Middle East, these narratives gave voice to a profound human truth, weaving the fate of deities into the very fabric of the seasons and the success of the harvest. These gods did not merely visit the land of the dead, they were slain, often brutally, and then miraculously returned to life, their personal resurrection mirroring the annual rebirth of nature itself. Our journey with this archetype begins along the fertile banks of the Nile with one of the oldest and most complete examples, the Egyptian god Osiris. His story is one of betrayal, murder, and the ultimate triumph of order over chaos. Osiris was a wise and benevolent king who taught humanity the arts of agriculture and civilization. His brother, Set, the god of chaos and the desert, grew insanely jealous of his power and popularity. In a famously cunning plot, Set hosted a grand feast and presented a beautifully adorned chest, promising to give it to whoever fit inside perfectly. When Osiris lay down in it, Set and his 72 conspirators immediately slammed the lid shut, sealed it with lead, and threw it into the Nile. The chest floated out to sea and eventually came to rest in a tamarisk tree in the faraway land of Byblos. The grief-stricken Isis, Osiris's wife and sister, searched the entire world for him. She found the chest and brought his body back to Egypt for proper burial rites. But the treacherous Set discovered the body and, in a rage, dismembered it into 14 pieces, scattering them across the Nile Delta. Undeterred, Isis and her sister Nephthys searched for every piece. Using her powerful magic, Isis reassembled Osiris and briefly revived him long enough to conceive their son, the falcon god Horus. Though Osiris could not return to the land of the living as its king, he was resurrected to become the eternal, mummified Lord of the dead, the judge of the underworld who promised everlasting life to all who lived justly. This myth, deeply embedded in Egyptian culture for thousands of years, provided a divine blueprint for the pharaoh's own resurrection and offered every common person the hope of life after death, so long as their heart was judged true. North of Egypt, in the vibrant and often volatile world of ancient Greece, a very different dying and rising god captured the imagination of his followers, Dionysus. Unlike the noble and stately Osiris, Dionysus was a god of ecstasy, madness, wine, and the untamed power of nature. He was twice born, first from the mortal princess Semele, who was incinerated by the glorious sight of her lover Zeus in his full divine form, and then a second time from Zeus's own thigh. This unique origin story itself hints at a form of death and rebirth. As a youthful god who traveled the world spreading his cult of viticulture and divine frenzy, Dionysus often faced violent opposition from those who refused to acknowledge his divinity. In one crucial version of his myth, particularly embraced by the Orphic mystery cults, the Titans, the ancient enemies of Zeus, were commanded by a jealous Hera to attack the young Dionysus. To evade them, the god underwent a series of transformations, but the Titans finally captured him, tore him to pieces, and devoured him. Athena managed to rescue his still beating heart and brought it to Zeus, who used it to recreate Dionysus, thus granting him a third birth and a final resurrection. For his followers, participating in the wild, ecstatic rites of Dionysus was a way to connect with this raw, cyclical power of life that persists even after being torn apart, symbolizing the fermenting grape that must be crushed to become transformative wine. Further east, in the sun-baked lands of Mesopotamia, the people lamented the annual death of the vegetation god Tammuz, known as Dumuzi to the Sumerians. His story is intimately tied to the goddess Inanna's descent into the underworld that we discussed earlier. As the price for her own return to the world above, Inanna was forced to provide a substitute to take her place in the land of the dead. She found her husband, the shepherd king Dumuzi, not mourning her absence but sitting contentedly on her throne. Enraged, she decreed that the demons of the underworld could take him. Thus, Dumuzi was dragged down to the underworld to serve his term. His compassionate sister, Inanna, eventually bargained to take his place for half the year. This established the seasonal cycle where Dumuzi's annual death and descent marked the brutal, lifeless summer when the vegetation withers and dies under the scorching sun. His return for the other 6 months, when his sister takes his place, heralds the autumn rains and the renewal of plant life. This myth provided a poignant explanation for the harsh realities of the Mesopotamian climate, and ritual laments for Tammuz were a widespread practice, with women leading public mourning ceremonies to coax the god back from the underworld and ensure the land's fertility would return. Along the coast of the Levant, a similar figure emerged in the form of the Phoenician and Greek god Adonis. Born from a myrrh tree, Adonis was a youth of such incredible beauty that the goddess Aphrodite herself fell deeply in love with him. She warned him against hunting dangerous animals, but the headstrong young man ignored her advice and was fatally gored by a wild boar. As he lay dying in her arms, his blood spilled onto the earth, and from each drop a crimson anemone flower sprang forth. The grief-stricken Aphrodite pleaded with Zeus, who decreed that Adonis would spend 1/3 of the year with her, 1/3 with Persephone in the underworld, and the final third wherever he chose, which was, of course, with Aphrodite. This myth, like that of Tammuz, directly symbolized the seasonal cycle. The women of ancient Greece would plant gardens of Adonis, a fast-sprouting seeds in shallow pots, that would wilt and die under the summer heat just as the god did, embodying the fragile, fleeting nature of life and beauty before its inevitable return. What is the profound, connecting thread that runs through all these diverse stories from different cultures? They are all, at their core, deeply rooted in the agricultural reality of the ancient world. The life of a society depended entirely on the cycle of crops, The seed must be buried in the earth, a symbolic death, where it seemingly rots only to break open and give birth to a new plant that rises toward the sun, providing sustenance. The death of the god was the long, dry summer or the barren winter. His return was the life-giving autumn rain or the spring thaw. These myths were not mere superstitions, they were a crucial part of the ritual technology of the time. By reenacting the god's passion through drama, lamentations, and festivals, ancient peoples believed they could magically influence this cycle, helping to ensure the god's return and with it the survival of their community. Furthermore, this powerful archetype did not vanish with the ancient world. Its themes and structures proved incredibly resilient, providing a familiar cultural framework that would be adapted and reinterpreted by later religious movements. The concept of a divine being who willingly undergoes death for a greater purpose, only to be vindicated by a glorious resurrection that offers hope and salvation to followers, echoes powerfully through subsequent centuries. This is not to suggest direct borrowing, but rather to highlight how a powerful mythological pattern, designed to explain the most vital cycles of life and death, could find new expression in changing times, speaking to a perennial human longing for renewal and triumph over the grave. But these tales of dying gods reflect a deeply internal struggle, a cycle of life playing out within the rhythms of nature. Humanity has also envisioned this conflict on a grand cosmic scale, not as a cycle, but as an ultimate, apocalyptic war between the fundamental forces of creation and destruction. This brings us to our fifth legendary myth, the eternal battle between order and chaos, a theme so central to the human experience that it forms the bedrock of entire worldviews, particularly across the vast tapestry of Indo-European cultures. Here, the stakes are not just a harvest or a single soul's journey, but the very existence of the cosmos itself. Perhaps no myth captures the raw, violent spectacle of this final confrontation more vividly than Ragnarok, the prophesied twilight of the gods in Norse mythology. This isn't a simple battle of good versus evil. It's a complex, tragic culmination of fate and flawed choices. The Aesir gods, representing a kind of structured society and cosmic order, have long been engaged in a tense, often hostile relationship with the Jotnar, the giants who embody the untamed, chaotic, and primordial forces of nature. The peace is fragile, maintained by treaties and oaths that are inevitably broken. Ragnarok is triggered by the death of the beloved god Balder, an event orchestrated by the chaotic trickster Loki, who is himself a product of both worlds. The signs are unmistakable. First will come Fimbulwinter, 3 consecutive winters with no summer in between, plunging the world into an age of bitter cold and war. The sun and moon will be swallowed by the wolves Skoll and Hati, and the stars will vanish from the sky. The earth will tremble so violently that all bonds and fetters will shatter, freeing the monstrous wolf Fenrir and the serpent Jormungandr from their restraints. Loki will steer a ship made from the nails of the dead, and the fire giants, led by Surtur, will march from Muspelheim to bridge the rainbow Bifrost, which will crack and break under their weight. On the field of Vigrid, the gods and their Einherjar warriors will face this monstrous horde in a final, cataclysmic battle. Odin will be devoured by Fenrir. Thor will slay the Midgard serpent only to take 9 steps and die from its venom. Freya, without his magical sword, will fall to Surtur. The gods and their foes will all perish, and Surtur's flames will engulf the entire world, burning it to ashes and sinking it beneath the waves. Yet from this total annihilation, a new green world will emerge from the sea. A handful of gods will survive, including Odin's sons Vidar and Vali and Thor's children. Balder and Hota will return from the underworld. 2 humans, Lif and Lifthrasir, will have hidden themselves in the wood of Yggdrasil and will repopulate this new, fertile earth. Ragnarok is not just an end, it is a necessary purification, a violent reset that clears away the old, flawed order so a new and better world can be born from its ashes. A very different, yet equally profound, vision of this cosmic struggle emerged in ancient Persia with Zoroastrianism, one of the world's first strictly dualistic religions. Here, the conflict is not between different tribes of gods, but between two primordial, opposing spirits. On one side stands Ahura Mazda, the wise lord, who represents light, truth, creation, and order, known as a Shah. Directly opposed to him is Angra Mainyu, the destructive spirit, who embodies darkness, deceit, and chaos, known as Drudge. This isn't a battle of equally matched foes from the beginning. Zoroastrian scripture describes them as twin spirits who made opposing choices at the dawn of creation. But their struggle now permeates every aspect of existence. The entire universe, including humanity, is the battlefield in this grand spiritual war. Every human being is enlisted as a soldier, and every thought, word, and deed is a choice that strengthens one side or the other. Choosing honesty, charity, and productivity supports Ahura Mazda and the cause of order. Choosing lies, destruction, and stagnation aids Angra Mainyu and the forces of chaos. This myth places an immense moral responsibility on every individual. The world will not be saved by gods alone. It requires the active participation of humanity. Zoroastrian eschatology promises a final renovation of the world called Frashokreti, when evil will be ultimately defeated. The universe will be perfected, and even the dead will be resurrected to enjoy an eternal state of bliss. This powerful framework of a linear history moving toward a final victory of good over evil, with humanity playing a crucial role, would profoundly influence later Abrahamic faiths. We can even see echoes of this theme in the recurring struggle between Horus and Set from Egyptian mythology, which we touched on earlier. While Osiris's story is one of death and resurrection, the conflict between his son Horus and his brother Set is a direct, generations-long battle for the throne of Egypt, representing the legitimacy of kingship and the maintenance of cosmic order, or Mat. Set, the god of deserts, storms, and violence, is the embodiment of chaos and foreign lands. Horus, often depicted as a falcon, represents the rightful, divine ruler and the ordered state. Their conflict is brutal and personal. In one of their most famous battles, Set tears out Horus's eye, and Horus castrates Set. The other gods are often divided, unable to settle the dispute, which rages for 80 years. The resolution doesn't come from total victory, but from a judgment by the Ennead, the Council of Gods. They eventually award the throne to Horus, establishing the pharaoh as the rightful heir of Osiris and the earthly defender of Mat. Set is not destroyed or utterly vanquished. He is subdued and given a role as the defender of the solar bark, fighting off the chaos serpent Apophis each night. This acknowledges that chaos can never be fully eliminated from the world, only contained and harnessed. The forces of disorder are a permanent part of the cosmic ecosystem, and the constant struggle to keep them in check is the very definition of maintaining order. In the intricate cosmology of Hinduism, a similar dynamic plays out between two groups of powerful beings, the Devas and the Asuras. In the earliest Vedic texts, the distinction wasn't always clear-cut, with both groups possessing great power and sometimes even cooperating. But over time, the Devas became increasingly associated with the forces of light, order, and the natural powers that sustain life, like Indra rain and storms, Agni fire, and Surya the sun. The Asuras, meanwhile, came to represent darkness, chaos, and obstructive anti-cosmic power. Their struggle is not a single, apocalyptic event, but a continuous, cyclical war that spans countless ages. They churn the cosmic ocean together for the nectar of immortality, yet they fight over the spoils. They battle for control of the three worlds. Like the Egyptian view, this is not a simple morality play. Some Asuras are outright malignant, but others are powerful sages and kings who simply oppose the Devas' authority. The conflict represents the eternal tension between constructive and destructive tendencies in the universe itself. The Devas maintain the cosmic order, Dharma, while the Asuras constantly challenge it, seeking to overturn the established structure. This endless tug of war ensures that the universe is never static. It is a living, dynamic system where balance is not a peaceful state but an active and ongoing achievement. What do these diverse myths of cosmic warfare tell us? Collectively, they reveal a deep human anxiety about the fragility of order. Our ancestors looked at their world, a world that could be wiped out by flood, famine, or invasion, and understood that civilization is a delicate construct. It requires constant vigilance and effort to maintain. The cosmos, in their view, operated on the same principle. The ordered universe was not a default state but a hard-won victory that needed to be defended every single day through ritual, moral action, and sheer force of will. These stories gave a name and a face to the formless anxieties of life. The chaos outside the city walls, the chaos of a bad harvest, the chaos of political strife, all of it was given a mythological form. A giant, a destructive spirit, a treacherous god. By personifying these forces, they could be confronted, battled, and at least temporarily held at bay. These myths are ultimately a call to action. They implore us to choose the side of order, of construction, of light, and to fight for it, knowing that the struggle itself is what gives the cosmos its meaning, and that our every action, no matter how small, contributes to the balance of the whole universe. After witnessing the grand, often violent struggles that define the cosmos, we find a symbol that offers a profound sense of stability and connection amidst the chaos. This brings us to our sixth legendary myth, an archetype of breathtaking universality, the world tree or axis mundi. From the frozen Norse fjords to the humid rainforests of Central America, an astonishing number of cultures envisioned the universe as being structured around a great central tree. This was no ordinary plant. It was a cosmic axis, a pillar that connected the heavens, the earth, and the underworld, serving as the literal and spiritual center of all creation. It represents humanity's innate desire to find order in the universe and to understand our place within a vast, interconnected web of existence. The most detailed and famous example of this concept comes from the Norse world with Yggdrasil, the immense and sacred ash tree. Its name itself is evocative, often translated as Odin's horse, a reference to the god's self-sacrifice where he hung for 9 nights on the tree to gain the knowledge of the runes. Yggdrasil is described as the greatest and best of trees, its branches stretching high above the heavens, shading all the worlds. Its 3 great roots extend into 3 separate wells, one in Asgard, the realm of the gods, one in Jotunheim, the land of the frost giants, and a third reaching into the misty realm of Niflheim, the underworld. This single tree is the very framework of the cosmos. It is home to various creatures, an eagle perched at its top, a dragon, Nidhogg, gnawing at its roots, and a squirrel, Ratatoska, constantly running up and down the trunk carrying insults between the two. Yggdrasil is constantly under assault, suffering from the rot of the dragon and the grazing of stags, yet it endures, the ultimate symbol of resilience. It is the assembly place where the gods hold their daily court, the bridge between all realms, and the entity that will tremble but not fall even during the cataclysm of Ragnarok. Traveling thousands of miles to the Indian subcontinent, we find a remarkably similar concept in the sacred Ashvatha tree of Hindu cosmology. This tree is described in vivid detail in the Bhagavad Gita, where Lord Krishna reveals his cosmic form to the warrior Arjuna and says, "There is a banyan tree which has its roots upward and its branches down, and the Vedic hymns are its leaves." One who knows this tree is the knower of the Vedas. This image of an inverted tree is incredibly powerful. Its roots are firmly planted in the spiritual realm, in the absolute reality of Brahman, while its branches extend downward into the material world, representing the myriad manifestations of creation. This symbolizes that everything we perceive with our senses, the physical universe, is merely a reflection, an outpouring from a single divine source. To attain liberation or moksha, one must cut down this tree with the axe of non-attachment, severing the connection to the illusion of the material world and realizing the true, unchanging reality of the spirit above. In the ancient land of Mesopotamia, the symbol of the tree was equally potent, though it served a slightly different purpose. The Mesopotamian tree of life was a frequent motif in art, particularly in the reliefs that adorned the palaces of powerful Assyrian kings. It was often depicted as a stylized date palm, a source of food, wine, and wood that was central to life in the region. Flanking this tree were often protective deities or genii, and sometimes the king himself. This was not a cosmic axis in the same geographical sense as Yggdrasil, but a powerful religious and political symbol. It represented the divine right and duty of the king to act as an intermediary between the gods and the people, to maintain the fertility and stability of the land, and to uphold the cosmic order. By engaging in rituals near this symbolic tree, the king ensured the continued vitality and prosperity of his kingdom, connecting the earthly realm to the divine source of all life and abundance. The shamanic traditions spread across the vast expanse of Siberia and Central Asia provide perhaps the most practical and personal application of the world tree concept. For a shaman, the tree is not just a myth to be recounted, it is a spiritual topography to be navigated. The Siberian world tree, often envisioned as a great larch or birch, is the central axis that the shaman climbs during a trance state induced by drumming and chanting. Its roots dig deep into the lower world, the realm of spirits and ancestors, which the shaman must sometimes journey to in order to retrieve a lost soul or gain knowledge. Its trunk passes through the middle world, our earthly reality, and its highest branches reach into the upper world, the home of powerful celestial deities. The shaman's ascent of this tree is a perilous journey. They must evade malevolent spirits and pass through various holes or gates in the levels of the sky, often with the help of an animal spirit guide. This entire profound spiritual practice is built upon the tangible reality of the world tree as a conduit, a ladder that makes the extraordinary journey between worlds possible for the dedicated individual. Finally, we cross the ocean to Mesoamerica, where the mighty ceiba tree was revered as the sacred world tree by the Maya and other cultures. The ceiba's imposing physical presence made it a natural choice. It is a colossal tree that can tower over the rainforest canopy with vast above-ground roots that look like buttresses. The Maya believed that a great ceiba stood at the very center of the world, connecting the 9 layers of the underworld, known as Xibalba, with the earthly realm and the 13 layers of the heavens above. Its roots penetrated the dark, watery underworld. Its trunk was solidly in the middle world of humans, and its branches supported the heavens. This cosmology was physically enacted in the architecture of their cities. Major pyramids and temples were seen as artificial mountains, representations of the world tree, and the king, when he stood atop the temple at the center of the city during a religious ceremony, was symbolically occupying the place of the tree, acting as the conduit through which divine energy could flow into the world to ensure balance and prosperity. What is it about the image of a tree that has captivated the human imagination on a global scale? The answer lies in its perfect organic symbolism. A tree is a living map of interconnection. Its deep roots anchor it in the earth and the past, drawing up sustenance from the underworld. Its solid trunk stands firm in our present visible reality. Its branches reach ambitiously for the sky, the heavens, the future. It is a being that is simultaneously of the below, the here, and the above. It embodies the cycle of life, death, and rebirth through the annual shedding and regrowth of its leaves. It provides shelter, food, and materials, making it a direct source of life. The world tree myth, in all its varied forms, is ultimately a story about belonging. It assures us that we are not adrift in a random universe. We are connected to the earth beneath our feet, to the spirits that may dwell below, to the heavens that stretch above, and to each other, all held within the enduring, sheltering embrace of a single cosmic entity that is both the structure of the universe and the symbol of its profound, interconnected life. Yet for all the stability and cosmic connection offered by the world tree, the universe would be a static and sterile place without a force to challenge its very foundations. This brings us to our seventh legendary myth, an archetype as unpredictable as it is universal, the trickster. Found in virtually every corner of the globe, the trickster is a complex, paradoxical figure who thrives on chaos, shatters taboos, and delights in upending the established order. They are the ultimate agent of change, a boundary crosser whose selfish, foolish, or outright destructive antics often, paradoxically, bring about essential knowledge, vital tools, and profound cultural transformation for humanity. They are neither purely good nor purely evil, but a necessary, chaotic spark in the engine of creation. In the cold, fate-bound world of the Norse, this role is filled by the bewildering figure of Loki. A blood brother to Odin, yet a constant source of anguish for the gods, Loki is a shape-shifter in every sense of the word. His motives are a tangled web of helpfulness and sheer malice. He is the clever problem solver who devises a scheme to retrieve Thor's stolen hammer, yet he is also the architect of Baldur's death, setting in motion the irreversible slide toward Ragnarok. He is the mother of Odin's eight-legged horse Sleipnir, having transformed into a mare to distract a giant stallion, an act that is both humiliating and incredibly beneficial to the gods. Loki's chaos constantly tests the strength and ingenuity of the Aesir, forcing them to adapt and confront their own flaws. His actions, while often infuriating, prevent the divine order from becoming rigid and complacent, proving that even in a universe headed for a prophesied end, free will and unpredictability remain powerful, dangerous forces. Across the Atlantic, the vast landscapes of North America are traversed by a very different, yet spiritually similar, trickster, Coyote. In the traditions of many plains and southwestern tribes, Coyote is a primordial being present at the dawn of creation. He is a hilarious, tragic, and deeply flawed character whose boundless appetites for food, for mischief, for pride constantly get him into trouble. In one story, he might boast that he can fly like a bird, only to plummet to the earth when his borrowed feathers fall off. In another, his attempt to steal fire for humanity might succeed, but only after a series of clumsy, embarrassing failures. Coyote's lessons are often learned the hard way, through slapstick misfortune and humiliating consequences. He is the embodiment of what not to do, teaching through negative example. Yet, buried within his foolishness is a creative spark. His chaotic wanderings across the world literally help to shape the landscape, forming rivers with his urine and carving canyons with his clumsy falls. He introduces death into the world not out of malice but through a bungled negotiation, making him a tragic figure who establishes the most painful but necessary condition of life itself. From the rich oral traditions of West Africa and later the Caribbean comes a trickster who relies on wit rather than strength or foolishness, Anansi the spider. Anansi, whose name literally means spider, is a master of language, cunning, and psychological manipulation. His stories often begin with a seemingly impossible task set by the sky god Niamh, such as capturing a leopard, a hornet, and a fairy. Anansi never uses brute force. He instead crafts elaborate traps of flattery and deceit. He convinces the leopard that tying himself to a stick is a new way to measure strength. He tricks the hornets into believing a storm is coming and that they should hide in a calabash, and he uses sticky gum to capture the fairy. Anansi's greatest achievement is persuading Niamh to give all the world's stories to him, which is why they are called Anansesum, or spider stories. He is a symbol of the underdog using intelligence to overcome greater power, a cherished hero for the enslaved who used cleverness as a tool of survival. His tales celebrate mental agility and the power of narrative itself, reminding us that the weak can triumph over the strong not through violence but through a well-spun web of words. Even the polished pantheon of the ancient Greeks had its quintessential trickster in Hermes. Born at dawn in a cave, the infant Hermes displayed his cunning nature within hours. Restless and inventive, he crafted the first lyre from a tortoise shell before sneaking out to steal the sacred cattle of his half-brother Apollo. To hide his tracks, he made the herd walk backwards and wore sandals of woven grass to disguise his own footprints. When confronted by a furious Apollo, the baby god didn't deny it. Instead, he charmed Apollo by playing the beautiful music of his new lyre. So delighted was Apollo that he traded his entire herd for the instrument. This story encapsulates the Hermetic principle: theft transformed into a fair trade, chaos channeled into a creative act that benefits culture. Hermes became the god of thieves, yes, but also of merchants, travelers, and messengers. He is the divine intermediary who moves freely between Olympus, the mortal world, and the underworld, a guide for souls and a bringer of luck. His trickery is not destructive but transformative, breaking down old boundaries to facilitate new connections, commerce, and communication. Finally, we journey to the islands of Polynesia to meet Moi, a demigod trickster of immense power and audacity. Moi's exploits are legendary feats of cosmic-scale trickery that shape the world for human benefit. Dissatisfied with the sun's speedy journey across the sky, which left too little time for work, Moi wove incredibly strong ropes and lassoed the sun itself, beating it until it agreed to move more slowly, creating the long, warm days we know. He used his magical fishhook to pull up entire islands from the depths of the ocean, creating new land for people to live on. His most ambitious trick, however, was an attempt to win immortality for all humanity. He sought to reverse the very process of death by crawling into the goddess of death, Hein Nui Ti-Po, and emerging from her mouth, thus destroying her. He was warned that the sight of her jagged, obsidian teeth would be deadly, but his companions, a group of small birds, could not contain their laughter at the absurd sight of him entering the goddess. Their chirping woke her, and she crushed Moi to death, ensuring that mortality would remain the permanent fate of humankind. Moi's failed trick is a profound and poignant lesson. His boundless cleverness could reshape the world, but even he could not overturn the most fundamental law of existence. What unites these wildly different characters across cultures? The trickster is essential because they are the embodiment of uncertainty and the catalyst for evolution. They challenge the status quo, question arbitrary authority, and break rules that may need breaking. Their methods are messy, immoral, and often self-serving, but the outcomes frequently advance culture, provide humanity with fire or stories, or simply teach a vital lesson about hubris and humility. They represent the part of the human spirit that is curious, rebellious, innovative, and unwilling to accept things simply because that's the way they are. The trickster myth assures us that chaos is not always an external force to be battled like a frost giant. It is also an internal, creative force that, when harnessed, can lead to progress, wisdom, and a more interesting world. They remind us that for every force of order building a world tree, there must be a force of chaos to ensure it doesn't grow so rigid that it can no longer bend, adapt, and truly live. If the trickster is the unpredictable spark that disrupts order, then the hero is the one who must venture into that resulting chaos and return, profoundly changed, to restore a new kind of balance. This brings us to a concept so deeply embedded in the human psyche that it echoes in our stories from the earliest epics to the biggest blockbuster films: the hero's journey. While the specific faces and settings change from culture to culture, the underlying architecture of these tales remains astonishingly consistent. It was the renowned mythologist Joseph Campbell who first mapped this universal pattern, which he called the monomyth, a single great story told and retold across all human civilizations. Campbell's brilliant insight was that these ancient narratives, despite their unique cultural flavors, all follow a fundamental cycle of separation, initiation, and return. The journey begins with a call to adventure, a moment that disrupts the hero's ordinary world. For the Mesopotamian king Gilgamesh, the call arrives with the death of his only true friend Enkidu. This devastating loss shatters his arrogant worldview and sends him on a desperate, unprecedented quest to find the secret of eternal life, terrified by the realization of his own mortality. In ancient Greece, the young prince Theseus hears his call not from within, but from the world around him. Every year, his city of Athens is forced to send 7 young men and 7 young women as tribute to King Minos of Crete, to be devoured by the monstrous Minotaur in its labyrinth. The injustice of this fate galvanizes Theseus, compelling him to volunteer as one of the tributes, not as a victim, but as a champion determined to end the cycle of terror. Answering this call is rarely straightforward, and often the hero experiences a refusal of the venture, held back by fear, duty, or ignorance. Soon after, however, they encounter a protective figure who provides aid, often in the form of a magical gift or crucial wisdom, what Campbell termed supernatural aid. For the Irish hero Cú Chulainn, this aid comes from the formidable warrior woman Scathach, who lives on the Isle of Skye. He seeks her out to receive training in the advanced arts of war, and under her tutelage he masters the fearsome barbed spear, the Gibolg, a weapon that will define his destiny. In the vast Hindu epic, the Ramayana, the god King Rama receives his aid from an army of talking monkeys and bears, most notably the incredibly powerful and devoted monkey General Hanuman, whose loyalty and divine strength become indispensable in Rama's battle to rescue his abducted wife, Sita. With this newfound support, the hero is ready to cross the first threshold, leaving the familiar world behind and entering a realm of supernatural wonder and danger. This is the belly of the whale, a point of no return. For the knights of Arthurian legend, this threshold is literally crossed when they enter the enchanted forest of Broceliande, a place where time flows differently and magical tests await around every corner. It is here that they embark on the ultimate quest, the search for the Holy Grail. The entire Arthurian cycle is a tapestry of individual hero journeys, with each knight Percival, Galahad, Lancelot facing a unique path tailored to their virtues and flaws. The journey then leads to the Road of Trials, a series of daunting tasks that test the hero's skill, strength, and spirit. Theseus must navigate the impossible maze of the labyrinth, defeat the Minotaur, and then find his way out again. Gilgamesh must battle monsters like the ferocious guardian Humbaba and traverse the waters of death, each trial stripping away more of his royal arrogance and teaching him lessons in humility, friendship, and loss. At the deepest point of this mysterious realm, the hero often experiences a pivotal confrontation or gains a great reward, a moment Campbell called apotheosis. This is a period of rest, revelation, or transformation where the hero's understanding of the world and themselves is fundamentally altered. For Cú Chulainn, this might be the moment he emerges from his terrifying warp spasm, a berserker fury that transforms him into an unrecognizable monster of battle, showing him the terrifying depth of his own power and the curse that comes with it. The ultimate goal for many is the ultimate boon, the achievement of the quest's original object. Gilgamesh finally finds the plant that grants immortality, and Rama defeats the demon king Ravana to win back Sita. But the journey is not complete with the boon in hand. The hero must then make the return, bringing their hard-won wisdom, elixir, or victory back to the ordinary world to share it with their community. This return can be its own arduous trial, as the hero must often be rescued from the enchanting allure of the otherworld. Gilgamesh's return is the most poignant of all. He loses the plant of immortality to a serpent, arriving back in his city of Uruk empty-handed. Yet he is not the same man who left. He has not gained eternal life, but he has gained eternal wisdom. He returns with the understanding that while mortals die, the great works of civilization, the mighty walls of Uruk itself, are a different kind of immortality, a legacy that endures. He returns not with a magical cure, but with a story, and in doing so becomes the first hero to truly teach us how to live with our own mortality. This is the true power of the monomyth. It is not just a template for storytelling, it is a mirror for the human experience of growth. We may not slay literal monsters, but we all face labyrinths of confusion, battles with despair, and the challenge of overcoming our own flaws. The hero's journey tells us that this path of struggle, transformation, and eventual return is universal. It is a map for navigating any great crisis or change, assuring us that the terrifying journey into the unknown is necessary, and that the greatest treasure we can bring back is not a golden fleece or a holy grail, but a wiser, more compassionate, and more complete version of ourselves. Yet after the singular hero completes his transformative journey, many myths suggest that the most profound power often comes not from one, but from two, a perfect, inseparable pair. This brings us to our 9th legendary myth, a theme that resonates with the very rhythm of nature itself, the divine twins. Found with remarkable frequency across the vast tapestry of Indo-European cultures and beyond, these twin deities embody the essential concept of duality, the idea that the universe is woven from complementary and often opposing forces that together create a harmonious whole. They are two halves of a single divine principle, representing the dynamic balance between day and night, life and death, war and peace. Perhaps the most accessible of these pairs are the Greek Dioscuri, Castor and Pollux. Their story is deeply human, grounded in a unique bond that even death could not break. Though brothers, they were a study in contrast. Castor was a mortal man, the finest horseman in Greece, while Pollux was the immortal son of Zeus, a formidable boxer. They were inseparable companions on the Argonautic expedition, and in all their adventures, tragedy struck when Castor was killed in a battle. Pollux, overwhelmed with grief and unable to bear eternity without his brother, begged his father Zeus to let them stay together. Moved by this devotion, Zeus offered them a choice. Pollux could remain immortal on Olympus alone, or they could share his immortality, alternating their time between the underworld and the heavenly realm. Without hesitation, Pollux chose to share his gift. Thus, they were transformed into the constellation Gemini, forever linked in the stars, spending one day among the gods and the next in the realm of the dead. They became protectors of sailors, appearing as the electrical phenomenon of St. Elmo's fire on the mastheads of ships during storms, a sure sign of salvation and a beautiful symbol of how their dual nature, mortal and immortal, earthly and divine, brought balance and hope to the world. Traveling east to the Indian subcontinent, we find the Ashvins, the twin horsemen of Hindu mythology. These golden-armed gods are the physicians of the gods, the masters of medicine and healing. They are the bringers of the dawn, racing across the sky in a golden chariot drawn by horses, or sometimes birds heralding the arrival of the sun goddess, Ushers. Their essence is one of radiant, life-giving energy. They are forever young, handsome, and associated with vitality and rejuvenation. In the Vedas, they are frequently called upon to heal the sick, mend the broken, and even restore youth to the aged. They represent the duality of light and darkness in a different way. As gods of the dawn, they exist in that liminal space between night and day, symbolizing the transition, the moment of healing and new beginnings that comes after a period of darkness. They are the hope that follows despair, the remedy that follows illness, a divine embodiment of the cyclical nature of health and sickness. In the colder climes of the Norse world, we see a different kind of divine pairing in the Vanir gods, Freyr and Freya. While not always explicitly called twins in every source, their profound connection and shared domains strongly align them with the twin archetype. They are children of the sea god Njörður, and together they govern the most vital aspects of life and prosperity. Freya, often depicted with a mighty phallic symbol, is a god of fertility, sunshine, bountiful harvests, and peace. His sister, Freya, is a goddess of love, beauty, war, death, and Seder, a powerful form of magic. Here, the duality is not of mortal and immortal, but of creation and destruction, love and war, life and death. Freya brings the peace and abundance that allows communities to flourish, while Freya claims half of the warriors slain in battle, taking them to her field, Folkvanga. They represent the complete cycle, the fertile peace that is won through war and protected by the fallen, and the intense passions of love that are as powerful and fateful as any battle. This theme extends deeply into Slavic folklore with twin figures like Lel and Polul, who are often associated with love, marriage, and the constellation Gemini, much like the Dioscuri. Their names are derived from words for love and battle, again echoing that fundamental pairing of opposing but connected forces. They were invoked in wedding rituals, symbolizing the union of two different individuals into a single, harmonious partnership, a microcosm of the cosmic balance the twins represent. Perhaps the most thrilling and complex twin narrative comes from outside the Indo-European sphere, from the Maya epic, the Popol Vuh. Here, the hero twins, Hunahpu and Xbalanque, are the epitome of the trickster hero twins. Their story is one of cosmic revenge and the ultimate triumph of cleverness over brute strength. Their father and uncle, themselves a previous set of twin ball players, had been tricked and sacrificed by the arrogant lords of the Maya underworld, Xibalba. The young twins, drawn by fate to the same ball game that doomed their ancestors, deliberately descend into the darkness of Xibalba to challenge the lords. They are not mighty warriors. Their power lies in their wit and their ability to perform miraculous tricks. They allow themselves to be defeated and sacrificed, only to be reborn as magical traveling performers. In their final act, they perform for the lords of Xibalba, dramatically sacrificing each other and then returning to life. Captivated, the head lords plead to be part of the miracle. The twins gladly oblige, but when they sacrifice the lords, they do not bring them back to life, thus breaking the power of death over the world. They then ascend to the sky to become the sun and the moon, bringing light and order to a world previously shrouded in the fear of the underworld's capricious power. Their story encapsulates the twin archetype in its most active form. They are the complementary forces of sun and moon, but also of strategy and action, who together overcome chaos and establish a new, stable order for humanity. What is the profound truth that these diverse twin myths from across the globe are trying to tell us? They are a fundamental recognition that existence is not monolithic. The universe operates through a system of dynamic tensions between light and dark, growth and decay, peace and conflict. The twin gods personify these pairs not as enemies locked in eternal struggle, but as partners in a divine dance. One cannot exist without the other. There is no day without night, no healing without sickness, no harvest without the passing of the season. These myths assure us that these oppositions are not flaws in the universe, but are the very engine of its existence. The divine twins teach us that true harmony is not the absence of conflict, but the balance of powerful opposites, and that the greatest strength is often found in partnership, in the sacred bond that allows two distinct forces to work as one. Yet if the divine twins represent a balanced partnership of equals, another primordial myth speaks to a different kind of union, one of such overwhelming creative power that it literally gives birth to the world itself. This brings us to our 10th legendary archetype, a story told from the lush islands of Polynesia to the snowy peaks of Norway, the celestial marriage of the Sky Father and the Earth Mother. This is not a tale of heroic quest or chaotic trickery, but a foundational act of cosmic intimacy, a divine coupling that separates the unified whole of chaos into the two essential halves that make life possible, creating the stage upon which all other myths will eventually play out. Our exploration begins in ancient Greece with one of the most tumultuous and generative of these pairs, Uranus, the starry sky, and Gaia, the solid, life-giving earth. In Hesiod's Theogony, Gaia emerges from the primordial chaos and immediately gives birth to Uranus, who becomes her equal and her husband. Their union is the engine of the earliest creation. Uranus descends upon Gaia, enveloping her completely, and from this embrace the first generations of beings are born: the 12 mighty titans, the 3 towering cyclopes, and the 3 monstrous hecatoncheires, the 100-handed giants. But this is not a peaceful marriage. Uranus, fearing the power and strangeness of his children, refuses to allow them to be born, forcing them back into the dark depths of Gaia's womb. The union becomes a prison, a state of unbearable tension where the potential for life is stifled by the very force that helped create it. Gaia, in immense pain and anger, conspires with her youngest Titan son, Cronus, who ambushes his father and severs the connection between sky and earth with an adamantine sickle. This violent separation is a necessary, albeit brutal, act of creation. The sky is cast upwards, forever separated from the earth, and the children are finally free to emerge, setting in motion the entire sequence of events that will lead to the reign of the Olympian gods. Here, the celestial marriage is both creative and destructive, a relationship that must be violently severed to allow the world it created to finally breathe and grow. On the other side of the world, the Maori people of Aotearoa, New Zealand, tell a similar story of primordial union and necessary separation with Rangi, the Sky Father, and Papa, the Earth Mother. In the beginning, they lay locked in a tight, loving embrace, and their children lived between them in a world of utter darkness. These children were the gods of the forests, the winds, the seas, and wild foods, and they grew weary of their confined, lightless existence. They debated how to solve their dilemma. Some, like the god of forests, Tain Mahuta, argued they must push their parents apart. Others, like the god of winds, Tohoramatia, feared the consequences and wished for the embrace to continue. After much discussion, Tain Mahuta placed his shoulders upon his mother Papa and his feet against his father Rangi, and with an immense groaning effort he began to force them apart. Rangi was pushed high into the heavens and Papa was pressed down below, and for the first time light flooded into the world, but this was a moment of both triumph and sorrow. As Rangi was forced away, his tears of grief for his beloved Papa fell as rain, and her misty sighs of longing rose to greet him. Their separation allowed for life and light, but it also introduced longing, weather, and the distinct realms that define our human experience. The Maori myth is profoundly empathetic, acknowledging that creation is often born from a painful but necessary act that brings both beauty and heartache. The Norse tradition presents a slightly different facet of this archetype. While Odin, the All-Father, is the chief of the gods, his union with Jörð, a personification of the earth, is central to the mythology. Jörð, whose name literally means earth, is described as a giantess, a beautiful and powerful goddess in her own right. Their union produces the mightiest of the Aesir gods, Thor, the Thunderer, the protector of humanity, and the relentless foe of the giants. In this relationship, we see a merging of the divine and the terrestrial. Odin, the god of wisdom, magic, and the sky, joins with the solid, physical reality of the earth itself. Their son, Thor, embodies this perfect synthesis. He is a god of the sky who wields the lightning, but he is also the deity most concerned with the protection of Midgard, the world of humans, and the fertility of the land. He is the storm that both terrifies and nourishes the earth. This celestial marriage is less about a dramatic separation and more about the ongoing, fruitful relationship between the heavenly and the earthly, a union that produces the divine force directly responsible for safeguarding the created world. In the ancient Vedic traditions of India, this concept was so fundamental that the deities' very names became the poetic words for our world. Dyaus Pita, the Sky Father, and Prithvi Mata, the Earth Mother, are a deeply ancient pair, hearkening back to the Proto-Indo-European origins of the myth. In the Rigveda, they are praised as the primordial parents, the creators of all the gods and of humanity itself. they are described as vast, benevolent, and deeply wise. Unlike the Greek and Maori pairs, their union is not one of conflict but of stable, enduring support. The sky is the father who showers the earth with fertilizing rain, and the earth is the mother who receives it and brings forth all life. They are the two everlasting bowls pressed together at the horizon, containing all of existence between them. Their relationship is one of harmonious interdependence, a divine model of reciprocity where the sacrifice of one for the other is not violent but natural and life-giving. Over centuries, the worship of Dyaus Pitta faded, with his attributes largely absorbed by other gods like Varuna and Indra, but Prithvi Mata remained a revered goddess, a testament to the enduring power of the Earth Mother archetype. Finally, we look to Chinese mythology and philosophy, where this concept takes a uniquely abstract and profound form. While not always personified as vividly as in other cultures, the union of Tian heaven and Dai earth is the absolute cornerstone of the Chinese cosmic view. Tian represents the masculine, active, creative principle, the force of order, destiny, and divine authority. Dai represents the feminine, receptive, nurturing principle, the physical world that brings things to fruition. Their sacred marriage is not a narrative story with drama and conflict, but a constant, ongoing process. It is the harmonious interaction of these two forces that generates and sustains the 10,000 things of the manifested universe. This is the fundamental concept of yin and yang in its grandest expression. Humanity, and particularly the emperor who was seen as the son of heaven, had a sacred duty to maintain the balance between these two pillars. Rituals and a just society ensured that the fruitful connection between Tian and Dai remained strong, guaranteeing harmony in the cosmos and prosperity on Earth. A breakdown in this relationship meant natural disasters and societal collapse. Here, the celestial marriage is less a myth to be recounted and more a cosmological truth to be lived and upheld through virtuous action. What profound truth do these global stories of sky and earth reveal? They are humanity's first and most powerful attempt to explain the fundamental structure of reality as we experience it. We live our entire lives at the intersection of these two realms, beneath the sky and upon the earth. This myth gives that experience a divine, personal dimension. It explains the rain as the Sky Father's gift to the Earth Mother, the thunder as his voice, the crops as her children. It transforms the physical world into a landscape of relationship. Furthermore, these stories explore the essential tension between unity and separation. The primordial unity of sky and earth is often portrayed as a state of potential, but also of confinement. Their separation is an act of violence or sorrow that is nonetheless necessary for the creation of light, space, and life as we know it. This echoes the human experiences of birth, of leaving home, of any necessary act that brings growth through loss. The celestial marriage tells us that our world was born from a relationship, and that the dynamic, sometimes painful, interplay between opposing forces is the very source of all existence. Yet if the celestial marriage sets the cosmic stage and the hero's journey charts a path across it, our next myth confronts the very spark that makes such a journey possible, the moment humanity gained the power to shape its own destiny. This brings us to our 11th legendary archetype, a story of rebellion, cunning, and profound consequence told across the globe, the theft of fire and knowledge. These are not simple tales of a beneficial gift. They are deeply ambivalent narratives about a primordial crime that brought humanity the power of civilization, but at a terrible, often ongoing cost. They explore the painful truth that enlightenment and suffering are two sides of the same stolen coin. The quintessential teller of this story is the Greek titan Prometheus, whose name literally means forethought. In the wake of the Titanomachy, the great war between the Titans and the Olympians, Zeus had established his new order. He entrusted Prometheus and his brother Epimetheus, Afterthought, with the task of populating the earth with creatures. Epimetheus impulsively gave all the best gifts, strength, speed, fur, and wings, to the animals, leaving humans naked, weak, and shivering in the cold. Seeing this, Prometheus's compassion was stirred. He dared to climb to the peak of Mount Olympus and, using a stalk of fennel as a hollow tube, stole a single glowing ember from the chariot of the sun. He carried this spark down to humanity, gifting them not just warmth but the catalyst for all technology, art, and culture. Fire meant cooked food, forged metal, and the light to extend the day. But for this act of defiance, Zeus devised a horrific and eternal punishment. Prometheus was chained to a barren rock in the Caucasus Mountains, where each day a great eagle would descend to feast upon his liver. Each night, as an immortal titan, his liver would regenerate, only for the torture to begin again at dawn. His story is one of ultimate altruism and ultimate sacrifice, a being who willingly endured eternal agony for the sake of a flawed but potential-filled humanity. The cost of this knowledge was not just his pain, but also the creation of Pandora and her jar of evils, which Zeus sent to plague mankind as a further punishment. The gift of fire was thus a double-edged sword, bringing both profound capability and unavoidable suffering. This theme of the clever, self-serving trickster stealing fire for a largely ungrateful humanity is echoed powerfully in the traditions of the Pacific Northwest. Here, the role is played by Raven, a shape-shifting bird of immense cunning and appetite. In one widespread version of the myth, a greedy chief hoards all the fire in the world for himself, keeping it in a tightly guarded box. The people live in darkness and cold. Raven, feeling sorry for them, or perhaps just seeking a new adventure, devises a plan. He transforms himself into a single, tiny hemlock needle and floats into the water cup of the chief's daughter. She drinks him, and he is reborn inside her as a human child. The doting grandfather chief is utterly enchanted by this strange, crying baby, who points incessantly at the prized box. To quiet him, the chief eventually lets the child play with the fire. The moment the box is opened, Raven instantly transforms back into his bird form, snatches the glowing ember in his beak, and flies out through the smoke hole of the longhouse. He flies from tree to tree, distributing the sparks that would become the future fire-making tools for all people. While Raven's motives are often mixed with his own hunger and pride, the outcome is the same. Humanity gains a transformative tool, won through wit and deception against a powerful, selfish authority. The Polynesian demigod Moi, whom we met as a trickster, also takes on this role with characteristic audacity. In Hawaiian tradition, Moi notices that his people are constantly cold and must eat their food raw. He discovers that the source of all fire is guarded by the fire goddess Mahuika, who keeps it burning in her fingernails and toenails. Moi journeys to her and, with his famous charm, asks her for a single nail of fire to help his people. She gladly obliges, pulling one off and giving it to him. But Moi, in a classic trickster move, immediately walks away and dips it in a stream, extinguishing it. He returns to ask for another and another, repeating this act until Mahuika has given away nearly all her nails. Finally realizing she is being tricked, she flies into a rage, pulls her one remaining nail of fire, hurls it to the ground, and sets the entire world ablaze to punish him. Moi is forced to transform into a hawk to escape the inferno, flying higher and higher until his feathers are scorched brown by the heat, which, the story says, is why the Hawaiian hawk has its distinctive coloring to this day. To save the world, he calls upon his ancestral gods, who send a deluge of rain to quench the flames. From the smoldering ruins, Moi and the people collect the embers that had flown into the barks of various trees, the kukui, the sandalwood, the banana, which is why, to this day, fire can be rubbed from their wood. Moi's theft, though successful, is characteristically chaotic, nearly destroying the very world he sought to help, reminding us that the pursuit of knowledge and power is fraught with unintended and catastrophic risks. Perhaps the most philosophically complex version of this archetype is not about fire at all, but about a different kind of knowledge, the story of the Garden of Eden in the Abrahamic tradition. Here, the divine knowledge is explicitly forbidden. Yahweh commands Adam not to eat from the tree of the knowledge of good and evil, warning him that on the day he does so, he will surely die. The serpent, a nuanced and clever figure, contradicts this, telling Eve that eating the fruit will not bring death, but will open their eyes, making them, like God, knowing good and evil. The woman sees that the fruit is desirable for gaining wisdom, and she and Adam eat it. The immediate consequence is not physical death, but a profound psychological and spiritual awakening. They become aware of their own nakedness and feel shame. They gain moral consciousness, the ability to distinguish right from wrong, but with it comes guilt, fear, and the burden of choice. For this transgression, they are cast out of the idyllic garden into a world of hardship, pain in childbirth, and toil for food. This story is the ultimate exploration of the ambivalent nature of knowledge. The fruit grants God-like awareness and is the necessary first step toward humanity's maturity and independence, yet it simultaneously severs the innocent, dependent relationship with the divine. It brings the curse of self-awareness, moral responsibility, and the knowledge of our own mortality, the very things that define the human condition. Like Prometheus's fire, it is a gift that carries its own eternal punishment, a stolen wisdom that exiled us from paradise but made us who we are. What unites these diverse stories from every corner of the earth? They all grapple with a fundamental paradox that the very things which elevate humanity above the animals' technology, morality, self-awareness, culture, are also the source of our greatest suffering, our existential anxieties, and our perpetual sense of alienation from the natural world and the divine. The theft is always an act of defiance against a god or chief who wishes to keep humanity in a state of ignorant, dependent childhood. The fire-bringer, whether altruistic titan or self-interested trickster, is a rebel who champions human potential against divine jealousy or hoarding. And the punishment is always severe and eternal because the gain is so monumental. These myths suggest that progress is not free. Civilization has a price tag, paid in the currency of existential dread, moral complexity, and the loss of a simple, innocent existence. They tell us that to be human is to live with this double-edged gift, to wield the power of fire and knowledge with the full understanding that it warms us and illuminates our path, but it can also burn us and cast long, troubling shadows. This profound theme of humanity's stolen potential leads us directly to a more foundational question, one that every culture has sought to answer in its own way. Where did we actually come from in the first place? If the gift of fire and knowledge gave us our minds and our culture, what about our very bodies? This brings us to our 12th legendary myth, a beautiful and humbling narrative found across the globe. The belief that the first humans were lovingly and sometimes painstakingly fashioned by divine hands from the most basic and abundant material on earth, clay. This concept resonates with a deep, almost instinctual logic. Our earliest ancestors would have seen how life sprang forth from the soil. They planted seeds in the earth and watched plants grow. They saw how rain fell on dry clay, making it soft and malleable, able to hold any form before hardening into something permanent. It is no wonder then that so many creation stories imagine the gods as master artisans, sculptors, and potters, using the earth itself as their medium to create humanity. One of the most well-known of these stories comes from the book of Genesis. Here, before there is any rain or any man to till the ground, Yahweh forms the first man, Adam, from the dust of the earth, from the Adamah in Hebrew, a powerful play on words that connects humanity directly to the ground from which we came. The text describes a deeply intimate and physical process. This is not a God speaking things into existence from a distance, but one who gets his hands dirty, sculpting and shaping this first human form. Then he breathes into its nostrils the breath of life, and the man becomes a living soul. This single act establishes the core duality of human nature, We are of the earth, physical and mortal, fashioned from common dust, yet we also contain a divine spark, the very breath of God that gives us consciousness and spirit. Our physical form is humble, but our essence is sacred. This idea of a divine breath animating an earthly form finds a fascinating parallel in ancient Greece, though with a very different tone. The Titan Prometheus, ever the champion of humanity, is credited not only with stealing fire but also with our very creation. According to the poet Hesiod, Prometheus shaped the first humans from clay and water, molding them in the image of the gods. He then enlisted the help of the goddess Athena, who breathed life into these fragile clay figures, granting them a soul and consciousness. The Greek version carries a hint of rebellion. Prometheus acts without the full consent of Zeus, setting the stage for their later conflict. It suggests that from our very inception, humanity was a project of compassion and defiance, a beautiful but problematic creation that would immediately challenge the divine order. In the sun-baked land of Egypt, the process was even more specialized and industrialized. The ram-headed god Khnum, the divine potter, was believed to sit at his wheel at the source of the Nile, carefully crafting each and every human being from the rich, dark Nile clay. He would meticulously shape not only their bodies but also their ka, their vital life force or spirit, on his wheel, ensuring that each person was unique. He would then place the child in its mother's womb, a belief that connected the physical act of birth directly to this divine act of creation. This wasn't a one-time event for the first humans, it was an ongoing process for every single soul. This myth reflects the Egyptians' profound connection to the Nile River. Its annual inundation deposited the life-giving silt that sustained their civilization, so it was the most logical substance for the creation of life itself. Humans were quite literally children of the Nile. Long before the biblical or Greek stories were written down, the Sumerians of Mesopotamia were telling a similar tale. In one version, the mother goddess Ninhursag, along with the wise god Enki, sets out to create servants for the younger gods who are tired of toiling to feed themselves. Ninhursag takes clay from the top of the Apsu, the primordial freshwater ocean, and Enki shapes it with the womb goddesses assisting. The resulting creatures are the first humans designed specifically for labor. This story has a more practical, almost economic feel, explaining humanity's place in the cosmic order as divine servants. Yet it still maintains that sacred connection. We are made from the primordial waters of creation, shaped by the most powerful deities. Perhaps the most detailed and moving of these clay creation myths comes from ancient China, involving the goddess Nuwa. After the heavens and earth were separated, Nuwa found the world beautiful but too quiet and still. Wandering by a riverbank, she saw her reflection in the water and decided to create companions. She took the yellow earth, mixed it with water until the clay was soft and pliable, and began to carefully sculpt small figures in her own image. She set them on the ground, and to her delight they came to life, dancing and laughing around her. She made many more, but soon grew tired of the tedious process. To speed up her work, she dipped a rope into the mud and then swung it through the air. Droplets of mud flew off and landed everywhere, each one becoming a new person. The figures she had carefully handcrafted became the nobility and the founders of great families, while those formed from the splatters of mud became the common people. This charming story not only explains human origins but also offers a folk explanation for social hierarchies, all while centering on a maternal, compassionate goddess who simply desired company in her magnificent creation. What is the powerful, unifying truth buried within all these diverse stories? They are ultimately tales of humility and connection. They remind us that we are not separate from nature, we are an intrinsic part of it. Our bodies are composed of the same fundamental elements as the soil, the water, and the air. We are walking, talking vessels of the earth itself. This origin story fosters a profound respect for the natural world, as it is quite literally our mother. It is also a deeply egalitarian concept. Whether king or commoner, we all share this same humble origin. We all return to the dust in the end. These myths ground us both literally and spiritually. In a world that often feels chaotic and disconnected, they offer a simple, beautiful, and universal truth. We are earth, animated by spirit, and that is our greatest weakness and our most magnificent strength. After exploring how humanity was shaped from humble clay, we find ourselves gazing back even further in time, to a moment before land, before life, before even the gods themselves, to a state of pure, formless potential that cultures across the globe almost universally imagined as a vast, endless, and dark expanse of water. This brings us to our 13th legendary myth, the concept of the primordial waters, a cosmic ocean from which all of creation would eventually emerge. If the Sky Father and Earth Mother represent the first great separation, these waters represent the unified, undifferentiated everything that existed before separation was even possible. Our journey into these watery beginnings takes us first to the banks of the Nile, where the ancient Egyptians envisioned the universe before time as an infinite, dark, and chaotic flood called Nun. This was not an ocean in any geographical sense. It was the essence of water itself, the uncreated, liquid potential from which the first land, the primordial mound, would spontaneously arise. Within this inert, boundless watery abyss slept the potential of all things, God's people and the world to come. The act of creation was not one of making something from nothing, but of bringing latent order out of this chaotic, watery nothingness. The first god, Autumn, is said to have emerged from Nun, rising on that first mound of dry land to begin the process of differentiation, commanding order or Maat to rise from the chaos or Isfet of the waters. In this worldview, the entire created world is like a bubble of order floating precariously in the endless, surrounding ocean of Nun, which forever threatens to return and dissolve creation back into its undifferentiated state. Traveling east to the Indian subcontinent, we encounter a profoundly serene and majestic vision of these beginnings. Here, in Hindu cosmology, the universe exists in cyclical periods of creation, dissolution, and recreation. During the cosmic night, the period of dissolution, the entire universe is reabsorbed into a state of potentiality. This state is personified as the god Vishnu in his form as Narayana, which means the one who rests on the waters. He is depicted as sleeping in a state of divine yoga nidra, a dreamful sleep upon the coils of the endless serpent ancestor, whose name means the remainder, representing what is left of the previous universe and the seed of the next. Ancestor floats upon the causal waters, the boundless, milky ocean of potential. From Narayana's navel grows a lotus flower from which the creator god Brahma will emerge to begin the next cycle of creation. This image is not one of violent struggle, but of peaceful, effortless emergence. The waters are a place of rest, conservation, and incubation, the divine womb from which the lotus of a new world effortlessly blossoms. A far more violent and dramatic narrative unfolds in the ancient Babylonian creation epic, the Enuma Elish. Here, the primordial waters are not a single, undifferentiated mass, but are split into two distinct personified forces, the male freshwater Apsu and the female saltwater Tiamat. Intermingling together, they give birth to the first generations of gods, but this creative union turns to conflict. The younger gods, with their noise and energy, disturb the stagnant peace of the primordial parents. Apsu plots to destroy them, but is instead slain by the clever god E. The grieving and enraged Tiamat then decides to destroy her own children, creating an army of monstrous serpents and dragons and taking the king of the demons, Kingu, as her new consort. The terrified younger gods turn to the champion Marduk, who agrees to fight Tiamat on the condition that he be made their supreme leader. In a colossal battle, Marduk rides his storm chariot against the monstrous Tiamat. He unleashes the evil wind into her gaping mouth, preventing her from closing it, and then shoots an arrow into her belly, splitting her body in two. From one half of her corpse he fashions the dome of the heavens, and from the other the foundation of the earth. Her weeping eyes become the sources of the Tigris and Euphrates rivers, and her defeated commander, Kingu, is executed, with his blood used by E to create the first humans to serve the gods. In this story, the primordial waters are not a passive medium but an active, generative, and ultimately destructive maternal force. Creation is not an emergence from the waters, but a brutal victory over them. The ordered world is literally constructed from the slaughtered body of the chaotic, watery deep. From the rich spiritual traditions of the Dogon people of Mali comes another intricate water-based cosmology. They believe the creator god, Amma, began creation from a tiny, infinitely dense seed that vibrated and expanded within a kind of cosmic womb, which is also described as a watery world. This seed expanded to form an egg, which Amma then divided into two placental worlds, each containing a pair of embryonic twins. However, a problem occurred. One of the twins in one of the placentas, known as the pale fox, rebelled prematurely, breaking out of his placenta and attempting to create his own world. This act introduced disorder into the perfect system and is the Dogon explanation for the imperfections of our world. Amma then sacrificed the other twin from the disrupted placenta to purify the creation, and from this sacrifice the earth was formed and became solid. Water remains central not just as a starting point, but as the very medium of the cosmic placenta, the nourishing fluid that held the potential for a perfect twin-based creation that was ultimately spoiled by a single act of rebellion. Finally, we return to the Polynesian world, where the Maori cosmogony speaks of Tikor, the void, a state of nothingness and potential that existed before the separation of Rangi and Papa. Within this nothingness, there was also a concept of water as a generative source. Some traditions speak of an ocean presided over by the deity Kiwa. In the deep, dark waters of Kiwa, the first life and the seeds of the land were nurtured. The generative powers, the Atua, worked within these waters to bring forth the potential for life. This aligns with the broader Polynesian understanding of the world being drawn up from the depths of the ocean, as Moi did with his fishhook. The waters of Kiwa represent the dark, fertile, and hidden realm where creation is prepared and organized before it can be brought into the world of light. So why does water feature so overwhelmingly as the starting point for almost everything? The answer lies in its unique, observable properties. Water is the ultimate symbol of potential and formlessness. It has no shape of its own, yet it can take on any shape it is given. It is transparent, yet it can contain and support life. It is essential for all biological processes. Without it, nothing can grow or live. Our earliest biological life emerged from the world's oceans. In the womb, every human being is suspended and nurtured in amniotic fluid for 9 months. Water is the ultimate source of life, and it is only natural that our myths would reflect this fundamental truth, projecting it onto a cosmic scale. The primordial waters represent the ultimate source, the undifferentiated state of all matter and energy before the universe cooled, before particles formed, before galaxies spun into being. It is the mythological equivalent of the cosmic soup, the quantum vacuum, the nothingness that is actually a plenum of unimaginable potential, waiting for a divine command, a great battle, or a dreaming god to give it form, function, and breathtaking beauty. But if the primordial waters represent a formless, liquid beginning, another equally pervasive creation myth envisions the starting point of everything not as a chaotic ocean, but as something far more structured and contained, a single perfect egg. This brings us to our 14th legendary concept, an idea that has captivated the human imagination from the frigid north of Finland to the tropical south of India, the cosmic egg. This powerful symbol represents the universe in its potential state, a self-contained system holding within its shell all the components of creation, waiting for the right moment to crack open and allow the differentiated world to emerge. One of the most philosophically rich versions of this myth comes from ancient India with the concept of the Hiranyagarbha, or the golden womb. In the Vedic hymns, this is not merely an egg but the primordial germ, the radiant seed of all existence that floated in the void of non-being for a year before giving birth. From this golden womb emerged the creator god Brahma, who then used the two halves of the shell to form the heavens and the earth. The Shatapatha Brahmana text elaborates further, describing how the waters desired to reproduce and through intense heat and asceticism generated a golden egg. Again, Brahma, known here as Prajapati, was born from it after a year, and his first act as the firstborn was to speak, bringing sound and vibration into the silent universe. This golden egg symbolizes a universe born not from chaos or violence, but from concentrated potential and spiritual heat or tapas. It suggests that creation is an act of intense focus and desire, and that the cosmos itself is a divine, golden embryo containing within it the blueprint for all life. The ancient Greeks, through the mystical Orphic tradition, told a strikingly similar story. In the beginning was Chronos, time, and Anank, inevitability or necessity. They produced a silvery, glowing egg laid in the boundless lap of the dark deity Ether. From this egg emerged the dazzling, androgynous deity Phanes, also known as Protogonus, the firstborn. Phanes was a being of radiant light, adorned with golden wings and the heads of various animals, bearing the seeds of all the gods and all life within them. He held a scepter and was encircled by a serpent. Phanes was the creator who set the universe in motion, the first ruler who passed the scepter of sovereignty to the goddess Nyx Night, who later passed it to her son Uranus Sky. The Orphic egg is a profound symbol of the origin of light and order from a state of primordial necessity and time. It represents the moment the potential becomes actual, when the first divine being of light bursts forth to set the cosmic hierarchy into place. In Chinese mythology, the cosmic egg takes on a far more physical and heroic form. The beginning was a state of undifferentiated chaos, likened to a black egg that contained all the substance of the universe thoroughly mixed together. Inside this egg slept the giant Pangu, curled up for 18,000 years. When he finally awoke, he found himself in utter darkness. Annoyed by this constraint, he swung a giant axe, which had somehow manifested with him, and struck the shell, cleaving it in two. The lighter, purer, yang elements of the eggshell rose up to become the blue sky, while the heavier, murkier yin elements sank down to form the brown earth. But Pangu's work was not done. Fearing that the sky and earth would collapse back into each other, he placed himself between them, pushing the sky upward with his head and stamping the earth down with his feet. He grew 10 feet taller each day for another 18,000 years, increasing the separation between heaven and earth until they were permanently fixed in place. Exhausted by his monumental effort, the giant died, but even in death his body continued the act of creation. His breath became the wind and clouds, his voice the rolling thunder. His left eye transformed into the sun and his right eye the moon. His limbs became the great mountains, his blood the rivers, and his veins the roads. His sweat became the rain and dew, and the fleas on his body carried by the wind became the fish and animals that populate the world. The Pangu myth is a beautiful and tragic story of a creator who is not a distant god, but a physical part of the creation itself, whose very body becomes the world we inhabit. Far to the north, the Finnish epic, the Kalevala, offers a unique and deeply maternal twist on the cosmic egg myth. Here, the creator is not a god within an egg, but a goddess who becomes the nest for one. Ilmater, the virgin of the air, grew weary of her existence in the heavens and descended into the primal seas. For centuries she floated on the waters until one day a mighty eagle, searching for a place to lay its eggs, landed on her knee, mistaking it for a hillock. There, upon the knee of the goddess, the eagle laid 7 eggs, 6 of iron and 1 of iron. Ilmater, stirred by the heat of the eggs, accidentally jerked her knee, scattering the eggs into the water where they broke. But from these broken pieces, the world was formed. The lower half of one egg became the earth, the upper half the dome of the sky. The yolk transformed into the glowing sun, and the white into the silvery moon. Scattered pieces of the eggshell became the stars and the clouds. Ilmater then continued the work of creation, shaping the coastlines and the deeps with her movements. This story is remarkable for its passive, maternal creativity. The world is not born from a violent struggle or a deliberate act of a male god, but from the accidental, nurturing warmth of a goddess's body, a sacred vessel that provides the stable point in the chaos necessary for life to begin. Even the ancient Egyptians, with their strong tradition of the primordial waters of Nun, had a place for the cosmic egg in their complex cosmology. One version, originating from the city of Hermopolis, tells of a group of 8 primordial deities called the Ogdoad, 4 pairs of gods and goddesses representing the hidden forces of creation: darkness, flood, infinity, and invisibility. Their interactions in the waters of Nun caused a mound of earth to rise, and upon that mound they laid a cosmic egg. From this egg was born the sun god Ra, who then proceeded to bring light and order to the world. In another tradition, the goose, the great cackler, laid the egg on that same primordial mound. Yet another version credits the ibis god Thoth, the divine intellect, with laying the egg that contained Ra. The Egyptian variations show how the egg was seen as the vessel for the ultimate source of light and life, the sun itself. It is the moment when the latent potential within the watery chaos finally takes a definitive, life-giving form, cracking open to unleash the power that will organize and sustain the entire cosmos. What is it about the image of an egg that resonates so powerfully across these diverse cultures? It is the perfect natural symbol of contained potential. An egg appears inert, yet it holds within it the intricate blueprint for an entirely new life. It represents a state of perfect completeness and total potential all at once. The cosmic egg myth suggests that the universe was not created from nothing, but that it developed and hatched from a pre-existing state of wholeness. It speaks to a deep human intuition that the cosmos is a living, growing entity, and that our origins are not random but are the result of a natural, almost biological process of gestation and birth. Whether it's the golden Hiranyagarbha, the silvery egg of Phanes, or the dark egg of Pangu, this archetype tells us that we live in a universe that was born, not made, and that we are all part of that magnificent, ongoing emergence. But if the cosmic egg and the primordial waters represent the genesis of everything, humanity has always looked upward from that earthly beginning to find divine patterns in the night sky, mapping the heavens with meaning and purpose. This brings us to our 15th legendary concept, a celestial system of order that connected the spiritual and the scientific for countless ancient cultures, the sacred significance of the 7 classical planets. Long before telescopes revealed the true nature of our solar system, the wandering stars, those points of light that moved independently against the fixed backdrop of the constellations, held profound spiritual power. They weren't just celestial bodies, they were seen as radiant deities, cosmic arbiters of fate, and the physical embodiment of divine influence on human affairs. Our celestial journey begins in ancient Mesopotamia, where Babylonian astronomer priests meticulously charted the heavens, believing the motions of the planets revealed the will of the gods. They identified 7 celestial wanderers, each a powerful deity in its own right. The white, piercing light of the planet Venus was Ishtar, the formidable goddess of both love and war, whose movements signaled shifts in fortune and conflict. The red-hued Mars was Nergal, the fierce god of the underworld and pestilence, a bringer of strife and destruction. The swift messenger of the gods, Nabu, was associated with Mercury, linking the planet to communication, wisdom, and writing. The largest and most majestic planet, Jupiter, was Marduk, the supreme king of the Babylonian pantheon, his movements indicating the fate of the nation and its ruler. Saturn, the slowest moving planet, was Ninurta, the god of agriculture and time, a patient but stern judge. Even the sun and moon, Shamash and Sin, were part of this divine seven, completing a sacred celestial council. The Babylonians developed an incredibly complex system of omens based on planetary positions, colors, and interactions, laying the foundation for the astrological traditions that would spread across the world. This system of linking planets to powerful deities traveled west and was enthusiastically adopted and adapted by the ancient Greeks, who syncretized the Babylonian gods with their own pantheon. The Greeks gave us the names we still use today, each one a chapter in their own mythological drama. The fiery red planet became Ares, their own brutal and impulsive god of war. The dazzling white planet, Venus, was named Aphrodite, the goddess of breathtaking beauty and love. The swift-moving Mercury was Hermes, the nimble messenger of the gods and patron of thieves and commerce. The massive, regal Jupiter was Zeus, the king of Olympus, the wielder of thunderbolts. The slow, distant Saturn was Cronus, the deposed Titan king of a previous age, who devoured his own children and now represented the inexorable, often limiting, march of time. The sun was Helios, later associated with Apollo, the god of light, reason, and prophecy, while the moon was the chaste and huntress goddess Artemis. This Greco-Roman system painted the cosmos as a dynamic, often dramatic, stage where the personalities and conflicts of the gods were played out in a silent, majestic dance above our heads. Far to the east, in the sophisticated astronomical traditions of India, a parallel system developed with its own unique spiritual flavor, the Navagraha. While Nava means 9, the core of this system also revolved around the same 7 classical planets, plus 2 lunar nodes, Rahu and Ketu, which were used to explain eclipses. In Hindu cosmology, these grahas, or Caesars, are not merely influencers but are considered direct embodiments of cosmic energy that seize upon human destiny. Surya, the sun god, rides a chariot across the sky, a symbol of the soul and of royal power. Chandra, the moon, is the god of the mind and emotions, controlling the tides and the human psyche. Mangala, Mars, is a powerful warrior deity associated with strength, conflict, and land disputes. Buddha, Mercury, is the god of intellect and communication, a calm and intelligent figure. Brihaspati, Jupiter, is the guru of the gods, a massive, benevolent influence representing wisdom, expansion, and good fortune. Shukra, Venus, is the guru of the demons, a teacher of pleasure and the arts, representing creativity, romance, and material wealth. And Shani, Saturn, is perhaps the most feared, a stern taskmaster who delivers the hard karmic lessons of discipline, delay, and perseverance, teaching through hardship. The positions of these grahas at one's birth are thought to create the unique map of one's karma and life path. This profound connection between the celestial and the spiritual is also found within Islamic traditions, particularly in the rich tapestry of angelology and esoteric thought. While mainstream Islam emphasizes the absolute oneness of God and rejects the worship of heavenly bodies, a sophisticated philosophical system developed that saw the planets as magnificent, soulless spheres, each guided by a powerful archangel or a governing spirit known as a ruhaniya. These intelligences were not objects of worship but were seen as divine agents executing God's will in the cosmos, each responsible for governing the specific influences associated with their planet. The angel Jibril or Gabriel was sometimes associated with divine revelation and the moon, while Mikhail or Michael was linked to sustenance and the sun. This system was deeply explored in mystical texts and by philosophers like the Brethren of Purity, who saw the cosmos as a vast, interconnected hierarchy, with the human soul's journey reflecting the order and movement of the celestial spheres themselves. Finally, crossing the Atlantic, we find that the ancient Maya of Mesoamerica developed their own incredibly advanced astronomy, deeply interwoven with their spiritual worldview. They too tracked the wanderers, especially Venus, which they associated with their great war god, Kukulkan, the feathered serpent. The Maya believed the first appearance of Venus as the morning star was a time of immense portent, often signaling the ideal time to launch military campaigns or conduct important rituals. They calculated its cycles with astonishing precision, creating complex calendars that synchronized the movements of Venus with those of the Sun and Moon. For the Maya, the planets were not capricious gods but were powerful, predictable deities whose cycles could be understood and whose influences could be anticipated and harnessed by their priest astronomers through precise ritual and ceremony. The sky was a vast divine clockwork, and by reading its time, they believed they could align their actions with the very rhythm of the cosmos. What united these diverse cultures, separated by continents and oceans, in this shared focus on the seven wanderers? It was the fundamental human desire to find order in the cosmos and meaning in our existence. By assigning personality, intention, and divine agency to these moving lights, ancient peoples transformed a frightening and unpredictable universe into a comprehensible, though no less powerful, narrative. The planets became a language through which they could understand the nature of the gods, the flow of time, the rise and fall of kings, and the forces shaping individual destiny. This was the birthplace of both astronomy and astrology, twin disciplines that were inseparable for millennia. It represents a time when looking up at the night sky was not a passive act of observation, but an active spiritual engagement with a living, breathing, and divine cosmos. From the cosmic dance of the seven classical planets, we now descend from the serene order of the heavens to confront the most terrifying and primordial force in the entire mythological world, a being so ancient, so universally feared, that its shadow falls across nearly every creation story, the great dragon or serpent of chaos. This isn't the treasure-hoarding beast of later medieval lore, but something far more profound and elemental. It is the embodiment of the formless, watery void we just left behind, the monstrous incarnation of the primordial chaos that existed before creation, which constantly threatens to unmake the ordered world. The heroic battle to slay this creature is the ultimate act of creation itself, the definitive moment when a god or hero stares into the abyss and carves out a stable cosmos from the jaws of oblivion. Our first and perhaps most dramatic confrontation comes from the Babylonian epic, the Enuma Elish. Here, the chaos serpent is not a mere monster but the mother of all things, the great saltwater sea Tiamat. Originally the creative force who, with her freshwater consort Apsu, birthed the first generations of gods, Tiamat transforms into a vengeful destroyer after they kill her husband. She mobilizes an army of her monstrous new children, venomous serpents, sharp-toothed dragons, scorpion men, and the mighty demon king Kingu, to wipe out the younger gods and return everything to nothingness. The skies themselves tremble until the champion Marduk steps forward. He secures absolute authority from the terrified gods and rides out to meet her in his storm chariot, armed with a net, a club, a bow, and his most powerful weapon, the winds. As Tiamat opens her massive jaws to swallow him whole, Marduk commands the evil wind to inflate her belly, holding her mouth agape. He then shoots a single arrow down her throat, piercing her heart and splitting her body in two. From one half of her corpse he fashions the dome of the heavens, and from the other the foundation of the earth. Her weeping eyes become the sources of the Tigris and Euphrates rivers. Marduk's victory is the ultimate act of cosmogenesis. He doesn't just defeat chaos, he uses its very body as the raw material to construct the ordered universe. In the cold, fatalistic world of the Norse, the chaos serpent takes the form of Jörmungandr, the Midgard serpent. This monstrous child of Loki is so vast that he encircles the entire world of humans, gripping his own tail in the depths of the ocean. He represents the encircling, suffocating pressure of chaos that constantly threatens to crush Midgard, the protected yard of human civilization. His great adversary is the thunder god Thor, the dedicated defender of both gods and humanity. Their relationship is one of eternal, fated opposition. They have several encounters, but their final, apocalyptic battle is reserved for Ragnarok. As the world ends around them, Thor will finally succeed in killing the great serpent, striking it down with his mighty hammer Mjolnir. But it is a Pyrrhic victory. As the serpent dies, it will unleash a torrent of venom. Thor, taking 9 steps away from the colossal beast, will succumb to this poison and fall dead himself. This myth presents a much starker reality than the Babylonian version. Here, chaos can be fought and even defeated, but never without a terrible cost. The very act of destroying it releases a toxicity that can kill even the mightiest protector, reminding us that the struggle against disorder is perpetual and often requires the ultimate sacrifice. Traveling to the Indian subcontinent, we find a different kind of chaos, not a watery void or an encircling menace, but a drought. The Vedic god of thunder and king of the gods, Indra, faces the serpent Vritra, whose name means the enveloper. Vritra is a dragon of stagnation who has coiled his body around the cosmic waters and the clouds, holding them captive and preventing the rain from falling. The world is parched, barren, and dying. Armed with his thunderbolt, the Vajra, which was fashioned from the bones of a wise sage, Indra confronts the great serpent. In a tremendous battle, he strikes Vritra, shattering his coils and releasing the life-giving waters to flow back into the world, fertilizing the land and allowing the 7 rivers of India to run. Indra's victory is one of liberation and nourishment. He slays the dragon of drought to unleash the waters of life, transforming a withered wasteland into a fertile realm. This story beautifully illustrates how the chaos being fought isn't always destructive in an active sense. Sometimes it is the chaos of inertia, of blockage, of a system held hostage. Order is not just about defeating a monster, but about freeing the flow of energy and resources that allow life to flourish. For the ancient Egyptians, the struggle against chaos was not a one-time event but a daily, eternal battle. Each night, the sun god Ra embarked on his perilous journey through the 12 hours of the underworld in his solar bark. His greatest enemy was the monstrous serpent Apep, also known as Apophis, a being of pure chaos, darkness, and non-existence. Apep had no cult, no worshippers. He was the embodiment of evil that sought to devour the sun and plunge the cosmos back into eternal night. Ra did not fight this battle alone. He was defended by a crew of powerful gods and the spirits of the blessed dead. Most importantly, the magician god Set, who represented chaotic force in the human world, became the primary defender of the bark against the ultimate chaos of Apep. Using swords of flame and powerful magic and spells, Ra's crew would battle Apep each night, binding him, cutting him to pieces, and destroying him only for the serpent to regenerate and return the following night. This endless cycle reveals a profound Egyptian truth. Chaos can never be permanently destroyed. Order, or mat, is not a permanent state of victory but a fragile condition that must be actively defended, reaffirmed, and won again with every single rotation of the sun. Finally, we journey to Japan for a myth that blends the cosmic with the deeply personal. The story of the storm god Susanoo and the 8-headed serpent Yamata no Orochi. Banished from the heavenly plane for his violent and destructive behavior, Susanoo comes upon an earthly family in mourning. They are forced to sacrifice one of their 8 daughters to the monstrous Orochi each year, and only one remains. Seeing their plight, the impetuous Susanoo decides to intervene. He has the parents brew 8 vats of powerful sake and place them on platforms behind a fence with 8 gates. When the serpent arrives, each of its 8 heads is drawn to a different vat. The creature drinks the sake and falls into a deep, drunken stupor. Susanoo then draws his sword and cuts each head from the body, and as he hacks through the tails, he discovers a magnificent sword embedded within one, the legendary Kusanagi no Tsurugi, which he presents to the sun goddess Amaterasu as a gift of reconciliation. While less cosmically vast than the slaying of Tiamat, this story follows the same essential pattern. A chaotic, often exiled god becomes the hero who confronts a monstrous force of consumption and sacrifice. His victory not only liberates the people and restores order to the land, but it also produces a sacred talisman, a symbol of imperial power and order that would become part of the Japanese regalia. The triumph over the serpent here establishes a new, stable relationship between the gods and the human world. What do these global stories of dragon slaying ultimately tell us? They are the fundamental narrative of existence. The chaos dragon is the other, the formless terror that preceded the familiar world. The heroic god who battles it represents the ordering principle of the human mind and spirit, the courage to confront the unknown and impose structure, meaning, and culture upon it. These myths assure us that our world, with its laws and rhythms, was hard-won, but they also carry a warning. The Babylonian myth shows us that order is built upon the body of a vanquished mother, a primal force that was once creative. The Norse myth tells us that defeating chaos can exact the ultimate price. The Egyptian myth teaches us that the battle is never truly over. It must be refought every single day. To live in an ordered world is to accept the perpetual responsibility of guarding it, of choosing light over darkness, structure over entropy, and meaning over the void, knowing that the serpent of chaos always lurks just beyond the firelight, waiting for a moment of weakness to strike. Yet if the struggle against the cosmic serpent represents the ongoing fight to preserve order, a quieter, more poignant question begins to surface in the human soul. Why must we fight so hard? Why is our world one of toil, sickness, and strife? This brings us to a remarkably consistent and melancholic answer found across the globe, our 17th legendary myth. The story of a lost golden age, a primordial paradise that was somehow squandered through human error. It seems that deep within our collective memory, there exists a haunting echo of a time when the world was not a struggle but a gift, a perfect beginning from which we have all fallen. One of the most detailed and influential accounts of this decline comes from the ancient Greek poet Hesiod in his Works and Days. He describes a sequence of 5 ages of man, each one inferior to the last. The first was the Golden Age, a time under the rule of the Titan Cronus. This was an era of perpetual spring, where the earth produced its bounty freely and without any need for agriculture. Humans lived like gods, free from sorrow, toil, or old age. Their bodies never weakened with age, and they spent their days in peaceful feasting. When they finally died, it was a gentle passing as if overcome by sleep. Their spirits remained on earth as benevolent guardians, watching over subsequent generations. This idyllic state was followed by the Silver Age, a lesser period where humans lived as childish beings for 100 years before a short and brutish adulthood, who refused to honor the gods and were eventually hidden away by Zeus. Then came the warlike Bronze Age, the heroic but tragic age of demigods, and finally, our own miserable Iron Age, a time of hardship, decay, and strife where virtue is scarce and shame has vanished. For the Greeks, history was not a story of progress, but a long, slow descent from a state of divine grace into our current struggle. This concept of declining world ages is even more systematized in the vast cosmology of Hinduism. Here, time is divided into 4 immense yugas or world ages, which cycle from perfection into dissolution. The first and greatest is the Satya Yuga, the age of truth. In this era, humanity is intrinsically righteous. There is no need for governments or laws because everyone naturally follows their dharma or sacred duty. The climate is eternally pleasant, the earth yields all necessities without labor, and all beings communicate in a single, universal language of truth. Human lifespans are incredibly long, and people are born with a radiant, spiritual glow. There is no concept of religious sects because truth is self-evident to all. This golden era is followed by the Treta Yuga, where virtue decreases by 1/4, then the Dvapara Yuga, where it is halved, and finally our current age, the Kali Yuga, the age of quarrel and hypocrisy, where virtue is reduced to a mere quarter of its original strength. This is an age of shortness of life, ignorance, and strife, from which we can only be liberated by the eventual destruction of the world and the start of a new golden cycle. This framework presents a moral and spiritual decline, where humanity's inner nature becomes progressively more clouded and distant from the divine source. The Abrahamic tradition presents a different, but thematically similar, narrative in the story of the Garden of Eden found in Genesis. Here, the primordial paradise is not a global age, but a specific, divinely planted garden. Adam and Eve live in a state of innocent harmony with creation. There is no shame, no toil, and no death. They walk with God in the cool of the day and are provided with every fruit-bearing tree for food except one. The serpent's temptation and their subsequent decision to eat the forbidden fruit from the tree of the knowledge of good and evil shatters this perfection. Their eyes are opened to their own nakedness, introducing shame and fear. The direct consequences are a divine curse that alters the very fabric of existence. Childbirth becomes painful, agriculture becomes a back-breaking struggle against thorns and thistles, and humanity is exiled from the garden's presence, barred by cherubim with a flaming sword from ever returning to the tree of life. The Garden of Eden story focuses the loss on a single, catastrophic act of disobedience, a choice that introduced moral knowledge, suffering, and mortality into the human experience, forever separating us from a direct, effortless connection with the divine. In ancient China, philosophers looked back to a legendary period of perfect virtue under the rule of the Yellow Emperor and other sage kings. This was not an age of supernatural abundance, but one of perfect social and political harmony. The legendary Emperor Yao and his successor Shun were said to rule with such wisdom and benevolence that their virtue naturally ordered the world. There was no need for punishments or rewards because people were naturally good and followed the example of their rulers. The world was at peace, the seasons were in perfect order, and the people were content. This golden age was seen as a historical reality, a model of governance that all subsequent dynasties should strive to emulate. Its loss was attributed to a gradual decline in the moral character of later rulers, leading to the more complex, bureaucratic, and often violent states of the later eras. The Chinese ideal was less about a supernatural paradise and more about a utopian society achieved through supreme wisdom and ethical leadership, a model that was lost but not forgotten. Perhaps the most dramatic vision of lost worlds comes from Mesoamerica. The Aztecs and Maya believed that our current era is the fifth sun, preceded by 4 previous creations that each ended in catastrophic destruction. Each sun was an entire world age with its own inhabitants and its own ruling element. The first world was destroyed by jaguars, the second by a great wind, the third by a rain of fire, and the fourth by a massive flood. These were not punishments for moral failure in the same sense, but often the result of the gods' dissatisfaction with their creation or a failure in the cosmic balance. Our current world, the fifth sun, is destined to be destroyed by earthquakes. This cyclical view presents a series of golden ages that are not just lost but utterly annihilated, each one a fresh attempt by the gods to create a stable world, with our own being just the latest and equally impermanent version. The emphasis is on the fragility of existence itself and the constant threat of a cosmic reset. So why is this theme of a lost paradise so hauntingly universal? Psychologically, it acts as a powerful explanation for the inherent imperfections of our world. It answers the child's question of why do we have to work? Or why do people get sick? With a profound narrative, it was not always this way. We brought this upon ourselves. This provides a framework for understanding suffering without blaming the gods for creating a flawed world. The fault lies with us in a forgotten transgression. It also establishes a powerful moral and cultural touchstone. By imagining a past where humans were inherently righteous, peaceful, and in tune with nature, these myths set a standard for what we could be. The lost golden age becomes a North Star for ethics, a model of harmony that we should strive to recover through righteous living, just rule, and spiritual practice. It is a story of profound homesickness for a state of grace we feel we should remember, even if we never knew it, a nostalgic pull that suggests our current state of struggle is not our natural or final condition, but a long exile from a home we can still somehow sense. But if the haunting memory of a lost paradise explains the origins of our suffering, it begs the most ultimate of questions. Will this struggle last forever, or is there a final, decisive end in sight? This brings us to our 18th legendary myth, a powerful and pervasive narrative that offers not just an ending, but a new beginning, the prophecy of a final battle and world renewal. Found across numerous cultures, these apocalyptic stories are not merely tales of doom. They are profound visions of cosmic cleansing, where the accumulated failures, corruptions, and chaos of an aging world are purged in a final, fiery confrontation, making way for a pristine and perfect age to dawn from the ashes. Perhaps no myth captures the raw, operatic spectacle of this final confrontation more vividly than Ragnarok, the twilight of the gods in Norse mythology. This is not a simple battle of good versus evil, but a complex and fated culmination of choices made by gods and giants alike. The signs are unmistakable. First will come Fimbulwinter, 3 consecutive winters with no summer, plunging Midgard into an age of bitter cold, darkness, and war among kinsmen. The sun and moon will be swallowed by the wolves Skoll and Hati, and the stars will vanish from the sky. The earth will tremble so violently that all bonds will shatter, freeing the monstrous wolf Fenrir and the serpent Jormungandr from their restraints. The trickster Loki will break free and steer a ship made from the uncut nails of the dead Naglfar, laden with a crew of giants. The fire giants, led by Surtur, will march from Muspelheim, and the rainbow bridge Bifrost will shatter under their weight. On the field of Vigrid, the gods and their Einherjar warriors will face this monstrous horde. Odin will be devoured by Fenrir. Thor will slay the Midgard serpent only to take 9 steps and die from its venom. Freya will fall to Surtur. The gods and their foes will all perish. Surtur's flames will then engulf the entire world, burning it to ashes and sinking it beneath the waves. Yet from this total annihilation, a new green world will emerge from the sea, fresh and fertile. A handful of gods will survive, including Odin's sons Vidar and Vali. Balder and Hodda will return from the underworld. 2 humans, Lif and Lifthrasir, having hidden themselves in the wood of Yggdrasil, will repopulate the earth. Ragnarok is the ultimate reset, a necessary, if tragic, purification that clears away the old, flawed order so a new and better world can be born from its ashes. A very different, yet equally profound, vision of this final renovation emerged from ancient Persia with Zoroastrianism, one of the world's first strictly dualistic religions. Their eschatology centers on frashokriti, a term meaning making wonderful, renovating, or restoring the world. This is not a cyclical event, but the final, linear victory of the benevolent creator Ahura Mazda over the destructive spirit Angra Mainyu. This ultimate triumph is preceded by a series of 3 saviors, the Saoshyants, born from the seed of the prophet Zoroaster. The final Saoshyant will lead humanity in the last battle against the forces of darkness. The dead will be resurrected, and every soul will have to cross a river of molten metal. For the righteous, it will feel like warm milk, but for the wicked, it will be a painful purgation that burns away their impurities. This fiery ordeal is not a punishment but a cleansing, a final test that leaves all of humanity purified. Afterwards, Angra Mainyu and his legions will be utterly defeated and rendered forever impotent. The world will be perfectly restored, free from death, decay, and falsehood. Mountains will become smooth and low, and the earth will yield endless nourishment. Humanity will become immortal, and the entire cosmos will be in a state of perfect unity and bliss with Ahura Mazda. Fascination is a profoundly hopeful and moral vision, where the collective choices of humanity, fighting on the side of good, actively contribute to this ultimate victory and eternal peace. In the vast and cyclical cosmology of Hinduism, the end of our current era, the Kali Yuga, is prophesied to be brought about by the 10th and final avatar of the god Vishnu, Kalki. The Kali Yuga is an age of darkness characterized by strife, ignorance, and the decline of spirituality. As it draws to a close, chaos and adharma will reach a peak. It is then that Kalki will appear, described as a mighty warrior riding a white horse named Devadatta and wielding a blazing sword. His purpose is not to gently guide, but to violently eradicate the corrupt and evil rulers who plague the earth, to destroy the degraded remnants of this dark age, and to literally clear the field. His coming is a storm of divine wrath, a necessary purge of the world's rot. After this cleansing, the Satya Yuga, the golden age of truth, will begin anew. Virtue will once again be the natural state of humanity, and the cycle of the 4 yugas will start over. Kalki's role is that of a divine reset button, a necessary agent of destruction who does not preside over the new age but whose fierce action makes its dawn possible. The Christian tradition presents its own definitive final battle in the concept of Armageddon, detailed in the Book of Revelation. This is the ultimate confrontation between the forces of Christ and the forces of Satan, gathered at a place called Armageddon. The return of Christ is preceded by great tribulations, wars, famines, plagues, and the rise of a deceptive Antichrist. The battle itself culminates in the defeat of the beast and the false prophet, who are cast into a lake of fire, and Satan is bound for 1,000 years. Following this millennial period, he is released for a final, short-lived rebellion before being utterly defeated. Then comes the last judgment, where the dead are raised and judged according to their deeds. The entire cosmos is then renewed, the first heaven and first earth pass away, and a new Jerusalem descends from heaven. In this new creation, God dwells directly among humanity, wiping away every tear. There is no more death, mourning, crying, or pain, for the old order of things has passed away. The Christian apocalypse is the final victory over sin and death, the reconciliation of all things, and the establishment of a perfect, eternal kingdom where the divine and the human are in perfect communion. Crossing the Atlantic, the Aztec civilization held a cyclical view of creation and destruction that saw our current era as the fifth sun, or Nahui Olan. Each previous sun had been destroyed by a different cataclysm, jaguars, wind, fiery rain, and flood. They believed our present age, the sun of movement, is destined to be destroyed by a massive earthquake. This belief was not a passive acceptance of fate but a driving force behind their culture. To stave off this inevitable end and nourish the sun god Huitzilopochtli, they performed regular sacrifices, believing that the sacred energy, or tonali, found in human blood was the sole sustenance that could give the sun the strength to continue its journey across the sky and delay the final cataclysm. The Aztec vision is one of cosmic fragility. The world is not permanent and must be actively maintained through ritual and sacrifice. The final destruction is not a moral judgment but a predicted point in a cosmic cycle, after which it is implied a new sun and a new world would begin. What is the profound, unifying thread that connects these diverse visions of the end? They all serve as powerful narratives of hope and moral reckoning. They answer a deep human anxiety about the apparent triumph of injustice and chaos in the world by asserting that this is not the final state. The universe has a moral arc, and it bends toward justice, even if that justice requires a cataclysm to achieve. These myths provide comfort by framing suffering as temporary and purposeful, a necessary prelude to a glorious renewal. They also carry a potent ethical imperative. Whether it's the Zoroastrian call to fight on the side of Ahura Mazda, the Christian call to faithfulness, or the Aztec drive to maintain cosmic order, these stories charge humanity with an active role in the cosmic drama. The final battle is not just something that happens to us, it is something we are preparing for through our daily choices. Ultimately, these apocalyptic narratives tell us that history is going somewhere. The world is not stuck in an endless, meaningless cycle of decay. An end is coming, and for those who align themselves with the forces of order and light, it is not an end to be feared, but a glorious dawn to be awaited. So if the final battle represents the ultimate reset of the cosmic order, our 19th legendary myth offers a profoundly different kind of stability, not a temporal event, but a permanent geographical anchor for the entire universe. Across an astonishing number of cultures, humanity has envisioned a great central mountain, a sacred pillar that physically and spiritually connects the heavens, the earth, and the underworld. This is more than just a tall peak. It is the axis mundi, the world center, the fixed point around which all of creation revolves and from which all order emanates. For the ancient Greeks, this cosmic pillar was Mount Olympus, but this was not the familiar mountain peak we can visit today. It was a mystical, unreachable place, a paradise shrouded in clouds and untouched by the storms that raged below. It was the celestial palace of the 12 Olympian gods, a realm of perfect ambrosia and eternal feasting. Here, Zeus ruled from his throne, Hera presided, and the divine council debated the fates of mortals. Olympus was not just a home for the gods, it was the ultimate symbol of their separation from and authority over humanity. It represented a perfect, unchanging order high above the suffering and flux of the mortal world, a divine acropolis that was the source of all law, destiny, and cosmic power. Traveling east to the intricate cosmology of Hinduism, Buddhism, and Jainism, we encounter the majestic Mount Meru. This is Olympus on a truly cosmic scale. Meru is described as the golden, shining axis of the entire universe. Its peak is the city of the gods, Brahma's magnificent abode, while its roots dig deep into the infernal realms. The sun, moon, and all the planets were believed to revolve around it. The continent of Jambudvipa, the realm of ordinary human beings, is just one of 4 continents surrounding its base, making our entire world seem like a mere suburb of this immense spiritual metropolis. Meru is not just a geographical feature but a cosmological map, a detailed model of the layered nature of reality, from the highest heavens down to the lowest hells, with humanity situated somewhere in between, always striving for a glimpse of that radiant central peak. In China, the sacred mountain took the form of Kunlun, the breathtakingly beautiful mountain of the blazing fire. This was the divine paradise of the Supreme Mother Goddess, Zai Wangmu, the Queen Mother of the West. Her palace on its slopes was a place of immortality, where the peaches of eternal life grew only once every 3,000 years. Kunlun was guarded by fabulous creatures and was said to be the place where the sky and earth met. It was the source of the sacred Yellow River and the place from which the Emperor, the Son of Heaven, derived his mandate to rule. To ascend Kunlun was to transcend the mortal coil and achieve a state of divine harmony, making it the ultimate destination for Taoist sages and alchemists in their quest for eternal life. But what about cultures that lived in regions without dramatic, snow-capped peaks? They built their own mountains. In the flat river plains of Mesopotamia, the ziggurat was not just a temple, it was a profoundly artificial sacred mountain. These massive, stepped pyramids, like the famous Etemenanki in Babylon, which some scholars believe inspired the biblical Tower of Babel, were designed as stairways to heaven. The temple at the top was the dwelling place of the city's patron deity, and the ritual ascent by priests was a symbolic journey from the earthly realm to the divine. By building these structures, the Mesopotamians were physically constructing the axis of their world, a human-made Meru or Olympus that anchored their city to the cosmos and allowed for communication between the human and the divine. This concept of the sacred center is powerfully present in the traditions of native North America as well. For the Navajo or Dene people, the four sacred mountains mark the boundaries of their homeland and provide spiritual stability to the world. Each mountain, Cisnogini in the east, Tzutzil in the south, Dook adjective O adjective OOSL stroke I acute D in the west, and Debe Nitsa in the north, is a sacred being, a spiritual protector that holds up the sky. But central to them all is a more mystical, often undefined center point. A powerful parallel can be found in the Lakota Sioux's reverence for the Black Hills, particularly Bear Butte, which they call Mathopaha. This volcanic plug is not the highest peak, but it is a place of immense spiritual power, a portal where great vision quests are undertaken and where the veil between worlds is thin. It is their axis mundi, the place where the world was created and where wisdom and power flow into our realm. What does this global obsession with a central mountain ultimately tell us? It reveals a deep human need for orientation, both physical and spiritual. In a vast, often terrifying cosmos, the sacred mountain provides a fixed point, a navigational anchor. It tells us where we are in relation to the divine. It is the place of ultimate order, the source of life-giving rivers, the home of the gods, and the destination of the soul after death. By having a center, the entire universe becomes knowable, structured, and meaningful. It transforms a formless expanse into a sacred geography, a map that doesn't just show us where we are, but more importantly, what we are. Beings situated at the crossroads of heaven and earth, forever drawn to that luminous peak where the divine touches the world. From the majestic, fixed axis of the world mountain, we now turn our gaze to the living, breathing creatures that move across its slopes and through its skies, animals. But in the spiritual worldview of countless cultures, these are not merely biological organisms, they are powerful guides, sacred kin, and divine messengers. This brings us to our 20th legendary myth, a concept that binds humanity to the natural world in the most intimate way possible, the belief in animal guides and totems. Across the globe, from the deepest forests to the widest plains, indigenous and ancient traditions have woven a sacred web of connection between human communities and the animal kingdom, seeing in the behavior, attributes, and spirit of creatures great and small a profound source of wisdom, identity, and power. We begin in the vast and varied landscapes of North America, where the concept of the spirit animal is a cornerstone of many Native American and First Nations traditions. This is not a casual or self-assigned label, but a relationship often revealed through vision quests, dreams, or significant life events. An individual might spend days fasting and praying in an isolated place, awaiting a vision from a benevolent spirit that chooses to offer its protection and guidance. This could be the keen-eyed hawk offering the gift of foresight and a higher perspective. It might be the sturdy bear embodying healing, introspection, and the power of the unconscious. Or perhaps the cunning coyote, the trickster teacher who reveals life's lessons through humor and unexpected challenges. This guiding spirit provides personal medicine, a unique set of strengths, lessons, and responsibilities that the individual carries throughout their life. It's a deeply personal covenant, a spiritual partnership that fosters respect, not ownership, reminding the person that they are part of a larger, intelligent community of beings, each with something vital to teach. Traveling to the continent of Africa, we find a similar, yet distinctly collective, expression of this bond in the form of tribal totems. Here, the connection is often not with an individual, but with a clan, a lineage, or an entire community. A totem animal, be it the wise elephant, the powerful leopard, or the persistent praying mantis, is seen as a mythical ancestor or a foundational protector of the group. This relationship creates a system of taboos and deep respect. Members of a clan bearing the buffalo totem, for instance, might be forbidden from killing or eating that animal as it is considered family. The totem defines social identity, creates bonds between different clans within a tribe, and establishes a sacred ecology where humans are not masters over nature, but stewards in a complex web of kinship. The animal's well-being is tied to the clan's well-being, forging a powerful cultural incentive for conservation and sustainable living that has persisted for millennia. Across the ocean, the ancient Celts of Europe held a comparable reverence for the natural world, deeply interwoven with their own mystical traditions. Theirs was a world alive with noumena, spirits in every grove, river, and creature. Specific animals were believed to be potent guides into the otherworld, the realm of the gods, spirits, and ancestors. The stag, with its majestic antlers resembling a crown and its ability to move between the deep forest and the open plain, was a powerful symbol of the Celtic god Cernunnos, the horned lord of the wild. It represented virility, nobility, and a connection to the untamed soul. The salmon was revered for its wisdom. Legends tell of the salmon of knowledge that swam in a sacred well, eating the hazelnuts of wisdom that fell from 9 hazel trees, and whoever ate this salmon would gain all the world's knowledge. The horse, associated with fertility goddesses like Epona, symbolized sovereignty, power, and safe passage between the worlds. For a Celt, encountering these animals was never a random event. It was a sign, an invitation to look deeper and listen for a message from beyond the veil. In the rich and complex tapestry of Hindu mythology, the relationship between the divine and the animal kingdom is elevated to its most spectacular form through the concept of the Vahana. Each major deity in the Hindu pantheon is accompanied by a specific animal mount, which is far more than mere transportation. These creatures are divine vehicles in every sense of the word. They are symbolic extensions of the god's power, embodying their energy and representing the very qualities they govern. The goddess Lakshmi, who embodies wealth and prosperity, is accompanied by the Uluka or owl. This isn't a symbol of wisdom as in the West, but represents the owl's ability to see through the darkness of ignorance to find true wealth and spiritual abundance. Lord Shiva's Vahana is Nandi, the great bull, representing both raw, untamed power and devoted, steadfast service. Perhaps the most famous is Lord Ganesha's Vahana, the mouse Mushika. This seemingly mismatched pair is a profound teaching in itself. The massive, wise, obstacle-removing god riding upon the smallest, most desire-driven creature. It symbolizes the complete mastery of the mind, the mouse of desire by the intellect and spirit Ganesha, showing that even the most restless and distracting impulses can be directed and harnessed for a higher purpose. Finally, we journey to Australia, where Aboriginal Dreamtime stories provide perhaps the most foundational version of this archetype. Here, in the Alteringa, the sacred era of creation, the world was shaped by the actions of great ancestral beings, many of whom took the form of both animals and humans. The rainbow serpent carved out the rivers and waterholes as it moved across the barren land. The kangaroo man carried fire for the people. The emu woman gave them their first children. These beings are not just guides, they are the original creators, the lawmakers, and the ancestors of every living thing. Every individual belongs to a specific totemic clan connected to one of these ancestral beings, perhaps the honey ant, the witchetty grub, or the eagle. This connection, their dreaming, is their spiritual inheritance. It defines their relationship to every other person and to every feature of the landscape, which is itself the frozen record of these ancient creative journeys. The land is a living scripture, and the animals are the main characters in the story. What is the profound, unifying truth that connects the personal spirit animal of a Lakota seeker, the clan totem of an African tribe, and the divine Vahana of a Hindu god? It is the recognition that consciousness and wisdom are not exclusive to humanity. Animals serve as the ultimate mediators between worlds because they themselves belong to both. They are firmly of the physical earth, yet they move with an instinctual grace and purpose that feels deeply spiritual. They are living bridges. By observing the bear hibernate, we learn about introspection and renewal. By watching the eagle soar, we understand perspective and freedom. The myths of animal guides tell us that we are not alone on our path and that the entire natural world is a conscious, willing participant in our spiritual education. They call us to step out of our human-centric view and to listen, truly listen, to the myriad other voices sharing this planet, for they have been speaking the language of the gods since the very dawn of time. But if the sacred mountain grounds us and animal guides connect us to the earth, another powerful set of myths suggests our true origin is not of this world at all, but written in the stars above. This brings us to our 21st legendary archetype, a concept that sparks the imagination like few others, the belief that humanity has a celestial origin. Across the globe, cultures have looked up at the night sky and seen not just random points of light, but a map of our ancestry, telling stories of divine beings, star people, or even extraterrestrial visitors who descended from the cosmos to shape our world and seed it with life. One of the most fascinating and precise of these stories comes from the Dogon people of Mali. Their complex cosmology speaks of the Nommo, amphibious, fish-like beings who arrived from the star system Sirius. According to Dogon elders, this was not a vague celestial direction but specifically from Sirius B, a dense white dwarf star invisible to the naked eye. The Dogon knew of its existence, its 50-year elliptical orbit around the brighter Sirius A, and even described its density long before Western telescopes confirmed these facts. They say the Nommo descended in a great arc that spun on its axis as it landed, causing a whirlwind and thunder. These beings brought profound knowledge of astronomy, agriculture, and law to humanity, and after their task was complete, they sacrificed one of their own, dismembering their body to fertilize the entire earth, symbolizing how their divine knowledge was scattered to become the birthright of all people. The eerie accuracy of the Dogon's astronomical knowledge, seemingly impossible without modern instruments, has fueled endless speculation and wonder, making their story a cornerstone of the ancient astronaut theory and a profound mystery of human history. This theme of knowledgeable beings descending from the heavens is echoed in the ancient clay tablets of Mesopotamia, which describe the Anunnaki. These were not gods in a purely spiritual sense, but powerful beings who came down from the sky. The controversial interpretations of authors like Zecharia Sitchin suggest the Anunnaki originated on a hypothetical planet called Nibiru and came to Earth in search of gold to repair their failing atmosphere. Needing laborers to mine the precious metal, they genetically manipulated early hominids, creating Homo sapiens as a slave race. While mainstream scholarship dismisses Sitchin's translations as creative fiction, the core myth remains potent. The Sumerian king list describes the Anunnaki granting kingship to humanity, and the Epic of Gilgamesh portrays them as capricious, powerful beings who decide the fate of mortals. Whether interpreted as literal extraterrestrials or as powerful gods, the Anunnaki myth presents a compelling narrative. Humanity was created by advanced, star-faring beings for a specific purpose, and our urge to reach for the stars might be an unconscious yearning to return to our makers. On the other side of the world, the Aboriginal peoples of Australia describe the dream time, a sacred era when the world was soft and unformed. It was during this time that the sky heroes or sky beings descended from the Milky Way and other constellations to walk the earth. These beings were the ancestors, and their epic journeys across the landscape created every geographical feature. Every river, mountain, and waterhole was formed by their actions. The kangaroo man hopped across the plains, shaping the land as he went. The rainbow serpent carved out the riverbeds. After they had finished their work of creation, these sky heroes did not simply die, they transformed. Some became rocks or trees, while others ascended back into the heavens, taking their place as stars and constellations. For Aboriginal people, this is not a metaphor but a living reality. The night sky is a celestial storybook, a record of that primordial creative time, and every person is connected to a specific sky hero through their totem, linking them directly to a cosmic ancestry that is both spiritual and literal. High in the Andes, the Inca civilization held a similar reverence for celestial origins, centered on the deep, blue waters of Lake Titicaca, the highest navigable lake in the world. Their creation myth tells of a time of great darkness when the sun was hidden and people lived like wild animals. The creator god Viracocha emerged from the lake and journeyed to the island of the sun. There he commanded the sun, moon, and stars to rise into the sky, bringing light and order to the world. Having set the cosmos in motion, Viracocha then fashioned a new race of humans from stone. He brought these stone figures to life and dispersed them across the land, giving them language, seeds for agriculture, and the knowledge of civilization. He then walked across the water and disappeared into the west, promising to one day return. The Incas believed their first emperor, Manco Capac, was a direct son of the sun god, Inti, sent to earth through the sacred waters of Lake Titicaca to found the royal lineage and teach humanity how to live in a civilized way. Their entire empire was thus built on a foundation of divine, celestial mandate. Beyond these specific cultural narratives, the very patterns of the stars have been used universally to explain our beginnings. The ancient Greeks saw in the constellation Virgo the figure of Astrea, the star maiden and goddess of justice, who lived among humans during the Golden Age but fled to the heavens to become the constellation Virgo as mankind grew wicked, leaving behind the nearby constellation Libra, the scales of justice, as a reminder of what was lost. Numerous Native American tribes, like the Lakota, have stories of the Pleiades star cluster, which they call the Seven Sisters. In one version, the stars are 7 women who were chased into the sky by a bear, and their ascent created the Devil's Tower formation. The rising of the Pleiades in the spring and fall continues to mark important ceremonial times for many cultures, connecting their seasonal rituals and agricultural cycles directly to the movements of their star ancestors. What is the powerful, unifying thread woven through these diverse stories from every continent? They all express a deep and innate human feeling that we are not entirely of this earth. There is a sense of homelessness, a longing for something more, a feeling that our true home is somewhere in the vast, beautiful darkness above us. These myths of celestial origin provide a profound sense of identity and purpose. They tell us we are children of the cosmos, that stardust is literally in our bones, and that our journey on this planet is part of a much larger cosmic story. They transform the cold, impersonal universe into a place of belonging, suggesting that when we gaze up at the night sky, we are not looking at strangers, but at our oldest and most distant family. But if the celestial origin myths connect us to the cosmos, the journey to truly harness that connection often requires a guide, a specialist who knows the secret pathways between the worlds. This brings us to our 22nd legendary myth, a spiritual practice so ancient and widespread it forms a bedrock of human spirituality, the shaman's journey. Found in every corner of the globe, from the frozen tundra of Siberia to the dense rainforests of the Amazon, this is not a single story but a living tradition, a set of techniques for the most daring of human endeavors, to consciously leave ordinary reality behind, traverse the spirit realms, and return with wisdom, healing, and power for the community. Our exploration begins in the very place that gave the practice its name, Siberia. For the nomadic tribes like the Evenki and the Buryat, the shaman is not a priest who prays to the gods, but a voyager who visits them. The entire cosmos is understood as a great world tree, its roots digging into the lower world of spirits and ancestors, its trunk our middle world, and its highest branches reaching into the upper world of powerful celestial deities. The shaman's primary role is to act as a mediator between these realms. To embark on this journey, they employ a suite of time-honored techniques. The relentless, rhythmic beating of the drum is not mere music, it is a sonic horse, its steady pulse guiding the shaman's consciousness on its flight. This is often combined with frenetic dancing to the point of exhaustion and ecstasy, altering the body's chemistry to open the gates of perception. The goal of this arduous travel is often soul retrieval. It's believed that trauma, fear, or illness can cause a piece of a person's soul to flee and become lost in the spirit worlds. The shaman must track down this lost essence, often doing battle with malevolent spirits to reclaim it, and then return it to the patient, restoring them to wholeness. This is a sacred, perilous duty, and the shaman is the community's essential psychic paramedic. Across the ocean, among the indigenous nations of North America, we find a parallel practice with its own distinct flavor, the vision quest. This is often a solitary rite of passage, particularly for young people on the cusp of adulthood. An individual, guided by an elder, will journey to a remote, powerful place, a mountain peak, a deep forest, or an isolated butte, to fast, pray, and await a vision. Through days of solitude, deprivation, and focused intent, the seeker prays for a revelation that will reveal their life's purpose and their personal spiritual helpers. This is not a journey taken lightly. It is a voluntary ordeal undertaken to receive a gift for the entire community. The vision that comes might reveal a new design for a healing ceremony, the identity of a personal animal spirit guide, or a crucial piece of guidance for the tribe's future. The quest proves the individual's dedication and strength, and the vision they return with becomes their spiritual charter, a divine mandate that defines their role and responsibilities for the rest of their life. It is a deeply personal encounter with the sacred that ultimately serves the collective. Venturing into the heart of the Amazon basin, the method of journeying shifts dramatically with the use of powerful plant teachers, most famously the brew known as ayahuasca. For the shamans or curanderos of the Amazon, this is not a recreational drug but a sacred technology, a vine of the soul that allows them to see the true nature of reality. The brew, a bitter concoction made from the Banisteriopsis copy vine and the leaves of the Psychotria viridis plant, induces a profound altered state that can last for hours. In this state, the shaman is able to diagnose spiritual illnesses, see the psychic arrows or negative energies that cause physical ailments, and engage in battles with dark sorcerers in the spirit realm. The experience is often described as a purge, a violent physical and emotional cleansing where one vomits up negative energies, often seeing them manifest as snakes or other toxic forms. Through this difficult process, the shaman gains access to immense botanical knowledge, learning the healing properties of countless plants directly from the spirit of the plants themselves. The ayahuasca journey is a direct dialogue with the intelligent, conscious soul of the rainforest. In the cold, stark world of the Norse, the shamanic practitioner was known as a völva, a practitioner of the magic called seidr. This was a form of prophecy and soul travel often associated with the god Odin, who himself underwent a shamanic initiation by hanging for 9 nights on the world tree Yggdrasil to gain the knowledge of the runes. The völva, typically a woman, would sit on a high platform or sejala and enter a trance state, often aided by chanting and ritual chanting from attendants. While in this state, her soul would travel across the 9 worlds to gather information, to find out the outcome of a future battle, locate lost goods, or discern the intentions of the gods. She could also send her soul out in the form of an animal, like a wolf or a bird, to do her bidding. The Norse viewed this practice with a mixture of awe and fear. It was powerful but often considered somewhat taboo, especially for men, as it involved a passive, receptive state that was seen as unmanly in their warrior culture. Yet, even the toughest Viking chieftain would seek out a völva for a glimpse of his fate, proving the enduring power of this journey between the worlds. Finally, we travel to Korea to meet the mudang, the charismatic female shamans who conduct the intricate gut rituals. A gut is a spectacular, community-wide ceremony designed to solve a problem, whether it's a personal illness, a run of bad luck for a family, or a drought affecting the entire village. The mudang achieves an altered state not through plants, but through incredibly powerful rhythmic drumming, dancing, and the chanting of long, epic narratives called piansori. As the energy builds, she becomes a vessel, a hollow bone through which the spirits can speak. One by one, she embodies different gods and ancestors, her voice, demeanor, and even her physical strength changing completely with each new spirit that possesses her. A humorous, teasing trickster spirit might come through to diagnose a problem, followed by a stern, powerful warrior spirit who prescribes the solution. The family or community members present engage directly with these possessing spirits, asking questions, bargaining, and offering gifts. The mudang's journey is one of voluntary possession, a complete surrender of the self to become a living bridge so that the community can have a direct conversation with the divine and restore the balance that has been lost. What unites these vastly different traditions across continents and cultures? It is the fundamental belief that reality is multi-layered and that certain individuals have the ability to navigate these layers for the good of all. The methods differ: the drum, the vision quest, the sacred plant, the chanting, but the destination is the same. A non-ordinary state of consciousness where the rules of time and space dissolve. In this state, the shaman gains access to the information field of the universe, what some might call the collective unconscious or the spirit world. They do not journey for personal enlightenment, but as a service. They are the original psychologists, doctors, and mystics whose work proves that healing often requires addressing the unseen patterns that underlie our physical and emotional wounds. The shaman's journey is the ultimate myth of interconnection, a powerful reminder that our well-being is tied not just to our bodies, but to our community, our ancestors, and the very soul of the world itself. While the shaman's journey represents a courageous quest for healing and wisdom, humanity has also been haunted by a far more terrifying prospect: the idea that the journey after death might go horribly wrong, and that the soul might not find peace but instead return to torment the living. This brings us to a truly global and chilling archetype, our 23rd legendary myth, the terrifying belief in the undead, a revenant that refuses to stay in its grave. Far more diverse and ancient than the popular image of the sophisticated, cloaked vampire, these entities are born from primal fears of disease, improper burial, and the profound, universal anxiety that death might not be the end, but a horrific transformation. Our exploration begins in Eastern Europe, the wellspring of the most famous vampire lore. In Romania, the strigoi is a complex figure. A strigoi can be a living witch with the power to send her soul out at night to torment others, but it is the dead strigoi that truly inspires dread. This is often a person who lived a sinful life, died an unnatural death, or was the seventh child of the same sex. They rise from the grave not with fangs, but with a malevolent need to drain the life force from their family and livestock, bringing sickness and misfortune. The Slavic upper shares this grim profile, a bloated, ruddy-faced corpse that visits its relatives by night, sucking their blood and spreading plague. The fear was so tangible that it gave rise to elaborate burial practices. Bodies were buried face down, sickles were placed across necks to decapitate them if they tried to rise, and stakes were driven through the heart, not to kill them, but to pin them firmly to the earth, preventing their escape. These practices weren't superstition. They were a public health measure and a psychological response to the inexplicable spread of disease through a village, giving a name and a face to the invisible terror of the plague. A world away, in the Indian subcontinent, we find a fascinatingly different kind of undead intelligence, the Vatala. In Sanskrit lore, a Vatala is a spirit that animates a dead body, hanging upside down from trees in cremation grounds. Unlike the mindless, hungry strigoi, the Vatala is a powerful, clever being, possessing great knowledge of the past, present, and future. They are tricksters, fond of posing riddles and philosophical conundrums to those brave enough to seek them out. The myth of King Vikramaditya and the Vatala is a classic frame story, where the king must silently carry a Vatala-possessed corpse that tells him a series of stories, each ending with a difficult moral puzzle. The Vatala is less a monster to be feared and more a dangerous but invaluable source of occult wisdom, representing the idea that the boundary between life and death can be a source of profound knowledge if one has the courage to cross it. In China, the fear of the improperly buried dead manifests in the uniquely terrifying jiangshi, the hopping corpse. This creature arises when a soul cannot find peace because its body was not given a proper burial, its funeral rites were botched, or it died far from home. The jiangshi is not a suave seducer, it is a stiff, grotesque corpse, its limbs rigid from rigor mortis, forcing it to move with stiff, bouncing hops with its arms outstretched. It is often depicted in Qing dynasty official robes, a haunting remnant of the past refusing to let go. Unlike the blood-drinking vampire, the jiangshi is said to drain a victim's kai or life energy by sucking their breath. The methods to stop it are equally unique. A bag of rice thrown in its path forces it to stop and count every single grain, a classic folkloric delay tactic, while the sacred symbols of Taoist priests can bind and control it. The jiangshi is a powerful metaphor for the importance of ancestral veneration and the social duty to honor the dead, lest their unresolved presence literally bounce back to haunt the community. Southeast Asia offers its own deeply visceral and tragic figure in the Pontianak of Malay mythology. This is not a generic vampire, but the specific spirit of a woman who died during childbirth or pregnancy. She returns as a beautiful woman to seduce men, only to reveal her true form, a terrifying, vengeful spirit with long claws and a penchant for gouging out internal organs with her hands. Her signature is a chilling, baby-like cry heard in the night. The Pontianak is a profoundly sympathetic monster, a figure of immense tragedy whose rage is born from the ultimate violation of her natural role as a mother. She represents the very real, historical dangers of childbirth and the deep-seated cultural fears surrounding female fertility and mortality. To ward her off, people would place needles in the palms of a corpse or glass beads in its mouth, believing these objects would prevent her from transforming or make her vomit if she tried to feed. Even the polished civilization of ancient Greece had its own version of the child hunting undead in the Lamia. According to myth, Lamia was once a beautiful Libyan queen and a lover of Zeus. In a fit of jealous rage, Zeus's wife Hera killed all of Lamia's children. Driven mad with grief, Lamia transformed into a monstrous, serpentine demon who could not rest, and who forever after preyed on the children of others, stealing them from their cribs to sate her endless sorrow and hatred. The Lamia became a bogeyman figure, a name mothers would invoke to frighten disobedient children into behaving. Like the Pontianak, her story is one of profound personal tragedy, warped into a universal threat, a warning that immense, unresolved grief can curdle into a predatory force that seeks to make others share in its pain. What connects the bloated upper, the wise Vatala, the hopping jiangshi, the tragic Pontianak, and the grief-stricken Lamia? They are all cultural responses to the most fundamental and frightening human unknowns. They give form to the terror of disease, especially the rapid, mysterious epidemics that would wipe out families and which ancient medicine could not explain. They embody the guilt and anxiety surrounding improper social conduct, from a life of sin to a failure in performing crucial burial rites. Most importantly, they are manifestations of our deepest fear about death itself, that it is not a peaceful end, but a state of hungry, lonely, and vengeful isolation. These myths provided a framework for understanding tragedy and a set of rituals, however gruesome, to exert a sense of control over the uncontrollable. By staking a body, counting rice, or placing needles in a corpse, our ancestors were not just fighting a monster. They were defending the sacred boundary between the world of the living and the world of the dead, desperately trying to keep the chaos of the unknown from spilling over into the fragile order of their lives. If the myths of the undead reveal our fear of the dead returning, Our next legend confronts a terror that strikes even closer to home, the fear that the animal lurking within each of us might one night break free. This brings us to our 24th legendary archetype, a concept so primal it has howled at the moon from every corner of the globe: the belief in the shapeshifter, the human who can willingly or unwillingly shed their skin to become a powerful and often predatory beast. These stories are far more than simple monster tales. They are profound and often terrifying, explorations of the thin and fragile boundary between human civilization and the wild, untamed animal that sleeps in our blood. Perhaps the most iconic of these figures is the European werewolf, a monster whose legend was forged in the dark forests of the continent. The very word conjures images of a monstrous hybrid, a man cursed to transform under the full moon into a ravenous wolf, driven by an insatiable hunger for human flesh. But the origins of this myth are deeply entwined with ancient warrior cults. Among the Norse, the elite warriors known as the Ulfheath, Nar, or wolf coats, and the Berserkir, or bear shirts, were not thought to be literal shapeshifters, but men who could channel the ferocious spirit of the wolf or bear in battle. They would work themselves into a frothing, trance-like state of rage, a berserksganga, where they were said to be immune to fire and iron, biting their shields and howling like animals, possessed by a battle fury that made them unstoppable. Over centuries, the Church demonized these pagan practices, and the spiritual metaphor of the warrior channeling an animal spirit was twisted into a literal curse, a divine punishment for witchcraft or a deal with the devil, transforming a sacred, if fearsome, warrior ideal into a symbol of sinful, bestial damnation. This theme of a sacred yet dangerous connection to animal power finds a very different expression in the lore of many Native American tribes, most notably with the Navajo-Yinoldushii, a term often translated as skinwalker. It is crucial to understand that this is not a generic monster but a very specific and deeply taboo concept. A skinwalker is not a cursed victim but a powerful witch who has chosen to use ceremonial knowledge for profound evil. Through a dark inversion of sacred rituals, they gain the ability to take on the form of an animal, most often a coyote, wolf, fox, or owl, by wearing its pelt. Their transformation is an act of ultimate transgression, a violation of the natural order for purposes of murder, mischief, and spreading sickness within their own community. To even speak of them is dangerous, and their very existence is a reminder of the terrible power that comes from corrupting sacred wisdom. The fear they inspire is not just of a predator, but of a trusted community member who has turned against their own people, embodying the ultimate betrayal from within. Across the Atlantic, in the nations of West Africa, another type of predatory shapeshifter stalks the night, the hyena. In regions of Ethiopia, Nigeria, and Sudan, legends speak of individuals, often blacksmiths or those born under certain signs, who possess the power to become hyenas. Unlike the cursed werewolf, these shifters often transform willingly, using their abilities to act as thieves or assassins for hire. Some stories describe them as men by day who simply slip on a magical hyena skin at night, while others tell of a more mystical transformation. In Ethiopia, the Buddha is feared as a witch who can transform and is known to dig up graves and prey on the living. The choice of the hyena is significant, as a scavenger often associated with death, witchcraft, and the unclean. It represents a rejection of human societal norms in favor of a despised but cunning existence on the margins, a creature that thrives in the shadows we fear to enter. The jungles and forests of Asia have their own majestic and deadly counterpart in the belief in tigers. Throughout India, Malaysia, and Indonesia, the tiger is revered as a god of the forest, a creature of immense power and sublime beauty. The myths surrounding men who become tigers are accordingly more complex. In some traditions, like those of the Harimau Jadian in Malaysia, the transformation is a hereditary trait or a skill learned from a master, passed down through generations. These tiger men might be protectors of the village and the jungle, or they might be fearsome avengers. In other stories, a person may become a tiger against their will, perhaps after being killed by one, their soul forced to forever roam in the beast's form. This shapeshifter is not merely a monster but a symbol of the awesome, untamable power of the wilderness itself. A power that can be respected, feared, and sometimes tragically inherited. What is the profound, unifying terror that connects the cursed werewolf, the wicked skinwalker, the cunning hyena, and the majestic tiger? These myths are all about the violation of boundaries. The most fundamental boundary we know is the one between human and animal. These stories force us to confront the terrifying idea that this divide is not a solid wall but a trembling veil. They explore the dark side of our own animal nature, the raw instincts of aggression, hunger, and sexuality that civilization works so hard to suppress. The shapeshifter is the ultimate embodiment of the idea unleashed, a walking reminder that the monster is not always an external threat, but something that can wake up inside us. They represent the fear of losing control, of the primitive brain taking over the civilized mind. In a world where order was precious and fragile, the werewolf was the ultimate symbol of that order breaking down, proving that the wilderness is not just outside the city gates, it is pacing, restless, and waiting right beneath our own skin. But if the shapeshifter represents the terrifying potential of the human form dissolving into the wild, there exists a parallel and far more populous world of beings who are never human at all, yet who inhabit the same landscapes we do, just beyond the edge of sight. This brings us to our 25th legendary myth, a beautiful and nearly universal belief that the wilderness, the home, and every facet of the natural world are not inert, but teem with invisible life, the realm of the fairy folk and nature spirits. From the misty hills of Ireland to the dense forests of Japan, from the hearths of Eastern Europe to the crystalline waters of the Philippines, cultures across the globe have populated their worlds with a breathtaking variety of supernatural beings who represent the soul of the land itself, the conscious, often capricious intelligence inherent in every rock, stream, and tree. Our journey into this hidden world begins in the Celtic lands, most famously Ireland, with the people of the mounds, the owls She or Shea. These are not the tiny, winged sprites of Victorian illustration. They are a majestic, powerful, and often dangerous race, considered to be the ancient gods and goddesses of Ireland who are driven underground with the coming of humanity. They live in a parallel world that coexists with our own, their magnificent palaces hidden within the ancient burial mounds that dot the Irish landscape. To interfere with a fairy fort or a lone hawthorn tree known as a fairy thorn is to invite catastrophic misfortune. The Shea are a people of strict etiquette and powerful emotions, capable of bestowing great blessings or cruel curses. They might steal a human child and leave a sickly changeling in its place, or they might abduct a talented musician to play at their endless feasts, where a single night could translate to 100 years in the human world. The Irish relationship with the fairies is one of wary respect, an acknowledgement that we share the land with older, more powerful tenants, and that harmony requires recognizing their presence and their power. This concept of a hidden people living alongside humanity is echoed powerfully in the Nordic tradition of the Huldufolk, or hidden people of Iceland. Belief in these beings is not a quaint superstition but a living part of the culture. So much so that road construction projects have been known to bend around large rocks believed to be elven homes. The Huldufolk are often described as looking much like humans, though dressed in older, more traditional clothing, and living in invisible houses in the lava fields and cliffs. They are protectors of the wild places, and to disrespect their territory is to risk everything from broken machinery to personal illness. The enduring belief in the Huldufolk represents a profound ecological ethic, a deep-seated understanding that the land is not a dead resource to be exploited, but a living, sentient community to which we must accommodate ourselves. Traveling to Eastern Europe, we find the spirits become more domestic, yet no less important. In Slavic folklore, the domovoi is the guardian spirit of the home, a small, bearded, and often hairy creature who lives behind the stove or in the cellar. A domovoi is deeply attached to the family it serves, but it is a creature of habit and immense pride. If the household is kept clean and the family shows it respect by leaving out offerings of milk or bread, the domovoi will protect the home from fire, warn of impending danger, and ensure the family's prosperity. But if the home is dirty or the inhabitants are lazy and disrespectful, the domovoi will express its displeasure by breaking dishes, knocking on walls at night, pinching people in their sleep, and generally making life miserable. This spirit embodies the very soul of the household itself. Its mood reflects the health and harmony of the family, making it a constant reminder that a home is not just a building, but a living entity that requires care and respect. Crossing the globe to Japan, we enter the incredibly rich and diverse world of yokai. This is not a single category, but a vast umbrella term for a whole universe of supernatural beings, monsters, and spirits. They range from the mischievous kappa, a river imp that loves cucumbers but will also drown the unwary, to the shape-shifting kitsune fox and tanuki raccoon dog, who delight in playing tricks on humans. There are household objects that come to life after 100 years as tsukumogami, and there are terrifying specters like the Yuki Anna, the beautiful yet deadly snow woman. Yokai are the fundamental explanation for the strange, the uncanny, and the unexplained in daily life. A sudden shiver, a misplaced item, a strange noise in the night, all could be the work of a yokai. They represent the Japanese belief that the entire world is alive with consciousness, that every phenomenon, no matter how small, has a spirit behind it, and that the boundary between the mundane and the magical is incredibly thin. In the Philippines, the belief in nature spirits is centered around the Encanto. These beings are often described as incredibly beautiful, elf-like creatures who inhabit ancient trees, stunning waterfalls, rock formations, and other striking natural landmarks. They are known for their love of music, dance, and beauty, but they possess a dangerous and vengeful streak. To damage their home, even accidentally, or to refuse a gift they offer, can result in a serious illness known as binatol, where a person wastes away for no apparent medical reason. Healing requires the intervention of a traditional shaman who can negotiate with the Encanto for the victim's release. This belief system actively promotes conservation. The most beautiful and ancient parts of the natural world are seen as the dwellings of powerful, intelligent beings, making their protection a matter of practical and spiritual necessity. Finally, we look to the many traditions of Native American tribes and their widespread beliefs in little people. These are not the fairies of Europe, but a distinct race of supernatural beings who dwell in remote forests, caves, and near rivers. For the Cherokee, they are the Yunwi-tsunsdi adjective, small, invisible beings who are generally helpful but can also be mischievous. The Navajo speak of the Bailagona, and the Crow tell of the Awakule, dwarf-like creatures who are often associated with healing and spiritual knowledge. In some stories, they taught humans how to make medicine or gave them sacred rituals. However, they are also quick to punish those who are disrespectful or who break taboos. These little people serve as guardians of the wilderness, reminding humans that they are visitors in a world that belongs to older, more mystical races, and that proper behavior in nature is not just a suggestion but a sacred law. What profound truth unites the Irish Shia, the Icelandic Huldufolk, the Slavic Domovoi, the Japanese Yokai, the Philippine Encanto, and the Native American Little People? Collectively, they represent the most widespread and enduring spiritual response to the natural world. Before the scientific revolution explained weather as pressure systems and diseases as microbes, the world was a deeply personal and animate place. A sudden illness was the malice of an Encanto, a missing child was the work of the Shia, a strange sound in the house was the Domovoi expressing its mood. These beliefs are the root of animism, the idea that spirit resides in all things. They fostered a relationship with nature based on respect, reciprocity, and a touch of fear. You don't recklessly cut down an ancient tree because it might be home to someone. You don't pollute a river because the kappa might take revenge. These myths created an ecological ethics long before the term was invented, weaving a web of sacred responsibility that connected human well-being directly to the health of the environment. They tell us that our ancestors looked at the world and saw not a collection of resources, but a community of persons, each with their own stories, their own rules, and their own undeniable power. While the fairies and nature spirits represent the soul of the living world, another category of being commands an even more profound and universal reverence: those who have already completed the journey of life. This brings us to our 26th legendary myth, a theme so deeply woven into the human experience that it transcends all geographical and cultural boundaries: the enduring belief in ghosts and ancestor spirits. Across the globe, from the most ancient civilizations to modern megacities, humanity has maintained a relationship with the deceased that is far more complex than simple fear. It is a relationship built on memory, obligation, love, and the unshakable conviction that death is not an end to connection, but a transformation of it. In China, this relationship is formalized into a cornerstone of society through the practice of ancestor worship. This is not worship in the sense of deifying a god, but more a form of profound veneration and mutual caretaking. The Chinese worldview holds that the family unit does not disband at death. It simply expands to include the departed who now reside in the spirit world. The well-being of these ancestors directly impacts the fortune of the living family. If honored properly with offerings of food, incense, and paper money burned for their use in the afterlife, the ancestors will act as benevolent advocates, intervening with the higher gods to bring health, prosperity, and good luck to their descendants. Conversely, neglected ancestors may become hungry ghosts, bitter and restless spirits who bring misfortune. This practice turns the home into a sacred space, with family altars displaying photographs and memorial tablets, ensuring that every generation remembers those who came before and understands that their own actions today will one day determine what kind of ancestor they themselves will become. A similarly vibrant and celebratory relationship with the dead unfolds each year in Mexico during Dia de los Muertos, or the Day of the Dead. Far from a somber day of mourning, this is a joyous and colorful family reunion where the dead are the guests of honor. The belief is that on the 1st and 2nd of November, the veil between the worlds becomes so thin that the souls of departed loved ones can return to visit the living. Families build elaborate ofrendas or altars in their homes and at grave sites. These are not shrines of sadness but welcoming tables, laden with the favorite foods and drinks of the deceased: sweet pan de muerto, photographs, marigold flowers whose vibrant color and scent guide the spirits home, and whimsical calaveras, sugar skulls. Cemeteries come alive with music, picnics, and storytelling. This tradition, a beautiful syncretism of indigenous Aztec beliefs and Catholic All Saints' Day, presents a powerful philosophy that death is a natural part of life's continuum, and that those we love are never truly gone so long as we remember them and invite them back to celebrate. The ancient Romans held a much more apprehensive view of the dead, particularly during the festival of Lemuria in May. They believed that the spirits of those who died prematurely, violently, or without proper burial rites, known as lemures or larvae, were not benevolent protectors but restless, vengeful, and hungry shadows. These were not the honored ancestors of the household but forgotten, bitter souls who haunted the living, bringing nightmares and illness. The paterfamilias, the head of the household, would perform a specific ritual to exorcise them. He would rise at midnight, walk through the house barefoot, and make a sign with his fingers to ward off evil. He would then wash his hands in spring water and throw black beans over his shoulder, chanting, "With these beans I redeem me and mine." The clattering of bronze pots would follow to scare any remaining spirits away. This practice reveals a dualistic view of the dead. the well-tended ancestor was a blessing, but the neglected soul could become a terrifying curse, a constant reminder of the social duty to bury the dead with respect. This fear of the unquiet dead finds a uniquely aesthetic form in Japanese folklore with the yurei. Unlike the generic, translucent Western ghost, the yurei has a very specific appearance born from Edo period funeral practices. They are almost always depicted in a white katabera kimono, the traditional burial garment. Their hair is long, loose, and unkempt, hanging over their face. Most strikingly, they lack legs, their form fading into a misty tail, a representation of their disconnection from the physical earth. Yurei are not random hauntings, they are spirits bound by a powerful emotion, most often a blinding rage for revenge, a deep sorrow from betrayal, or a profound attachment to a loved one. They cannot find peace until their earthly business is resolved. The most famous example is Okiku, a servant girl falsely accused of losing a valuable dish who was thrown down a well to her death. Her yurei would rise each night to count the dishes, always reaching 9 and then shrieking in anguish at the missing 10th, a haunting that only ceased when her justice was served. The yurei is a tragic figure, a powerful embodiment of unfinished emotional business that transcends the grave. In the drawing rooms of Victorian England and America, a very different attempt to communicate with the dead emerged: spiritualism. Born in an era of rapid scientific advancement and devastatingly high mortality rates from disease and war, spiritualism offered a comforting, quasi-scientific framework for the afterlife. It proposed that the dead were not in a distant heaven but existed on another plane of existence, and that certain gifted individuals or mediums could act as conduits for communication. Seances became a popular parlor game, featuring phenomena like table rappings, floating trumpets that transmitted ethereal voices, and automatic writing where the medium's hand was guided by a spirit. While many manifestations were later exposed as fraudulent, the movement's immense popularity spoke to a deep, widespread yearning for proof of life after death and the chance to comfort grieving families with messages from their lost loved ones. It represented a modern, mechanistic attempt to conquer the oldest human fear with the tools of the New Age. Perhaps the most holistic and integrated view of the ancestor spirit is found throughout many African traditional religions. Here, the ancestors are not merely remembered, they are considered the most important members of the community, the living dead. They have transitioned from the world of the living but remain actively involved in its affairs. They are the intermediaries between the living and the supreme God or higher spirits, and their blessings are essential for any major undertaking. Proper veneration through libations, prayers, and rituals is not optional. It is a fundamental family and community duty. The ancestors enforce social order and morality, as they are believed to punish wrongdoing within the family line. A run of bad luck or illness might be diagnosed by a shaman as the displeasure of an ancestor who feels they are being forgotten. This belief creates a powerful, unbroken chain of responsibility stretching back generations, intimately linking the past, present, and future into a single, continuous stream of mutual obligation and care. What do these incredibly diverse practices from every corner of the world ultimately tell us? They reveal that the human bond of love and memory is so powerful that we simply refuse to let death be a full stop. Whether it's the respectful offerings in China, the festive reunion in Mexico, the fearful rites of Rome, the tragic stories of Japan, the scientific curiosity of the Victorians, or the integrated veneration in Africa, every culture has developed its own language to continue the conversation with those who have passed on. These myths and rituals are a testament to our need to make meaning of mortality, to manage our grief, and to affirm that the story of a human life does not end with its final chapter, but echoes on in the hearts and rituals of those left behind, forever blurring the line between the living and the dearly departed. And if the spirits of our ancestors represent a connection we strive to maintain, humanity has also been gripped by the primal fear of a very different kind of spirit, one that seeks not remembrance but ruin. This brings us to our 27th legendary myth, a dark and universal thread that runs through the tapestry of nearly every spiritual tradition. The concept of malevolent supernatural entities, the conscious, intelligent forces of spiritual evil. Across the globe, cultures have given a name and a form to the inexplicable presence of malice, the source of temptation, and the cause of inexplicable suffering, creating complex systems of demonology to explain, and more importantly, to combat the darkness they perceive in the world. Our exploration into this shadow realm begins in ancient Persia with Zoroastrianism, one of the first world religions to frame the cosmic struggle in starkly dualistic terms. Here, the forces of evil are known as the devas. Originally, in earlier Indo-Iranian tradition, the devas were likely gods, but through the revelation of the prophet Zoroaster, they were recast as deceitful, malignant spirits who chose to serve the destructive spirit Angra Mainyu. They are not merely mischievous but are active soldiers in the war against the created world of the benevolent wise lord, Ahura Mazda. Each deva is an opponent to a specific aspect of creation. For instance, the Deva of Wrath opposes the divine concept of peace, and the Deva of Decay opposes the principle of health. This was a revolutionary development in religious thought. Evil was no longer a vague force, but an organized, conscious army of lies and destruction that humanity was enlisted to fight through good thoughts, good words, and good deeds. The Zoroastrian framework of a cosmic battle between two opposing spiritual forces would profoundly influence the demonology of the later Abrahamic faiths, providing a clear blueprint for a universe divided between light and darkness. In the Christian tradition, this concept crystallized around the figure of Satan, originally a celestial prosecutor in the divine court who evolved into the ultimate adversary. Christian demonology is remarkably detailed and hierarchical, drawing from various sources including the New Testament, apocalyptic literature, and medieval grimoires. The fallen angel Lucifer, consumed by pride, leads a rebellion in heaven and is cast down along with a third of the heavenly host who become the demons. These entities are pure spirits of hatred and envy, whose primary goal is to tempt humans away from salvation, to possess their bodies, and to spread sin and despair. The Bible names several, like Beelzebub, the Lord of the Flies, and Legion, the multitude of spirits Jesus cast into the herd of pigs. Medieval scholars like Johann Weyer catalogued demons into elaborate hierarchies, assigning them roles and specialties, from the mighty kings of hell who command legions to lower-level imps who specialize in spreading gossip or causing stubbed toes. This intricate system served a purpose. By naming and classifying these entities, the Church provided a framework for understanding mental illness, societal collapse, and personal moral failure, while also empowering itself through the rites of exorcism to combat them. Islam shares this Abrahamic heritage but introduces a crucial and distinct category of being, the jinn. Mentioned explicitly in the Quran, the jinn are not demons by default. They are a separate creation made by God from a smokeless fire, possessing free will just like humans. They live in communities, have religions, and will be judged on the day of resurrection. Among them, there are good, neutral, and evil jinn. The evil among them are often called shayateen singular, shaitan, and their leader is Iblis, the Islamic counterpart to Satan, who refused God's command to bow to Adam out of pride. The key distinction here is profound. Not all malicious supernatural activity is the work of a fallen angel. Much of it comes from another species with whom we share the world, often invisibly. This explains a wider range of phenomena, from minor misfortunes to full-blown possession, and the methods of protection involve seeking refuge in God through specific prayers and verses from the Quran, acknowledging that the unseen world is far more complex than a simple binary of angels and devils. Turning east, we find a different philosophical approach to spiritual evil. In Hinduism, the Asuras are powerful beings who constantly battle the Devas, the gods who maintain cosmic order or dharma. Unlike the purely evil Christian demons, the asuras are not inherently or irredeemably wicked. Many are great sages and kings who possess immense power and knowledge. Their flaw is not a love of evil, but a specific spiritual failing, arrogance, ego, and a rejection of the divine authority of the devas. They represent the principle of chaos, individualism, and the ego's revolt against the greater cosmic good. A figure like the demon king Ravana from the Ramayana is a brilliant scholar and a devotee of Shiva, but his insatiable desire and pride lead him to abduct Sita, necessitating his destruction by the god King Rama. The battle is not between good and evil in an absolute sense, but between the forces that support the balance of the universe and those whose powerful egos threaten to disrupt it. Buddhism approaches the concept of temptation and obstruction from a more psychological perspective with the figure of Mara, the destroyer and personification of death. Mara is not a ruler of a hell realm but a deity of the highest parinirvana heaven, deeply attached to the pleasures of sensory existence. When the historical Buddha, Siddhartha Gautama, sat under the Bodhi tree on the verge of enlightenment, Mara launched his full assault to prevent it. He didn't send monsters, he sent his 3 daughters representing desire, aversion, and death to tempt the Buddha. He summoned armies of demons to frighten him. He challenged his right to achieve liberation. Mara represents everything that binds beings to the cycle of suffering and rebirth, sensual desire, fear, distraction, and the inner critic of doubt. Defeating Mara is not an external exorcism but an internal victory of mindfulness over distraction, of compassion over aversion, and of wisdom over ignorance. In this view, the ultimate demon is our own unskillful mind. Finally, in Jewish mysticism and folklore, we encounter the Shedim. These beings have a complex origin, sometimes thought to be the flawed offspring of the first humans or of the rebellious angels. The Talmud discusses them as a real part of creation, possessing certain animal-like traits and living in the shadows of the human world. While some Shedim could be dangerous or malevolent, the relationship was often more nuanced. Kabbalistic texts describe magicians and righteous sages who could learn to control and command certain Shedim for specific purposes, a practice that blurred the line between black magic and a dangerous form of spiritual mastery. This reflects a world view where the boundaries between the spiritual realms are porous, and entities of power can be negotiated with rather than simply vanquished by those with the precise knowledge and spiritual fortitude to do so. What do these diverse global systems of demonology ultimately reveal? They are humanity's attempt to give a face and a name to the intangible experience of evil. Whether it's the externalized army of the devas, the fallen angels of Christianity, the rival species of the jinn, the egotistical asuras, the psychological manifestations of Mara, or the controllable Shedim, each tradition is trying to answer the same haunting questions. Why do we suffer? Why are we tempted? Where does the impulse for cruelty come from? By personifying these forces, they become something that can be understood, resisted, and in some cases defeated through prayer, ritual, moral living, or inner discipline. These myths assert that malice is not a random accident but has a conscious source, and in doing so, they empower us to fight back, providing the spiritual weapons and the moral clarity to stand against the darkness, both in the world and within ourselves. But if the complex systems of demonology give a face to the forces of darkness, humanity has equally devoted its spiritual imagination to envisioning the forces of light. This brings us to our 28th legendary myth, a radiant counterpoint found in every corner of the globe, the belief in benevolent spiritual intermediaries, the angelic messengers and guides who serve as compassionate liaisons between the divine and the human, offering protection, delivering wisdom, and helping to uphold the very order of the cosmos. Our exploration begins with the most familiar figures, the archangels of the Abrahamic traditions. In Christianity, Judaism, and Islam, Angels are not the fluffy, winged cherubs of greeting cards, but are powerful, awe-inspiring beings of pure spirit, created by God to serve as his instruments. The word angel itself, from the Greek angelos, means messenger, and this is their primary role. In the Hebrew Bible, an angel stays the hand of Abraham as he is about to sacrifice his son Isaac. In the Quran, the angel Jibril Gabriel is the trusted messenger who delivers the revelation of the holy text to the Prophet Muhammad, but their duties extend far beyond delivery. The Archangel Michael is depicted as a mighty warrior, the general of God's heavenly host who battles the forces of evil. Raphael is a divine healer and guide, who in the Book of Tobit accompanies the young Tobias on a perilous journey, disguised as a man, to help him secure a medicine that will restore his father's sight. These beings represent the belief that the divine is not a distant, uninterested clockmaker, but a presence that actively engages with creation through a vast, organized hierarchy of compassionate beings, each with a specific role to play in the grand design. This concept of a celestial hierarchy is explored in breathtaking detail within Islamic theology. Angels, or malaika, are a fundamental pillar of faith. They are created from light and are incapable of disobedience to God. They have no free will and thus perfectly execute divine command. Their functions are wonderfully specific and cosmic in scale. Beyond Jibril, the messenger, and Mikael, who provides sustenance, there is Israfil, who is poised with a trumpet to his lips, ready to sound the call for the day of judgment. There are the Kuram and Katibin, the honorable scribes, two angels who sit on each person's shoulders, recording their every good and bad deed. There are the angels of death and the angels who question the soul in the grave. This intricate system presents a universe that is meticulously ordered and observed, where every action, from the grandest cosmic event to the most private human thought, is witnessed and noted by these radiant, dutiful servants of the divine. Traveling east to the Indian subcontinent, we encounter a different kind of celestial being, the Devas of Hinduism. Unlike the monotheistic angels who serve a single god, the Devas are themselves gods, powerful deities who govern the forces of nature and uphold the cosmic order or dharma. They reside in the higher heavenly realms and are often invoked for blessings. Indra is the king of the Devas and the god of rain and thunderstorms. Agni is the god of fire, the divine messenger who carries offerings from the sacrificial fire up to the other gods. Varuna is the guardian of cosmic law and the waters. While they are worshipped, they are not the ultimate reality. That is Brahman, the formless, all-pervading divinity. The Devas are more akin to powerful administrators of the universe, radiant intermediaries who respond to ritual and prayer, providing for human needs and maintaining the balance of the world. They represent the personification of the sublime, intelligent forces that make life possible, a profoundly compassionate and unique form of the benevolent intermediary emerges in Mahayana Buddhism, the Bodhisattva. A bodhisattva is not a god or an angel, but a being who has achieved the enlightenment necessary to escape the cycle of suffering and enter nirvana. However, driven by immense, all-encompassing compassion for all living beings, they make a breathtaking vow. They will postpone their own final liberation until every single sentient being is saved from suffering. They choose to remain in the cycle of rebirth, not out of ignorance but out of love, actively working to guide others toward enlightenment. The Bodhisattva Avalokiteshvara, known as Guanyin in China and Kannon in Japan, is the embodiment of this compassion, hearing the cries of the world and offering mercy and aid to all who call upon her. This is a radical and beautiful concept. The ultimate spiritual guide is not a separate divine entity, but the very potential within all of us, perfected through selfless love and expressed as a vow to help everyone else awaken. Long before these traditions, the ancient Persians under Zoroaster envisioned a pantheon of holy beings known as the Shapeshifters, the bounteous immortals. These are not gods in a polytheistic sense, but radiant aspects of the one wise Lord, Ahura Mazda. Each shapeshifter embodies a divine virtue and is also the guardian of a part of creation. Vohumana is good mind and the protector of cattle. A shapeshifter is best truth and the guardian of fire. Spenta Armati is holy devotion and watches over the earth. Humanity's role is to align itself with these divine forces through thought, word, and deed, and in doing so, we become partners with these angelic entities in the great cosmic struggle against falsehood and decay. The shapeshifters are divine concepts made accessible, ethical principles personified as benevolent guides who help humanity nurture the world and fight for good. Even the philosophical world of ancient Greece had its intermediaries in the concept of the daemon. This was not a demon in the negative sense, but a personal spirit, a guiding genius. Socrates famously spoke of his daemonion, a divine inner voice that would warn him against making mistakes, though it never told him what to do, only what not to do. For the Stoics, everyone had a daemon, a fragment of the divine logos within them that served as a conscience and a guide toward a virtuous life. The Romans later developed this into the concept of the genius, a protecting spirit that attended every man, and the Juno for every woman. This idea is incredibly intimate. It suggests that the divine connection is not mediated by a distant, hierarchical angel, but is a personal, internal compass, a spark of the divine that is our constant, quiet companion on the journey of life. What is the profound, unifying hope that connects the archangel, the diva, the bodhisattva, the shapeshifter, and the personal daemon? They all serve to bridge the terrifying gap between the infinite, transcendent divine and our fragile, finite human experience. The universe, in its vastness, can feel cold and impersonal. These benevolent intermediaries personalize the sacred. They assure us that we are not alone, that the powers of creation are not indifferent to our struggles. Whether it is a warrior archangel defending us from spiritual harm, a bodhisattva refusing bliss until we find ours, or a quiet inner voice steering us from error, these myths affirm that the cosmos is infused with a consciousness that knows us, cares for us, and is actively working through countless unseen agents to guide us toward light, truth, and ultimate peace. And after exploring the forces of light and darkness that populate the cosmos, humanity has never been content to simply wait and see what fate has in store. This deep, abiding hunger to peer behind the curtain of the future, to seek guidance from the divine, brings us to our 29th legendary myth, the universal drive for prophecy and divination. Across the globe and throughout history, every culture has developed its own intricate systems to access hidden knowledge, to discern the will of the gods, and to navigate the uncertainties of life with a little more clarity. These practices are far more than mere superstition. They are sophisticated spiritual technologies born from the profound belief that the universe is alive with signs and messages for those who know how to look and listen. Our journey into these ancient arts begins in the sun-drenched mountains of Greece, at the most famous oracle of the ancient world, the sanctuary of Apollo at Delphi. This was not a simple fortune teller's booth. It was the geopolitical and spiritual heart of the Greek world for centuries. Kings, generals, and common citizens alike would undertake arduous pilgrimages to this remote site, bringing lavish gifts to ask crucial questions of the Pythia, the priestess of Apollo. The process was shrouded in potent ritual. The Pythia would first purify herself in the sacred Castalian spring. She would then descend into a chamber beneath the temple and sit upon a bronze tripod placed over a fissure in the earth from which intoxicating vapors were said to rise. Chewing leaves of the sacred laurel and perhaps breathing in these ethylene or methane gases, she would enter an ecstatic trance. Her utterances, often wild, guttural, and incoherent, were then interpreted and translated into poetic hexameters by the male priests of the temple. The resulting prophecies were famously ambiguous. When King Croesus of Lydia asked if he should attack the Persian Empire, the oracle replied that if he did, he would destroy a great empire. He did his own. This ambiguity was not a flaw but a feature, acknowledging that the future is not a fixed track but a web of possibilities, and that human choice and interpretation are integral parts of the divine message. Far to the east in China, a radically different divinatory system developed, one based not on ecstatic possession but on serene, philosophical calculation, the I Ching or Book of Changes. Its origins are lost in antiquity, traditionally attributed to the sage kings of old. This system is built on the elegant duality of yin and yang, represented by broken and solid lines. Through a meticulous process of counting yarrow stalks or casting coins, a seeker generates a pattern of 6 lines known as a hexagram. There are 64 possible hexagrams, each one a complex symbol representing a state of affairs or a process of change in the universe. The power of the I Ching lies not in prediction but in counsel. One does not ask, "Will I get the job?" but rather, "What is the nature of my current situation regarding my career?" The book's poetic and profound text for each hexagram offers wisdom, warning, and advice, reflecting the core Taoist belief that life is a continuous flow of change. Consulting the I Ching is a meditative act, a way to align one's own personal journey with the greater dynamic patterns of the cosmos, emphasizing adaptation and harmony over knowing a fixed fate. In the cold, fatalistic world of the Norse, the tool for reading the threads of destiny was the rune. These were far more than an alphabet. Each of the 24 symbols in the Elder Fathach was believed to hold immense magical power and a deep cosmic meaning. Rune casting was a sacred act. A practitioner or vitki would carefully carve the runes onto pieces of wood or bone, often staining them with blood or pigment to awaken their power. They would then be cast onto a white cloth, and their patterns and positions relative to each other would be read. The rune fair, who might speak of wealth and mobile property, but also of the conflicts it can bring. The orisas could represent a destructive giant or a necessary protective thorn. Rado was the rune of the journey, both physical and spiritual. For the Norse, the future was not seen as something to be avoided or embraced, but as a pattern woven by the Norns, the goddesses of fate. Rune casting was a way to understand that pattern, to see the challenges and opportunities laid out before one, and to muster the courage to meet one's fate with honor, whatever it might be. Crossing the continent to West Africa, we find one of the most complex and mathematically sophisticated divination systems ever created. Ifa, practiced by the Yoruba people and their diasporic descendants in traditions like Santeria and Candomblé. This is not a practice for amateurs. It is a rigorous spiritual science presided over by highly trained priests called Babalawo, meaning father of secrets. The diviner uses a chain called an opal with 8 concave seed pods or a handful of sacred palm nuts known as ikin. By casting the chain or painstakingly counting the nuts, the Babalawo generates a complex binary code of marks in the sacred powder on his divination tray. This code corresponds to one of 256 possible odu or sacred chapters, each a vast repository of poetry, stories, proverbs, and historical precedents. The client's problem is not answered with a simple yes or no. Instead, the priest recites the verses associated with the revealed odu, which will contain a story that metaphorically mirrors the client's situation. The solution lies within the parable, often prescribing specific offerings, behavioral changes, or remedies to restore balance and align the individual with their destiny or ayanmo. Ifa is a system of profound depth, linking a single person's query to a vast, living oral tradition of wisdom that has been passed down for generations. The ancient Romans, ever the pragmatists, took a different approach, believing the gods would signal their approval or disapproval of any state undertaking through the practice of augury. Augurs were official state priests, and their primary tool was observing the flight patterns of birds. Before any major political decision, military campaign, or the founding of a new temple, an augur would carefully section off a portion of the sky, a templum, with his ceremonial staff. He would then watch for the types of birds that appeared, their number, the direction of their flight, and their calls. A flight from the right side of the templum to the left might be a favorable sign, while a flight from left to right could be a dire warning. This was not mere superstition, it was a crucial part of the Roman political and legal process. A negative augury could postpone or even cancel the most important affairs of state, as it was believed the gods were literally vetoing the action. Augury placed the Romans in a constant dialogue with the divine, ensuring that every major human action was, in their view, sanctified by the will of the gods as read in the natural world. Finally, we return to the indigenous traditions of North America, where the quest for hidden knowledge was often an intensely personal and transformative ordeal, the vision quest. For many Plains tribes, this was a rite of passage, a voluntary ordeal undertaken to seek purpose, guidance, and power. An individual, guided by an elder, would journey to a remote, powerful place, a mountaintop, a deep forest, an isolated butte. They would fast from food and water for days, praying and crying out for a vision. Through solitude, deprivation, and focused intent, the seeker opened themselves to the spirit world. The vision that came was not always clear or easy. It might involve encounters with animal spirits, ancestors, or powerful natural forces. A young man might see the form of a grizzly bear, signifying that he would be a great warrior and protector. A woman might be shown a specific plant, indicating her future role as a healer. The vision was not a prediction to be passively received, but a spiritual charter to be interpreted and lived out. It gave the individual a unique identity and a responsibility to their community, proving that the most powerful prophecies are not about the future you will have, but the person you are called to become. What unites the delirious trance of the Pythia, the philosophical calculus of the I Ching, the symbolic cast of the runes, the poetic depth of Ifa, the skyward gaze of the augur, and the solitary vigil of the vision quest? They all represent humanity's refusal to navigate life blindly. They are profound declarations that the universe is not silent, that it is communicative and meaningful. These diverse systems reveal a shared understanding that time is not a simple, linear path, but a rich tapestry of interconnected patterns, and that with the right tools, the right intention, and the right state of mind, we can learn to read its weave. They are not about erasing uncertainty, but about finding the wisdom and the courage to walk into it, armed with a glimpse of the larger pattern and the comforting knowledge that we are part of a conversation much larger than ourselves. But if the quest to know the future speaks to our deepest anxieties, the stories of our spiritual heroes often begin with a moment of pure, world-altering wonder. A miraculous entrance into the world that forever sets them apart from ordinary humanity. This brings us to our 30th legendary myth, a theme of breathtaking universality, the miraculous birth or divine conception. From the foothills of the Himalayas to the shores of the Mediterranean, cultures have consistently imagined their most revered figures, saviors, sages, and kings as entering the world through extraordinary means, their very origin stories serving as the first and most powerful testament to their ultimate destiny and divine authority. One of the most serene and beautiful accounts comes from the Buddhist tradition, detailing the birth of Prince Siddhartha Gautama, the future Buddha. His mother, Queen Maya, was a woman of impeccable virtue. One night, she dreamt that a magnificent white elephant, bearing a lotus flower in its trunk, descended from the heavens and entered her side. This was no ordinary dream, it was a profound and immaculate conception. When the time came for the birth, Queen Maya journeyed to her parental home according to custom. Pausing to rest in the lush Lumbini grove, she reached up to hold the branch of a sal tree. As she did, the child was born from her side painlessly and without illness. The moment he entered the world, he took 7 steps in each of the 4 directions, and lotus flowers sprang from the ground where his feet touched the earth. He declared, "I am the foremost in the world, this is my last birth." This story establishes the Buddha's nature from the very first moment, His birth is clean, conscious, and accompanied by signs of his unparalleled spiritual mastery and his final release from the cycle of suffering. He is marked as a world teacher, not a mere mortal. This theme of a birth without human intervention is central to Christianity in the doctrine of the virgin birth. The Gospel of Luke describes how the angel Gabriel appeared to a young woman named Mary in Nazareth, telling her she would conceive a son by the power of the Holy Spirit, and that this child would be the Son of God. This conception, without any human father, is a fundamental article of faith, signifying that Jesus Christ's origin is entirely divine, untainted by the inheritance of original sin that, according to Christian theology, passes from generation to generation through ordinary procreation. His birth is not just the arrival of a great moral teacher, it is God himself entering human history in the flesh, the Word becoming incarnate to offer redemption. The miraculous nature of his conception is the foundational proof of his unique identity as both fully God and fully man, the necessary Savior whose life and sacrifice would have cosmic implications for all of humanity. The ancient Greek world was filled with heroes and rulers who could claim a divine pedigree through the amorous exploits of Zeus, the king of the gods. These were not virgin births, but they were miraculous conceptions that endowed the resulting heroes with semi-divine status and extraordinary abilities. The great hero Perseus was conceived when Zeus visited the princess Danae in the form of a shower of golden rain, penetrating the bronze chamber where her father had imprisoned her. Heracles, the greatest of all Greek heroes, was the son of Zeus and the mortal woman Alcmene. Zeus famously extended a single night into 3 to conceive him. Helen of Troy, whose beauty would launch 1,000 ships, was born from an egg after Zeus, in the form of a swan, seduced the Spartan queen Leda. These stories were more than just divine scandals. They were a way of explaining the preternatural talent, strength, or destiny of a historical or legendary figure. Their divine parentage set them apart, giving them the capacity to perform the impossible labors and heroic feats that defined their myths and justified their veneration. In ancient Egypt, the pharaoh's authority was directly rooted in a divine conception. To be pharaoh was to be the living incarnation of the god Horus, the son of Osiris and Isis. This was not just a political title, it was a theological reality enacted through a powerful state myth. Temple reliefs like those at the Mammosi birth houses at Dendera and other sites depict a detailed ritual. The god Amun-Ra, the king of the gods, would take the form of the current pharaoh to visit the queen. Through this sacred union, the future king was conceived. The child was then presented to Amun-Ra and the other gods, who recognized him as their own son and bestowed upon him the divine right to rule the 2 lands. This official state myth served a crucial purpose. It legitimized the pharaoh's absolute power, making him a god-king whose authority was unquestionable because it came directly from the pantheon itself. His miraculous birth was the source of his political and spiritual mandate. Beyond these famous examples, countless culture heroes and founders are attributed with unusual origins. The Persian prophet Zoroaster's birth was protected by a divine glow, or exvarina, that frightened the dark forces. The Aztec patron god Huitzilopochtli was born fully grown and armed from the womb of the goddess Coatlicue, springing forth to defend her from his jealous siblings. Even in more historical settings, figures like Plato were later said by some sources to have been born from the god Apollo, retroactively attributing divine origins to their unparalleled wisdom. What is the profound, unifying purpose behind these diverse stories of miraculous birth? They act as the ultimate stamp of spiritual authentication. In a world where claiming extraordinary power or authority could be met with skepticism or outright hostility, a miraculous origin story provides an unassailable answer to the question, who gave you the right? It establishes a direct lineage to the divine, bypassing the ordinary human channels of inheritance. It signifies that this individual is not merely a product of their culture or genealogy, but a unique, preordained event in cosmic history. Their life and mission are part of a larger divine plan. Whether it is the painless, lotus-bearing birth of the Buddha, the spirit-conceived savior of Christianity, the God-sired strength of a Greek hero, or the state-sanctioned divinity of an Egyptian pharaoh, these stories assure followers that their leader, teacher, or redeemer is fundamentally different from the moment they arrive, a necessary anomaly whose miraculous entrance into the world first and greatest proof that they are here to change it. Yet if the miraculous birth marks a divine beginning, it is only the opening chapter in a far greater story. For the spiritual path is never one of unchallenged ease. It is a road fraught with obstacles, a forge where the soul is tested, tempered, and ultimately transformed. This brings us to our 31st legendary myth, a universal archetype that cuts across every spiritual tradition, the pattern of spiritual tests and trials. These are not random strokes of misfortune, but deliberate, often divinely sanctioned, ordeals designed to probe the depths of a seeker's courage, faith, and integrity, burning away the dross of the ego to reveal the pure metal of the spirit within. Perhaps the most profound and heart-wrenching exploration of undeserved suffering as a spiritual test comes from the Hebrew Bible in the book of Job. Here is a man described as blameless and upright, who fears God and shuns evil. He is wealthy, blessed with a large family, and deeply pious. The test begins not because of any fault of his own, but as a cosmic wager between God and the Satan, the celestial prosecutor. The Satan argues that Job is only righteous because God has built a protective hedge around him. Take away his blessings and he will surely curse God to his face. With divine permission, the Satan unleashes catastrophe. In a single, devastating day, Job loses his vast herds, his servants are slaughtered, and most cruelly, all 10 of his children are killed when a great wind destroys the house where they are feasting. Job's response is the heart of his trial. He tears his robe, shaves his head, falls to the ground in grief, and yet worships, saying, "Naked I came from my mother's womb, and naked I will depart. The Lord gave, and the Lord has taken away. May the name of the Lord be praised." Even when afflicted with painful sores from head to toe, and urged by his wife to curse God and die, Job refuses to sin with his lips. His trial is not about punishment, but about the ultimate nature of faith. Is devotion merely a transaction for prosperity, or is it an unconditional commitment, even when God's face seems utterly hidden, even in the total darkness of inexplicable loss? Job's ordeal is a searing inquiry into the possibility of goodness for its own sake, a test that proves faith can, indeed, survive the absolute silence of heaven. A very different kind of test unfolds in the Greek myths through the famed 12 labors of Heracles. His suffering is not a divine wager but a consequence of his own actions, a madness inflicted upon him by the goddess Hera, which led him to kill his own wife and children. Horrified by his deed, the hero seeks purification and is commanded by the Delphic oracle to serve his cousin, King Eurystheus, for 12 years. The labors Eurystheus sets are not just difficult tasks, they are seemingly impossible feats designed to destroy him. He must battle monsters born from the darkest parts of the primordial world, the Nemean lion, whose hide is impervious to weapons, the multi-headed Lernaean hydra, which grows 2 heads for every one cut off, the man-eating Stymphalian birds, and the terrifying 3-bodied giant Geron. He must also journey to the very edge of the known world, retrieving the golden apples from the garden of the Hesperides and even descending into the underworld to bring back the guard dog Cerberus. Unlike Job's passive suffering, Heracles' test is one of active physical might and cunning. Each labor is a confrontation with chaos itself, and his victory represents the triumph of heroic order and civilization over the ancient, monstrous forces of nature. Yet the deeper test is one of atonement and endurance. Through these trials, Heracles does not just prove his strength, he works to purify his soul from a terrible guilt, using his power in service of a higher good to ultimately earn his place among the gods on Mount Olympus. In the ancient Indian epic, the Mahabharata, the great archer Arjuna faces a test not of strength or endurance, but of profound moral and philosophical confusion. On the battlefield of Kurukshetra, poised to fight a civil war against his own cousins, teachers, and elders, Arjuna is overwhelmed by despair. He lays down his celestial bow, Gandiva, and refuses to fight, declaring that no kingdom, no victory, is worth the sin of killing his own kin. This moment of crisis, this paralyzing dilemma between his duty as a warrior and his duty as a compassionate human being, becomes the occasion for the Bhagavad Gita, the sublime song of God. His charioteer, who is none other than the god Krishna in disguise, does not immediately order him to fight. Instead, Krishna initiates a deep discourse on the nature of reality, duty, and the soul. He guides Arjuna through the paths of selfless action, devotion, and contemplative knowledge. The test here is internal. Arjuna must overcome his attachment to personal outcomes, his grief, and his limited perspective to understand his sacred duty, his svadharma, within the vast, impersonal workings of the cosmos. His trial is to see through the illusion of the physical battle to the spiritual battle within, to act not for personal gain, but as an instrument of divine will, with equanimity and without attachment to the fruits of his actions. It is one of the most sophisticated spiritual tests ever conceived, moving the battlefield from the physical plane to the human heart and mind. The Buddhist tradition provides a panoramic view of testing through the Jataka tales, a collection of over 500 stories that recount the previous lives of the Buddha before he was born as Siddhartha Gautama. In these tales, the future Buddha appears in various forms, as a king, a merchant, a monkey, a deer, and even a hare. In each life, he is confronted with situations that test his perfection of the virtues or paramitas, such as generosity, morality, patience, and wisdom. In one famous story, the Prince Vesantara Jataka, he is tested on his perfection of generosity. He gives away his kingdom's magical, rain-bringing white elephant to a neighboring country suffering from drought, enraging his own people who then exile him. Even in exile, his tests continue as he gives away his magical chariot, his children, and finally his wife, pushing the virtue of selfless giving to its absolute limit before the gods ultimately intervene and restore everything to him. These tales are not about a single defining trial, but about the incremental, lifelong cultivation of character across countless existences. Each test, whether great or small, is a stepping stone on the path to enlightenment, proving that spiritual worthiness is not won in a single moment of heroism, but is built patiently through endless acts of compassion and integrity. Finally, we turn to the transformative rites of passage found in many Native American traditions, the vision quest. This is not a test imposed by a god as punishment or a wager, but a trial that an individual willingly undertakes to seek purpose, power, and spiritual communion. A young person, guided by an elder, will journey to an isolated, powerful place in the wilderness. There, they will fast from food and water for several days, exposing themselves to the elements and to their own deepest fears and vulnerabilities. This physical ordeal is a deliberate stripping away of all comforts and social identity, a return to a raw, primal state of being. The test is one of endurance, humility, and openness. The quester cries out for a vision, praying for the spirits of the land, the animals, or the ancestors to take pity on them and offer guidance. The vision that comes perhaps an encounter with a bear spirit offering strength or an eagle offering a higher perspective is not a simple answer. It is a spiritual charter that will define the individual's role within the community for the rest of their life. The trial of the quest proves one's dedication and readiness to receive such a weighty gift, ensuring that the power and knowledge gained are carried by someone with the strength and humility to use it wisely for the benefit of all. What do these incredibly diverse ordeals, from the ash heap of Job to the monster-infested swamps of Heracles, from the moral battlefield of Arjuna to the incremental sacrifices of the Jataka tales and the solitary vigil of the vision quest, ultimately teach us? Collectively, they present a unified spiritual truth that wisdom cannot be given, it must be earned. Character is not formed in comfort but is forged in the fires of adversity. These tests are the curriculum of the soul, each one designed to teach a specific lesson: unconditional faith, the purifying power of service, the discernment to act rightly amidst moral chaos, the perfection of virtue through selflessness, and the humility to receive guidance from a power greater than ourselves. They assure us that our struggles are not meaningless, but are the very instruments of our awakening, the sacred challenges that, if met with courage and an open heart, can transform a fallible mortal into a true vessel of spirit. Yet if the trials of life are the curriculum, then death is the final examination, the moment when the soul's worth is assessed and its ultimate destination revealed. This brings us to our 32nd legendary myth, a theme so universal it forms the bedrock of human morality and hope: the intricate systems of the afterlife journeys and judgments. Across every culture, humanity has not only envisioned a life after death, but has constructed elaborate moral landscapes beyond the grave, complete with perilous journeys, divine tribunals, and precise, often terrifying, consequences for a life well lived or squandered. These are not mere fantasies, they are the ultimate ethical engines of society, powerful narratives that answer our deepest need for justice and give profound meaning to the choices we make every single day. Our exploration of these posthumous courtrooms begins in the sun-baked land of Egypt, where the journey to the afterlife was mapped with meticulous, almost bureaucratic detail in the Book of the Dead. For the ancient Egyptians, death was not an end, but a perilous voyage through the terrifying landscape of the Duat, the underworld. The soul's goal was to reach the Hall of Two Truths and stand before the god Osiris, the Lord of the Dead, and a tribunal of 42 ancestor gods. Here, the most famous of all judgment scenes would unfold: the weighing of the heart ceremony. The deceased's heart, the seat of intelligence and morality, was placed on a golden scale and balanced against the feather of Mat, the goddess of truth, justice, and cosmic order. If the heart was heavy with the weight of sin and falsehood, it would be devoured by the monstrous Ammit, the devourer of the dead, a fearsome creature with the head of a crocodile, the front body of a lion, and the hindquarters of a hippopotamus. This meant a second, final, and utter death, the soul ceasing to exist. But if the heart was as light as the feather, the deceased was declared true of voice and granted access to the blissful, eternal field of reeds, a perfect, idealized mirror of Egypt where one would live forever in abundance. This entire process was not left to chance. The Book of the Dead provided the deceased with magical spells and passwords to navigate the dangers of the Duat and to recite before each god, ensuring they could declare their innocence from a list of 42 sins. It was a system that emphasized moral purity, but also the power of sacred knowledge and ritual to guide the soul to salvation. A very different and far more egalitarian journey awaited the dead in ancient Greece. Here, the afterlife was not a reward for a virtuous life, but the universal, and rather gloomy, destination for nearly all souls, the underworld realm of Hades. To get there, the soul first had to cross the river Styx, the boundary between the worlds. The only way across was with the ferryman, the grim Charon, who required a single coin, an obol, as payment. This is why Greeks were buried with a coin placed under their tongue, a final fare to ensure passage. Those who could not pay were doomed to wander the shores for 100 years. Upon crossing, the soul would stand before the three judges of the dead, Minos, Rhadamanthus, and Aeacus. These sons of Zeus would review the life of the deceased and deliver a verdict that sent them to one of three sections within Hades. The vast majority would wander the asphodel meadows, a grey, misty plain of forgetfulness, a ghostly existence devoid of joy or pain. A select few heroes and the exceptionally virtuous were sent to the Elysian fields, a paradise of perpetual spring and comfort. And the wicked, those who had committed direct offenses against the gods like blasphemy or oath-breaking, were condemned to Tartarus, a deep abyss of torment and punishment. The Greek system is striking for its lack of a middle class. The afterlife for most was a bland, shadowy reflection of life, with only the extremes of great goodness or great evil receiving dramatic reward or punishment. This concept of a tiered afterlife based on moral accounting was developed to its most intricate degree in the Christian tradition with the doctrines of heaven, hell, and purgatory. Drawing from Jewish apocalyptic literature and the teachings of Jesus, Christianity presented a final, universal judgment at the end of time, where Christ would return to judge the living and the dead. The saved would enjoy eternal bliss in the direct presence of God in heaven, a state of perfect love and understanding, while the damned would be cast into hell, a state of eternal separation from God and unending suffering, often depicted as a lake of fire. But between these two absolutes, Catholic theology developed the concept of purgatory, a temporary state of purification for those who died in God's grace, but were not yet perfectly cleansed of venial sins or the temporal punishment due to sin. It was not a place of punishment for the wicked, but a merciful process of cleansing and sanctification, a painful but hopeful refining fire that prepared the soul for the perfect holiness required to enter heaven. This system added a crucial layer of nuance, acknowledging that most people are not purely saintly or purely evil, and that divine justice could include both ultimate mercy and a process of purgation. Traveling east to the Indian subcontinent, we find a completely different framework, one not of a single, final judgment but of an endless cycle of cause and effect. In Hinduism and Buddhism, the process is samsara, the endless wheel of rebirth, driven by karma, the universal law of moral cause and effect. There is no single judgment day, but an instantaneous and automatic result of one's actions or karmic imprint at the moment of death. This imprint directly determines the conditions of one's next birth. A life lived with compassion, duty, and non-violence generates good karma, leading to a rebirth in a heavenly realm or into a fortunate human life. A life of greed, hatred, and harm generates negative karma, leading to a rebirth as an animal, a hungry ghost, or even in a hell realm to endure immense suffering for a karmically determined period. The ultimate goal in these traditions is not to achieve a pleasant afterlife, but to break free from the cycle entirely through spiritual enlightenment, attaining moksha in Hinduism or nirvana in Buddhism. The judgment here is not delivered by an external God. It is an impersonal, natural law, as precise and inescapable as gravity. Your next life is not a sentence passed down by a divine judge, but the direct and inevitable consequence of every thought, word, and deed you have ever chosen. In the vast, sun-scorched continent of Australia, Aboriginal Dreamtime beliefs present a vision of the afterlife that is less about moral judgment and more about a return to the source. For many groups, the spirit of a person who has died undergoes a journey back to their ancestral dreaming place, the specific site from which their life force originated in the dreamtime. This is a return to the eternal, creative essence of the world. The spirit may linger near the living for a time, but eventually it must go back to its spiritual home to be reunited with the ancestral beings. This journey can be facilitated by complex mortuary rituals and songs that guide the spirit along the correct path. If these rituals are not performed correctly, or if the person died in a way that violated tribal law, the spirit might become a lost and potentially malevolent ghost, unable to find its way home. The judgment is not about a tally of sins, but about the fulfillment of one's connection to country and kin. A proper death and a proper return completes the sacred cycle of life, while a disruption of that cycle creates a dangerous imbalance. The afterlife is not a reward or punishment, but a homecoming, a concept that deeply connects spiritual destiny to the very land itself. Finally, we return to the cold, heroic world of the Norse, where the afterlife was not determined by moral virtue in a general sense, but by the manner of one's death. The most famous destination is Valhalla, the magnificent hall of the slain, ruled by Odin. Warriors who died bravely in battle were chosen by the Valkyries, the shield maidens of Odin, to be taken to this eternal feasting hall. There they would fight each other all day in glorious combat, only to be resurrected each evening to feast on boar and drink mead, preparing for the final battle of Ragnarok. However, Valhalla was not the only option. Those who died at sea might go to Ran's Hall, and those who died of sickness or old age were consigned to Hel, the vast, cold, and misty realm ruled by the goddess of the same name. This was not a place of torment like the Christian hell, but one of cheerless stillness, a resting place for those who did not earn a heroic death. The Norse system reflects a society that valued courage and fatalism above all else. Your eternal fate was sealed not by how you lived, but by how you died, with the most honor reserved for those who fell with a sword in their hand. What do these incredibly diverse systems of post-mortem justice ultimately reveal? They are humanity's grand attempt to impose a moral architecture upon the universe, to ensure that the scales of justice, which so often seem unbalanced in this life, are finally set right in the next. They answer our primal cry for fairness, whether it's the precise scales in the Hall of Osiris, the automatic mechanism of karma, the hopeful purification of purgatory, or the heroic selection for Valhalla. Each system provides a powerful incentive for living a certain kind of life. They tell us that our actions have cosmic consequences, that every choice echoes into eternity. In mapping the geography of the afterlife, we are ultimately mapping the deepest values of our cultures and the most profound hopes of our own hearts. The hope that our story does not end with our final breath, and that the meaning of a lifetime is ultimately weighed, judged, and found worthy. After exploring the profound journeys of the soul and the stern judgments that await in the afterlife, we now turn to a far more hopeful and foundational set of myths, stories that answer a crucial question: how did we, as human beings, learn to survive and thrive in this world? This brings us to our 33rd legendary archetype, a global celebration of ingenuity and divine compassion, the cultural heroes and bringers of civilization. Across every continent, cultures tell of extraordinary figures, gods, demigods, or enlightened humans who descended from the heavens or emerged from the primordial mists to gift humanity with the essential arts of life: agriculture, fire, writing, law, and social order. These are not tales of abstract creation, but of practical, world-changing education, explaining how we transition from a state of primitive survival to one of culture and community. Our journey begins in ancient China with the revered sage king, Shennong, the divine farmer. In a time before agriculture, the ancient Chinese believed people lived as hunter-gatherers, often sickened by eating poisonous plants and struggling to find consistent nourishment. Shennong, often depicted with a transparent belly so he could observe the effects of different plants on his own body, took it upon himself to find a solution. He personally tasted hundreds of grasses, shrubs, and leaves, identifying which were medicinal, which were nutritious, and which were toxic. Through this incredible, self-sacrificing experimentation, he is credited with discovering tea as an antidote to poison and classifying the healing properties of countless herbs, founding the practice of Chinese herbal medicine. But his gifts did not stop there. Understanding that people needed a reliable food source, Shennong invented the plow and other fundamental farming tools, teaching humanity how to cultivate the 5 sacred grains: rice, millet, wheat, barley, and soybeans. He also established the first markets, enabling the trade of goods and fostering economic community. Shennong's myth powerfully illustrates that civilization begins with sustenance and health. His divine intervention provided the very bedrock of stability that allowed Chinese culture to flourish. Across the world in ancient Greece, we meet a titan whose gift was even more fundamental, Prometheus, whose name means forethought. The Greek poet Hesiod describes a time when humans lived in dark caves, shivering in the cold and eating their meat raw. The Olympian gods, under the rule of Zeus, showed little interest in humanity's suffering, but Prometheus, whose cleverness was matched only by his compassion, defied the king of the gods. He journeyed to Mount Olympus and stole a single glowing ember from the chariot of the sun, hiding it in a hollow fennel stalk to carry it down to earth. This was not merely the gift of warmth, it was the spark of all technology, culture, and progress. With fire, humans could cook food, forge metal into tools, ward off predators, and gather together after dark to share stories that would become their history and myths. Fire was the ultimate catalyst, transforming mere survival into the possibility of civilization. For this act of defiant benevolence, Zeus inflicted upon Prometheus a horrific and eternal punishment, chained to a rock where each day an eagle would devour his liver, only for it to grow back each night to endure the torture again. The story of Prometheus is a poignant and powerful allegory for the immense price often paid for progress, portraying the bringer of knowledge as a tragic champion who willingly suffers eternal agony for the sake of human potential. In the Fertile Crescent of Mesopotamia, the Sumerians credited their astounding advancements to the wisdom of the god Enki, the lord of the freshwater abyss, the Abzu, and the god of wisdom, magic, and craft. Enki was not a rebellious figure but a generous, inventive god who shaped the world with his cleverness. He was the divine architect who organized the world, assigning roles to all other gods and creating the Tigris and Euphrates rivers to bring life-giving water to the land. But his greatest gifts were to humanity. He is said to have created the first humans from clay to be servants for the gods, but he quickly became their patron and protector. Enki gifted them the divine decrees that held the essence of all aspects of civilization, including kingship, priestly duties, truth, writing, weaving, metalworking, agriculture, and even the art of music. He taught the people how to build temples and irrigate their fields, turning the arid landscape into a thriving garden. In one famous myth, the goddess Inanna tricks Enki into giving her all the me while he is intoxicated, and she carries them to her city of Uruk, thus spreading the gifts of civilization far and wide. Enki's story represents a more systematic, almost bureaucratic bestowal of culture, where civilization is a complete package of arts, laws, and skills given by a benevolent, if occasionally trickable, divine engineer. Traveling across the ocean to the Andes Mountains of South America, we find the great creator god of the Incas, Viracocha. After initially shaping the world and its first inhabitants, Viracocha embarked on a long journey, walking among the people in the guise of a ragged, bearded old man. Despite his humble appearance, he was a cultural hero of the highest order. As he traveled, he performed miracles and, more importantly, taught humanity the essential knowledge they lacked. He provided them with the foundational principles of civilized life: language, agriculture, weaving, medicine, and the laws of morality and social structure. He gave them their customs, their songs, and their religions. In some versions, he also created the different ethnic groups and tribes, assigning them their distinct clothing, languages, and the lands they were to inhabit. His work complete, Viracocha then walked across the Pacific Ocean and disappeared, promising to one day return. The myth of Viracocha portrays civilization not as a stolen spark or a classified set of decrees, but as a personal, compassionate tutorial from a god who walked incognito among his people, ensuring they had every tool they needed to build a thriving society before he departed. Finally, we journey to West Africa, to the mythology of the Yoruba people and the foundational hero, Ojujuwa. The story tells that in the beginning, the world was a watery, marshy chaos. The supreme god, Olodumare, gave a bag of earth and a 5-toed chicken to Ojujuwa, tasking him with creating solid land. Ojujuwa descended from the heavens on a chain and poured the earth onto the watery expanse. The chicken was set upon it, scratching and scattering the earth until it formed the first wide, dry land, the place which became the sacred city of Isle Ife, the cradle of Yoruba culture. But Ojujuwa's role did not end with geography. He became the first ruler of this new land, the first Uni of Ife, and the progenitor of the Yoruba people. He established the principles of divine kingship, social order, and governance. All the subsequent kings of the various Yoruba city-states would trace their lineage back to him, making him the archetype of the culture hero who brings not just practical skills, but the very concept of political organization and identity. Ojujuwa's myth beautifully ties the creation of the physical world directly to the establishment of social structures, portraying the founding of a kingdom and a shared cultural heritage as the ultimate civilizing act. What profound truth unites the divine farmer Shenong, the suffering titan Prometheus, the clever god Inki, the wandering teacher Viracocha, and the foundational king Ojujuwa? These myths reveal a universal human intuition that our greatest advancements were not merely stumbled upon through trial and error, but were gifts from a higher intelligence. They are stories of profound gratitude, acknowledging that the knowledge that allows us to feed ourselves, heal our sick, build our cities, and govern our societies feels so vital, so transformative, that it must have a divine origin. These narratives also serve as a crucial reminder of our responsibility. These gifts were not given for free. They came at a great cost through self-sacrifice, theft, or a god's personal investment. They charge us with the duty to use this knowledge wisely, to honor the cultural heroes by continuing to build, create, and nurture the civilization they so compassionately bestowed upon us. But if the cultural heroes gave humanity the tools for survival, another layer of understanding the universe has always beckoned, one that is not written in stories or carved in stone, but is hidden within the very fabric of reality itself, waiting to be calculated. This brings us to our 34th legendary myth, a concept that reveals the astonishingly mathematical mind of the cosmos, the profound and enduring power of sacred numbers. Across the globe, from the mystical schools of ancient Greece to the temple complexes of India, humanity has consistently perceived certain numbers not as mere quantities, but as divine archetypes, the fundamental building blocks of creation that hold the keys to understanding the deepest mysteries of the spiritual and physical worlds. Our numerical journey begins in the West with the Greek philosopher and mystic Pythagoras, who, in the 6th century BCE, founded a school that was equal parts mathematical academy and spiritual brotherhood. For the Pythagoreans, numbers were the ultimate reality, the sacred language in which the gods had written the universe. They saw in the simple, whole numbers the essence of all things. The number 1, the monad, was not just the first number but the symbol of the divine source, unity, and the origin of all things. 2, the dyad, represented duality, the principle of division and the birth of the material world from the one. 3, the triad, was the first true number as it has a beginning, middle, and end, representing harmony and completion, a concept that would later find a powerful home in the Christian doctrine of the Holy Trinity. But it was the number 4, the tetrad, that was especially sacred, as 1 + 2 + 3 + 4 = 10, the perfect number, the decad, which encompassed the entire cosmos. The Pythagoreans discovered that the musical intervals we find most pleasing are based on simple whole number ratios, proving that harmony itself was mathematical. This led to the breathtaking idea of the music of the spheres, the belief that the planets in their orbits produced a celestial, inaudible harmony based on these same ratios, a symphony of divine mathematics that only the purified soul could hear. For them, to study mathematics was to undertake the highest form of worship, a direct communion with the numerical mind of God. This deep intertwining of letters, numbers, and divine wisdom finds another profound expression in the Jewish mystical tradition of Kabbalah with the practice of gematria. Here, the Hebrew alphabet is also a number system. Each of the 22 letters has a specific numerical value. Because the Torah is believed to be the direct, divine word of God, every word, every phrase has a hidden numerical significance. By calculating the value of a word and finding other words or phrases with the same value, mystics believe they can uncover hidden connections and deeper layers of meaning within the sacred text. For example, the word for love, ahava Hebrew aleph Hebrew Hebrew, he Hebrew Hebrew, bet Hebrew Hebrew he, has a numerical value of 13. The word for one, echad Hebrew aleph Hebrew Hebrew, get Hebrew Hebrew dalet, also equals 13. This numerical equivalence reveals a profound theological truth that true love leads to unity. Another famous example is that the phrase, "Hear, O Israel, the Lord is our God, the Lord is one," has the same numerical value as the phrase, "The Lord is our God, the Lord is one," from the same prayer, reinforcing the core message of divine unity. Gematria is not a party trick. It is a rigorous spiritual discipline, a form of meditation that sees the Torah as a divine code, a mathematical tapestry where every number is a thread connecting seemingly disparate ideas into a coherent, holy whole. Traveling east to China, we find a system of numerical symbolism that is deeply integrated into daily life and cosmology. Numbers are primarily divided into the auspicious or lucky and the inauspicious. The most universally sought-after number is 8. In Mandarin, the word for 8, ba, sounds very similar to the word for prosperity, fa, and wealth. It is considered so fortuitous that the Beijing Olympics famously began on August 8, 2008, at 8 seconds and 8 minutes past 8 p.m. Local time, the number 9 is also immensely powerful as it is the largest single-digit number and is associated with the emperor and longevity. The number 6 signifies smoothness and success. Conversely, the number 4 is strenuously avoided because it sounds like the word for death. See, you will often find buildings without a 4th floor, much like some Western buildings skip the 13th, and people will pay large sums for phone numbers or license plates rich in 8s and 9s and devoid of 4s. This practice, rooted in the linguistic play of homophones, shows how numbers are not abstract symbols but are believed to carry an inherent energetic charge that can directly influence luck, fortune, and the flow of life itself. In the Hindu and Buddhist traditions, few numbers carry the weight and ubiquity of the number 108. This is a truly cosmic number. The ancient Vedic sages identified 27 constellations, each with 4 quarters or padas, making 108. The distance between the Earth and the Sun is approximately 108 times the Sun's diameter. The distance between the Earth and the Moon is about 108 times the Moon's diameter. In spiritual practice, the japa mala or prayer beads used for chanting mantras has 108 beads. A devotee will chant a mantra on each bead, completing 108 repetitions. It is believed that we have 106 major energy channels or nadis that converge to form the heart chakra, with the final 2 representing the pathways of the sun and the moon, totaling 108. The number represents the ultimate spiritual journey, the complete effort required to overcome the 108 earthly defilements or karmic ties that bind the soul to the cycle of suffering. To chant a mantra 108 times is to align oneself with the fundamental rhythms of the cosmos and to actively work toward liberation. Finally, we look to the wisdom of many Native American nations where the number 4 holds a sacred foundational power. This is the number of completeness and the cosmic order. It is the number of the sacred directions, north, south, east, and west. It is the number of the seasons, spring, summer, fall, and winter. Many creation stories describe the world being created in 4 steps or 4 eras. The Pueblo peoples often structure their rituals and ceremonies around this quaternary pattern. The Navajo creation story describes 4 original worlds that humanity passed through before emerging into the present world. The Lakota Sioux's most sacred rite, the Sun Dance, is structured around the 4 days of the ceremony and the 4 directions from which the powers of the universe are called. The number 4 embodies the holistic, cyclical nature of existence. It is not a number of rigid structure, but of dynamic balance, representing the interconnectedness of all things within the great, sacred circle of life. What is the breathtaking truth that unites the Pythagorean harmony of the spheres, the Kabbalistic code of gematria, the Chinese pursuit of auspicious numbers, the Hindu reverence for 108, and the Native American sacred 4? It is the profound human conviction that the universe is not random or chaotic, but is underpinned by a deep, intelligible, and mathematical order. These numerical myths assert that mathematics is not a human invention, but a human discovery of the divine architecture of reality. They represent our earliest and most enduring attempt to find a universal language, one that could bridge the gap between the seen and the unseen, between the earthly and the celestial. In seeking out these sacred numbers, we are not merely counting, we are engaging in an act of spiritual listening, tuning our minds to the hidden frequencies of the cosmos, and finding, in the elegant logic of numbers, a constant, reassuring sign that we live in a universe that is, at its very core, profoundly and beautifully meaningful. It might seem that the age of mythmaking ended with the printing press or the scientific revolution, that we outgrew our need for such stories, but nothing could be further from the truth. The ancient myth-making engine of the human psyche never shut down. It simply found new fuel, new landscapes, and new mediums through which to express our timeless fears and wonders. This brings us to our 35th and final legendary myth, a testament to the enduring power of story, the vibrant, ever-evolving world of modern mythmaking and urban legends. These are not lesser than the tales of gods and heroes. They are their direct descendants, fulfilling the same deep psychological functions in a world of asphalt, headlights, and digital screens. Consider the enduring archetype of the vanishing hitchhiker, a story that has circulated in countless variations across the globe for nearly a century. The details are always eerily similar. A lone driver on a dark, rainy night picks up a shivering teenager dressed inappropriately for the weather. They drive in silence to a specific address, only to turn and find the passenger seat empty. Upon knocking on the door of the house, the driver is met by a grieving parent who explains that their child died in a car accident on that very spot years ago, often on the anniversary of the death. This story is a perfect modern ghost story, but it's also a profound myth about guilt, tragedy, and the unfinished business of the dead. It takes place in the most common of modern settings, the solitary car journey, and it explores our fear of the road, our compassion for strangers, and the haunting idea that the past is never truly buried, that it can suddenly appear in your passenger seat, asking for a ride home. A more menacing figure emerged from the dark forests of online forums, Slender Man. This is a myth born entirely in the digital age, created in 2009 for a Photoshop contest on the Something Awful forum. Users were challenged to create paranormal images. One contributor posted black and white pictures of children with a tall, thin, faceless figure in a black suit lurking in the background. The myth exploded. What followed was a breathtaking example of collaborative, crowdsourced mythology. Hundreds of users began contributing their own stories, artwork, and faux documentary videos, building a complex lore around this entity who stalks children, causes memory loss, and teleports through trees. The Slender Man mythos is fascinating because it is completely self-aware and yet utterly compelling. It shows that the need to create and share scary stories is so powerful that it can generate a fully formed modern monster from scratch, using the internet as its global campfire. The tragic real-world consequences, where the myth influenced individuals to commit violence, underscore a terrifying truth, that the power of myth is not diminished when we know its origin. The symbols we create can still leap from the story into our reality with profound and sometimes devastating force. Then there are the myths that seem to be born from collective anxiety, like the ominous legend of the Mothman, centered on Point Pleasant, West Virginia in the mid-1960s. Over 13 months, numerous upstanding citizens reported terrifying encounters with a winged humanoid creature, over 6 feet tall with glowing red eyes and a wingspan of 10 feet. The sightings were accompanied by strange lights in the sky, phone interference, and visits from mysterious men in black. The entire chilling episode culminated on December 15, 1967, when the Silver Bridge, choked with rush hour traffic, collapsed into the Ohio River, killing 46 people. Many connected the Mothman's appearance directly to the disaster, interpreting it as a harbinger of doom. This myth taps into a deep, ancient archetype, the omen, the creature that appears to warn of impending catastrophe. In a modern context, it gave a tangible, monstrous form to the anxieties of the Cold War era, a time of palpable dread about technological failure and societal collapse. The Mothman was the face of that nameless fear, a modern version of the banshee's cry or the appearance of a death omen, proving that even in an age of reason, we still look for supernatural signs to explain our tragedies. Beyond creatures and ghosts, our modern myths also explore the possibility of otherworldly intelligence. The phenomenon of crop circles began as simple hoaxes but quickly grew into a complex modern mystery. What started as crude circles in English fields in the 1970s evolved into breathtakingly intricate, massive, and mathematically precise formations appearing overnight. Regardless of their human-made origins, which many creators have openly admitted to, the myth that grew around them is what matters. They were interpreted as messages from extraterrestrials, warnings from Gaia, or blueprints for advanced technology. The narratives that emerged fulfilled a classic mythological function, the idea that a higher intelligence is trying to communicate with us, to guide us, or to warn us. They are modern-day hieroglyphs, a celestial language written in wheat, inviting interpretation and inspiring awe. Similarly, alien abduction narratives follow a remarkably consistent and ritualistic pattern, being taken from the safety of one's bed, undergoing a painful physical examination by emotionless beings, and often being given a message about the environment or future. These are not just stories about space travel, they are profound encounters with the other, modern versions of fairy abductions or journeys to the underworld. They represent a deep-seated anxiety about our bodies, our technology, and our place in the cosmos, processed through the only framework we have, the story. So why do these stories persist with such power? They fulfill the same essential functions as the myths of Osiris, the trickster coyote, or the descent into the underworld. First, they provide explanation. A sudden tragedy is easier to process if it was preceded by the Mothman than if it was caused by a random structural flaw. Second, they serve as cautionary tales. The vanishing hitchhiker warns us about the dangers of the road and the fragility of life. Third, they create community. Sharing a Slender Man creepypasta or investigating a crop circle creates bonds around a shared, thrilling mystery. And finally, they allow us to explore the taboo and the terrifying from a safe distance. We can confront our fear of death, of the unknown, of powerful and indifferent beings, all through the safety of a story. The mediums have changed from oral tradition around a fire to chain emails and viral YouTube videos, but the human heart of the story remains identical. We are and will always be the storytelling animal, creatures who make meaning out of chaos by weaving narratives. Our modern urban legends are not a degradation of ancient myth, they are its vibrant, living continuation. They are proof that the spiritual world was never a place but a state of mind, and that we carry it with us always, ready to glimpse a ghost in the headlights or see a message from the gods in a field of flattened corn. And so, from the swirling chaos of the primordial waters to the glowing screens of our modern world, we find ourselves surrounded by stories, 35 legends, each a universe of meaning in itself, yet all connected by a single, shimmering thread, the unbreakable human spirit reaching for understanding. We've wandered through creation myths that birthed order from the void, navigated the terrifying rivers of the underworld, and witnessed gods die and rise again with the seasons. We've stood beside heroes on their impossible quests, trembled at the approach of cosmic serpents, and sought guidance from animal spirits and angelic messengers. We've seen cultures separated by continents and oceans arrive at startlingly similar answers to life's most profound questions, using the only language we have ever truly possessed, the language of myth. What is this telling us? It reveals that beneath the dazzling diversity of our beliefs, from the intricate rituals of the ancient Egyptians to the collaborative digital lore of Slender Man, we are all asking the same things. Where did we come from? Why is there suffering? What happens when we die? How should we live? These are the universal chords that resonate through every human heart. A farmer in ancient Mesopotamia looking up at the starry sky and a programmer in a modern city looking at a screen are both seeking a pattern, a sign, a story that makes the vast, often frightening, mystery of existence feel knowable. Myths are the maps we have drawn for this inner journey, using the symbols of our time, whether they are gods and monsters or aliens and algorithms. These stories are far more than mere entertainment or primitive superstition. They are the foundational pillars of civilization, the original containers for our values, our fears, and our greatest hopes. They taught us the consequences of hubris before we had laws, and the importance of community before we had sociology. They gave us the vocabulary for wonder and the framework for morality. A myth is not a lie. It is a truth dressed in the garments of narrative, a way of conveying complex psychological and spiritual realities that straightforward facts alone can never fully capture. So as we conclude this journey, the question isn't really which of these myths is true in a historical sense. The far more interesting question is what they collectively reveal about us, the storytellers. They show a species forever balancing on the edge between order and chaos, eternally curious, and forever yearning for connection to each other, to the natural world, and to something greater than ourselves. They prove that our need for meaning is as fundamental as our need for food or water. Now we turn this final question over to you. After wandering through these 35 gateways into the human soul, which ones lingered in your mind? Did the tragic love of Orpheus and Eurydice echo your own experiences of loss and yearning? Did the cleverness of Anansi the spider bring a smile to your face? Perhaps the steadfast order of Maat or the relentless cycle of karma resonates with your view of the universe. Maybe you find comfort in the idea of ancestral spirits watching over you, or feel a chill thinking about the eerie persistence of modern legends. Share which of these spiritual myths speaks to you most deeply in the comments below. Let's continue this incredible conversation, because the story, as it always has been, is ultimately